Welcome everybody to another Worcestery Council Theatre 3000. My name's Bryan O'Donnell. This is Bill Shaner. We're back.
We're so back. Everything's back. We're back. This is our first council stream since the vibe shift of the Harris walls.
Yep.
And you know, it just hasn't trickled down to Worcester yet. It just really has.
Vibes are at an all-time low.
Vibes are real low. Vibes are real bad. This meeting is going to be long as fuck. Since they only had 2 meetings this summer, one in July, one in August, it's like they tried to cram, 3 agendas into one, and there are 37. I counted council orders. Which, even if you talk for 5 minutes about each of those, you're looking at like the entire agenda. And on top of that, there's a bunch of reports from the city, and we're going to have to talk about how WPI stinks for maybe 4 hours. This is one of the city council's favorite topics of conversation.
I get
it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bear's locked in the room with me now.
Nice. No. Yeah. You're locked in with him.
I'm locked in with him. This is his room. Yeah. Bet your ass. So WPI, the hotel thing, that's going to be an issue.
Who put that on the agenda?
There's like 4 or 5 council orders about it. Yeah. All about like pilot agreements. I have a feeling the mayor will take them all as one thing, and it'll just be like a big collective bitch fest, and then they'll realize that, you can't do anything about it.
Well, they're not prepared to do anything about it. Is really what it comes
right.
Like, there's a world in which you could hold them accountable, or at least, fuck them back if you think that they fucked us.
Right.
But they're not going to do that. So
no, they're just going to complain.
Yeah.
They're just going to complain about how they don't share in the vision for downtown. But, my thing is, if the whole plan for downtown gets unraveled by 2 hotels going out of commission in the next 5 years, it's a shitty plan. It's not a good plan.
It wasn't a good plan. So, in some ways, it's weird. So, like, we had, because we ran 3 years of the festival. A lot of comedians that came in utilized those hotels, and even now when we have comedians come in, they mostly stay at one of the 2.
Yeah.
And it was nice to have a hotel literally next door to Ralph's.
Right.
For so many things, but from the city overall standpoint, I don't know if that was even where we should be looking at things. It's clear that WPI wants to dominate that area. So why were you?
Right. And you invited them to do that by like giving them an entire tract of land to turn into a research and innovation campus. And it's like, what's more in line with that vision? Right. Housing for the researchers or, general population hotels?
Right.
Yeah. I thought that the really annoying thing that I doubt will get brought up is that the Economic Development Coordinating Council was like, why didn't you buy all of the Becker houses that they use as dorms instead?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, why is that? That's like all perfectly ready to go general housing stock. Why is that less important to you than hotel rooms? Right. We're in a housing crisis here.
Right. Because the tax revenue, quote unquote, which we weren't even really getting anyways because of the TIF.
Right. Exactly.
We might act. I think there's a world in which you could say that the pilot payments, if they can squeeze some more out of those, that might be more lucrative to the city than. But I don't know. Who am I? I don't fucking know. Yeah, I've probably thought about this the exact same amount as every city councilor has.
Right.
And I haven't thought about it at all.
We're gonna hear some bad takes about it tonight. That's for sure.
Yeah.
The other big thing is going to be the lowering the speed limit to 25 miles per hour citywide, which is still stuck in Donna Colorio's subcommittee, traffic and parking. After 8 months, 8 months she's held it in there, despite the fact that it's going to be a 2-1 vote out of the committee. She's the opposing vote. And there's a resolution on tonight by Attell that like getting everybody to vote in favor of lowering it 25 miles per hour citywide. I can guarantee I'd put like $1,000 on that getting held. So
that'll get held.
Yeah.
I was interested seeing Attell's post about it. All the exemption lists of the streets, that because anything that's designated a state road or obviously a highway is exempt. It's all of the roads that you would want to keep like like higher than 25.
The way that the cranks talk about it, they're like, wow, we're gonna have to go 25 on 290. It's like they don't understand.
They're
they don't want to understand.
No, they understand that they don't understand, and that works for them.
Right.
No.
Yeah. Other than that, what do we have other than that? There's a report about ShotSpotter, which doesn't answer any of the questions that was asked of them about that. And I bet we'll see some people show up to talk about the ARPA report, because ARPA money for cultural programs like went to every white-led organization in the city, and more diverse groups got nothing. So,
and what they did get was like fractions of what the
exactly.
established, funded, well-funded. Yeah, that was interesting. That was pretty. What is that? What's that called?
Well,
surprising.
The council Zoom is just Mo Bergman. Where is that? I just
my God. I only have the Facebook feed.
Hold on. Let me try to get on the Zoom.
Is he saying anything? George, we need to know what he's saying.
I'm opening it right now.
All right, here we go. Can you see up his nose?
Oh, his camera's off. We missed it.
Son
the
of a
meeting
gun.
starting.
It was the City Council meeting. If you can, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the Star Spangled Banner.
Let's see if it's going to let us do captions this time. We don't need to see them do that.
Nope.
It doesn't let you turn on captions like 50% of the time.
Yeah, I don't know. I've had success with it. I mean,
if you want to try,
I'll try it. Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Here we go. I got him now.
Okay.
And we got a new shot too. We got a fun new shot. Oh, they just switched off. Well, this is another new shot. Man,
love that.
They're stepping the game up as we come back from break. Look at that. We're back to the flag shot. Oh my God, I'm very excited. We haven't seen the solo flag shot in a very long time. It's great. The production is flawless.
Wow, look at these transitions. We're really
whatever they're paying back, pay back more money.
It's not enough. It is not enough
money for back. Wow. That was pretty special. It's good to be back, everybody. I was feeling really down about this earlier today, and now I feel great.
Yeah, I feel less down about it.
Councilor Bergman.
Here.
Still pretty down.
Here.
Councilor King.
Here.
Yeah, I mean, it's never going to be good, but
this is going to be a real slog.
Here.
Councilor Hader.
Here.
Council Pasillo,
12U and
Council Russell,
12V.
Here.
Council Toomey,
Here.
and Mayor Petty.
Here. Okay, we have some awards to give out at the beginning of the meeting. We have Jess Burkett Little League and also District 4 softball team with us tonight.
And chat,
So
let me
we'll
know
bring
if
in Jess
the
Burkett,
volume's okay
first
on
to the
on everything.
meeting. You want to come on in to the front here?
We don't have Travis here at the start of the meeting tonight, so we're
Oh, look at this new
Is it
shot.
locked? Okay.
This is crazy.
see, this is the one. Yeah, and there's another one looking up into the gallery too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. The stream could go up a little bit, Bryan.
You got it.
Okay. So, yeah, right there's good. Come on in, squeeze in. So there's no doubt this is a very special team, aside from its state championship wins in a number of years in a row, 4 years in a row. And team has made it to the regionals and been undefeated this past season.
This is the
Four
start
of the
of the
girls
show,
on the team,
Yellow
first
Jackets.
baseman Jocelyn Bauman, and third base pitcher Sophia DeAndrea. Pitcher
They're going off
shortstop
to nationals.
Sophia DeValley, and second base
Do not fly over Alaska,
pitcher,
please.
Madsen Smith have played together on all the All-Star teams for the last 4 years. Congratulations to you. And this quartet has also won 4 consecutive Mass State championships in 10U and 12U play.
I mean, I can only speak for Roman, but he's
I
loved
also
it.
hope that your team
He's
remembers this
quite
experience in the
upset right
future,
now that
so you
I'm
recognize the importance
down in
of
the basement.
teamwork, working hard and playing hard, and the value in working together to be successful. So congratulations and best of luck to all your future endeavors. We have some certificates we'd like to hand out.
There's been a little
Post
shit.
over and you come on down here now.
He's been chasing the other cat.
Mm,
He's getting his balls chopped off on Thursday. We're
He knows
thinking
it's
that should
coming.
help.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you ready? We're going to start with Amaya Fablaze. You want her to go up to you, or you're here? Sophia DeAndrea. Coming up.
Did they ever think about presentation, like as a council? They need more
Sophia
staff
Rogers.
because
There, what are you
Jocelyn
doing?
Bauman. Should have sent you in order. Madison Smith.
like, why is Joe standing up on that, like the
Sophia
throne,
Carrero.
handing it down?
Thank you. Sophia Del Valle.
4 Sophias on this team.
Leah Becker. Jalen Butchico. Chloe Sergi. Annie Friend.
The woman
that
at
is-
this table in the middle is Marco.
That is Marco Cardellano, the Telegram reporter.
Hey, you know what? This would be a great spot to get a flex tonight.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
This is
yeah.
Rob Bauman. I'm Karen. Lou's not here today. No.
Ah, Lou,
Yes.
Wow.
how could you miss this?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Showing
Yep.
no dedication to this team.
Absolutely
Go ahead. You can
not.
go on that side too, I think.
Yeah. Hey, listen. Big news happened while we were gone.
No,
Neil McNamara canceled.
canceled. You left the patch. That's it's kind of sucks, man. He was really an anomaly as far as reporters at the patch go. Like, they aren't supposed to be that good.
No. Yeah. Yeah. It
so-
was incredible.
Yeah.
But we're obviously huge fans of his and hugely supportive of the move. Also, he needed to do what was
Yeah.
right for him. So, but hopefully, I don't know. We're trying to convince him to come on the show more.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, well-
we're gonna do our best to get him in here.
I don't think it's going to be the last we've heard of him.
No, certainly not. What else happened? Oh, the hot dog safari.
And to the parents too, congratulations.
What a
Have
good
fun
time.
Mamaru, 3rd year in a row. Officially retired from
Good luck
from
next year.
competition.
Yeah, he's just too good.
We raised
Thank you.
$10,000 for the Worcester County Food Bank.
So good.
Yeah.
It was a great event.
Yeah. It was a great.
Next
It
we
went
have
really
the,
well. Tom got sick, and we were really worried
Okay, let's bring
about
in District 4 softball.
how smooth that day was going to go, but
Coming in here tonight.
everyone pulled together, and it was a great day.
Oh my God, we're doing another one.
Okay. So this District 4.
Man, look
softball
at those
team
uncles.
comprises of players from
Wow.
District 4 who play for Jack Berry Little League, Jesse Paquette Little League, and Joe Swartz Little League.
Those are some pristine uncles
this
right
year,
there.
Mackenzie Snow and Lexi Garabedian.
It's
They won
sometimes
2 out of the
annoying that
3
Worcester is
play
good at
games,
sports.
along with their quarterfinal.
No, this is great for this team.
Those are some
semifinal game versus New Jersey 4-0.
Division One
Scored a
uncles.
total of 58 runs in 6 games and finished with a 4-2 record. And looking forward to 2020.
Good to see you too. So some
this time.
Thanks for being here.
Congratulations to the team.
Thanks for waiting for us, everybody.
the amount of History Channel watched by those 3 uncles is obscene.
Right now,
Just so much. From 6 to 10 p.m. every night of the week.
How's that?
Yeah.
00, Riley Cormier, who is not here.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone read up Worcester Sucks, the last piece, a little introduction to
Number
the
3, Izzy Llanos.
unelected
Also
and
not-
unaccountable body that actually controls the city. And we are watching a puppet sideshow of a bunch of
Aislinn Silva, number
narcissists.
6, she is not here. Clara Lee, number 10, also not here.
Hey, listen, Gio, you gotta be careful with those. When you put them things
Delina
on, you gotta
Berdini,
go
number
fast.
14, not
So,
here.
Yeah.
Ava Grant, number
you don't put on
29,
Kachow
also
glasses
not
when it
here.
ain't Kachow time.
We saved those for game day.
Number 9, Mackenzie Snow.
You know, their shirts,
11,
the dudes
Mia
are not
Girardi.
even uniforms. They just all happen to dress exactly the same.
Number 12, Braylon
Yeah.
Tucker.
It's just their life uniform, not
Yeah,
not
their
the team
stock
uniform.
life uniform.
Yeah. They all work for
Number
the same pest
13,
control
Lexi
company.
Garabedian.
Yep.
Number 21, Madison Snow.
I'm thinking back shoulder.
Number 22, Angelise Moore. Number 77, Sienna Lapamardo.
There's at least one Celtic cross.
And number
Between the
99,
three
Ava
bodies,
Quartermash.
Oh yeah.
And the coaches, Mr. Mark Garabedian. Mr. Chris Snow.
This guy over here on the right in the blue got to be the pitching coach. That's a pitcher's goatee if I ever seen one.
You'd say, yeah.
And the manager, Drew Quartermash.
Oh, that's a manager's goatee, is what that is. That's a goatee that establishes dominance.
District 4. This is why the toughest job.
Yeah, District 4. Yep, District 4 Administrator, Mr. Mike Cormier. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, it's hard to get too upset because it is very nice.
It's nice. I'm not hating on it.
But it is annoying that they started the meeting early just to do this.
Yeah, squeezing
Yeah.
everybody with everybody. in.
It's about to be 6:30.
Yeah.
Squeeze in, everybody.
Hey,
What's up, Travis? You made it, my man.
Hi, friends.
How were
yeah.
your prior obligations?
Julie Bowditch got me on a presenting committee for Paul DiPaolo, who's running for. I have to look it up again. I keep forgetting.
Governor's Council
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
70th year in a row.
What a
Thank you.
supporter! What a great supporter Travis is.
I shared the event. It was cool. I was there with Joe.
Good luck in the future.
How was
My
it?
girlfriend Katie walked by it and almost went in because she saw the food spread. So
She should have walked in.
yeah,
I would have had somebody cool to talk to.
Where was it, Trev?
Courthouse Brewery, which is a rad spot.
It is a great spot.
I sat there talking to Nellie Medina and Rob Bellotta.
Friends of the show.
Yeah.
Friends of the show. Friends of the
Two
show.
of our
both.
faves.
I don't know if this is breaking news, but Nelly is pretty damn gung ho to do another run.
Hell
To
yeah.
the surprise of no one.
Obviously.
Okay,
As well she should.
welcome back to the
Yeah.
meeting. First item of business is to approve the minutes of the June 25th, 2024. Roll call.
Council
That
Bergman.
was the last meeting.
June 25th.
Wasn't there another one between
Did we
then?
lose him?
I thought there was one in July.
He was there.
I feel like there was. There.
Might have
Or did it get
lost.
canceled?
We just have a weak internet connection. But.
Hold on, I got the
Okay, go ahead.
internet. I
Council
got the
Calorio?
agenda pulled up.
Yes.
Council Haji.
Yes.
Council
Yeah,
King,
June 25th
Councilmember
was the last.
Carlson?
That's crazy, dude.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Hada.
What a country.
Council Pasillo.
It's a nice
I've
break.
really enjoyed
Also-
writing about Worcester
Council
in
Toomey.
these 2
Yes.
months.
And
I think it's
Mayor
because there's been no city
Yes.
council. Right?
We should not take held up.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, the only one I've been notified so far is 14A, is being held by Council Caloria.
14A is going to be held by Council Calorio.
14A. Which one is that? I wonder.
Mr. Chair,
That
could
is
you
the
make
resolution
clarification for folks in the audience that they can still speak to it.
to support 25-mile-an-hour.
Okay,
Can you make
14.
a clarification that if it's held, the audience can still speak to it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I see. So if it's held, you can still speak to the item if you're down here for it. Okay.
Right, I'm going to take
Okay.
over, or are you good?
Okay. Public
we're-
participation. A person may speak for
we're,
no more than 2 minutes and any
good for
item
now.
appearing on the
Switch over in a little
agenda.
bit.
Give your name, city residence, and item number.
What did you hear, Trebler?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fred Nathan Worcester. Before I start, I just want to say, because I literally have 30-something items I could do, but I'm not going to. So I'm just going to give my
Thank God.
on it.
Do them all, Fred.
12L, yes. 12.
Why is he
yes.
doing this?
He does this because David Webb did it.
12P,
so funny.
yes.
He was
12X,
inspired.
Yes, but I'm just going to come back to this after. 12Y, yes. 13A, yes. 13J, yes.
Oh,
And 13,
You don't have a vote.
yes. It's going to come back to the WPI attempt to buy these properties.
It
I
ain't.
just want people to realize
It ain't an attempt.
that
They're
the
fucking
city
doing it.
gets
It's not an
WPI
attempt.
this
Yeah.
The city has no control over
You
this.
think you would have heard about
The
it before
estimated
it
value
was
right
done?
Now, the tax of actual income tax, real estate tax would come back into the city. They won't. And the actual monies that the people, when they go in there.
Oh
and
no,
get
I'm
taxed
Tim
on the room
Murray.
that they're
I
staying
made
in
a brokered deal with a
amounts to
nonprofit
right
developer, and now they're
$1.5
being a
million.
nonprofit
For those of you
developer.
that
Oh,
aren't
fuck.
counting, over a 10-year span, that's $15 million. We're always talking about cutting money from the schools. We're talking always about cutting money from the police, from the fire, from the every other place.
Yeah,
I
WPI
just
did
want
nothing
you to
wrong.
all
That's
be
how I
aware
feel.
that the fairy
They're just a
godmother is
developer.
not
That's what
gonna
all
come
colleges
in
are.
and tap a little wand and mysteriously the money's going to appear.
Dude,
I
Fred, you
hope people
suck.
realize
Shut
that
up.
we've got to stop WPI and all the other colleges. We've just been
How?
sweeping it under the carpet, like when Clark bought the old Duddy property. Hello, something has to be done. I don't know what's
Hello?
going to be done, but I don't
How
want
much
to be
do
in
the
your
colleges
place.
give to the city?
WPI
Next
gives
speaker.
$800,000 a
Your
year.
name, city residence, and item number.
My name is Adam Fielder.
Feels
I
like
live here in Worcester, and
nothing.
I only know. I
Yeah,
not only live
that's-
here. I work
For what
It
they
feels like they
own.
can afford more.
Yeah, I mean, tax the colleges. I'm all for that.
Dude, yeah.
Now,
Don't pretend like you can
drive
stop
everywhere
them from
25
buying
miles an hour.
hotels. Like
No,
this
and that's
is-
the
Anything
thing.
fast.
Yeah, I
You
like.
get everywhere you
Listen,
need
I
to
don't
go
want
at
them.
25 miles
I don't
an
want
hour.
them
Anything faster
acting
than
as
that, you're just
developers. I
stuck
don't
in
want them
traffic and waiting
expanding as
behind
if
red lights
under
and all
like
the rest of it.
I don't want them operating under
Completely
capitalist
unnecessary.
like
I'm here to talk about 14A.
like practices like they
For a
have
long
been.
time, this has
but
been proposed, this lowering of the speed.
No one that
This
is
has been
Fred
shown to
Nathan's not
communities
willing to
all
go
around the
there.
Commonwealth.
No.
But this actually does work. Now, the objection is that we could do the same thing with enforcing the current speed limit, but enforcement can only go so far. We have to have gentler roads if we're going to have gentler traffic. And what makes Worcester drivers different than drivers in the surrounding towns is our roads. It's the state of the roads, it's the size of the roads. And after the last month, which we've seen with pedestrian deaths and with all the accidents which have happened, I think that it's way past time to move. You know, we've had our moment of deliberation. Now we're getting into the territory which can only be called negligence. The city has to move on this, and it has to move.
Yeah,
right
Adam
away.
Thicker's
We
really
have a
good.
perfectly good traffic department, which is making
rules.
perfectly good recommendations, and those recommendations should be acted on immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name, city residence, and item number?
Hi, my name is Oliver Chadwick. I'm a Worcester resident. I'd also like to support item 14A. In a period of about 6 weeks, 5 pedestrians were hit on our streets, including 13-year-old Gianna Rose Simoncini, who was tragically
Disagree.
killed.
I've never seen a
I'm
four-leaf clover in
frustrated
real
by the
life.
slow movement of the council in responding to the crisis on our streets. Choosing to delay or do nothing is a choice, and it has consequences in the continued death and injuries on our streets. Reducing the speed limit to 25 miles per hour is one of the rare policies with no apparent downsides. In Boston, it reduced dangerous speeding above 35 miles per hour by 30%. And in Portland, it reduced it by 47%. Those are the speeds that are most likely to kill our vulnerable road users, like young pedestrians. And so what are the possible concerns anyone could have with this policy? Will it slow down travel time? That's not what the evidence shows.
I don't know if anybody knows him, but
When
Oliver
this has
looks
been
so
done
much like Derek Ring. It's crazy.
in other communities,
Derek
it
who?
does not impact
Derek
travel
Ring. He's
time.
a
So
artist,
that should
Worcester
not be an
dude.
issue.
Well, he lives in Providence
Will it
now.
be
But
expensive? No.
I don't know, Derek.
There's a
Worcester
one-time
classic.
cost of putting signage
Derek
is
up
rad,
and
dude.
enforcement that you were going to do anyway.
I was told for years
So
that I
you
needed
get,
to know
you
Derek,
one
and it
time,
took
and then
to
forever
a
you
party
have
at
the benefit of
Shaun's
this
house for me to
policy.
finally meet him.
right there,
Will it be
I got a
ineffective?
Derek
Is it
Ring
bad
original
enforcement?
on the
Oh,
wall.
nice.
That issue is orthogonal to this discussion. The speed limit, any speed limit, will be
Orthogonal?
ineffective if you don't enforce
Orthogonal?
it. So we can have
That birds?
lack of enforcement at 30 miles an hour or lack of enforcement at 25 miles an hour. We should increase enforcement, but the speed limit should be lower. Will more tickets be written? I sure hope so. That's what you're calling for when you're asking for more enforcement, for more tickets to be written so that the people's behavior is, so we encourage better behavior. Are we
I'm surprised we
forging a
don't have
risky
more
path?
traffic cameras.
No, 79 other Massachusetts communities have implemented it,
Yeah.
including fellow gateway cities like Lowell, Springfield, Pittsfield, and Holyoke.
Giving citations
This
off
is
a
not new.
traffic camera is illegal in Massachusetts.
I'm very happy that there
Is
are
it?
other agenda items
Yeah.
expressing support
did not know
for
that.
raised crossings. And
Like, you know how
pedestrian
Providence, you get a
boundaries. We
ticket if you run a red
absolutely do
light.
those things.
Camera.
Oh, it's all over
It will
Europe. You
take
can do
much
it.
more time,
Mm.
and I would encourage
illegal
the
in
council to
Mass.
significantly boost funding for DTM and to support their efforts to do those things within the Vision Zero.
Hey.
That's good for
framework.
me.
And
You don't
in the
bite.
meantime, we
That's an
pass
illegal
the
driver.
small priority. Thank you.
As someone that likes to break the law,
What's your name and city
Refuse.
residence and item number?
Andrew Piazza, City of Worcester, and I'm here to speak in support of item 14A. Does anybody think it's absurd that we used to design spaces without consideration for people with disabilities? This is an example of something that used to be normal that we can now look back on and agree was wrong. Now, if there's anybody in this room who's an advocate of removing the elevator in City Hall, I stand corrected. But I can
Donna
see your
Calorio,
point. Maintaining
absolutely.
an elevator
Yeah.
is costly. What with inspection,
It's about the
repairs,
historical
the
character.
electricity it takes to run the elevator. I don't use it, so why should my tax dollars go toward building and maintaining an elevator in City Hall? Perhaps the better question is, how am I discriminated against because there is an elevator in City Hall? I think we can all step outside of a self-centered perspective and admit why accommodating people with disabilities is important, even if we don't currently have a disability. Now, I'm a driver in the city of Worcester, and I keep asking myself, as a driver, how am I discriminated against if the speed limit is reduced to 25? The best thing I can come up with is that it might take me 1 minute and 10 seconds longer to get to work. I know
My need for
that
speed
sounds
is a
horrific.
medical condition.
Until you realize that currently,
Listen,
now,
I
in
drive like a
Worcester,
psycho. I
there are
admit it.
several people
But I'm willing
in
to accept the
comas from
consequences of my
crashes where speed
actions.
was a factor. Some others have died
Or-
this
Let the
year.
creator good.
If this governing
Or
body has already
the
taken
reality of
speeding
circumventing the
seriously,
law.
instead of delaying much needed evidence-based changes, these victims might
see more
only be
distracted
needing minor
driving
physical
than I
therapy instead of
see,
brain surgery and lifelong disability.
Yes.
Or maybe
aggressive
some of these
driving.
crashes
I
never
see a
would
lot
have
of, I
happened.
see
I will
less,
acknowledge
like
that
the
reducing
speed is a
speed
problem.
limit to
People's speed
25
is in
not
general
the
a problem.
Only one single
But
policy is going to solve everything. Yes, we do need
The
highly
aggressiveness
visible
as far
traffic
as like
enforcement. And I
not
hope this
waiting
body will
for
consider
people,
enhancing
not
enforcement
like,
where they can,
you
in
know,
addition to
bombing
supporting
around a
traffic
car
calming
that's
measures and
stopped
complete
for somebody in a
streets
crosswalk. I
principles.
see it every fucking
The
day.
strategy to
yeah,
focus
that's
too
fucked
heavily on
so
any
crazy.
one effort is at risk of failure. So I hope you'll support item 14.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
Thank you.
it's obviously I'm joking about
Name
how
three
I drive.
residents' number?
I would, I'm so paranoid about other, no, like seeing like other drivers like crossing, like, you know, in front of me when they don't see the person around. Like I get so, you can ask Jess, I'm constantly screaming in my car at other people for driving like fucking assholes because
Psychos.
it's crazy when stupid accidents happen for no good reason. And every one of these, we just lose the stream.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's frozen for me.
You want to pull it up? Can't get it to start.
I'll see if it's your computer. I'll check.
Those children.
I have the link if you want.
So I think 14A is really a no-brainer. And I agree with
Oh, okay.
12D, 11D, and 11E. And also for 12B, 12P rather, my dyslexia still, for the garbage bags. Sometimes you fill a garbage bag.
Oh my God, I can't believe we're going to talk about the fucking trash bags.
And you stuff it in there. And what a horror to go there
What a
late
horror.
that day, and it's still there. And it's leaking now.
Whenever somebody, if I'm in a
We don't
crosswalk and
pay
somebody
our
like drives
trash.
through it,
I
I
don't.
try and hawk a loogie into their window.
I've only had
Oh.
that happen
You'd be
once.
amazed at how many
But as I
times
walk down
people
the
are doing
street,
that with their
I
windows
often see
open,
one or two
and how many
bags
people have
flying.
hit.
I think it's a health hazard.
That's so sick.
I think
That is pretty sick.
we have
Welcome. I
big,
did it one time. I
strong
did it in
men
Boston. This guy,
on
blew,
our
his window wasn't
garbage
open, but I got one right on the windshield.
And,
And as he was driving by me, I
well,
realized it
sorry,
was
that was
another
12Y.
comedian on the show that I was
And
going to.
12P.
And
I think
I was
we
like,
should honor the men who
that's going to be
help the
awkward.
police
And he
officers
came
up
outside
in the
and
cruiser,
did not
in
speak
the
to me for
car.
like a half an hour.
That's
He was
awesome.
scared to
I
talk
think
to me.
it's the right thing
And then he
to
came
do.
up and he was like, "Hey, did I almost hit you in the crosswalk earlier?" I was like, "Oh yeah, that was you." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm really sorry about that."
Grace
Like,
Ross
sorry I hawked a
and
loogie on your
Oxford
window, but
Street, Worcester.
that's standard policy, pal.
So
Yeah.
Like, no,
be very
I deserved
technical
it.
'cause
I
of short
deserved it.
time. 23A, the ordinance related to constables.
John Powers told me one time he
Um,
threw a full medium
I've
donkeys in
sent
somebody's car in
extensive
Kelly
emails
Square
to
because they
all
cut him
of
off.
the city
He just
council.
hucked it in there like a grenade and it
We
exploded.
know that the
Fire in the
constable that we
hole.
spent
Fire in the hole,
almost
baby.
a year trying to get the
I've
Worcester
never done
police
that,
to
but
deal
I
with,
definitely
who
lost my
turned out to
shit
be out
on
of
two women that blocked
Fitchburg,
the box over by my
was
studio.
operating fraudulently, illegally
And
the whole
they
time
knew
on
exactly
top of
what
all
they
the
were
other
doing, and they
things
pulled in
because he had
slow to block the
a
crossway.
bond that he
Oh,
had
Jesus.
given the document to the city of Fitchburg, and it was
Yeah,
fraudulent.
you get a bad
And
crossing.
we identified it, we tracked it down, and
at
we
your
have sworn
studio,
statements
and I've
Dude,
heard you
right
yell at
now.
people
talked to the
multiple
bonding company
times.
that they'd never heard of him. And
That's
if
my
you
game.
look at
I like
that
to
in
yell
the
at people. I yelled at
documents
somebody
gave
today. I was
to
in the
city
what's
councilors,
left of
you
our
will
crosswalk.
see that he
They
didn't
redid our road,
co-sign
and
his
there's no
bond
crosswalk
because
now.
he was
I'm gonna go out
doing
there
it
with spray paint.
digitally and downloaded
I shouldn't
it.
say
Yeah.
that
So
publicly.
we need
See your own
written
crosswalk.
signatures from the city and written
I
signatures
genuinely
from the
had a
constables,
dream
and
about it
that would
during
have
my
been caught
afternoon
by the
nap
city of
that I was going to go
Fitchburg,
out there with a
and
can
we
of
would
spray
not
paint.
have families, homeless
I
people whose
always
lives have
think
been
about
essentially
like
not
it'd
just
be cool to
displaced,
have
but
like a
potentially permanently
cooler or like a
harmed
mini fridge
if
like
the
powered
city of
into your car
Fitchburg
and
had
just keep
been
a chocolate
double
milkshake
checking and
or a red slushy
signing
like
with a
on
wedding
hand at all times. And
signature.
if somebody
And
does
that
something
has to
fucked up,
happen
you
here
just
when
you just
we, the people of
whip it
Worcester,
at their
have
car.
suffered because
So
of the
sick.
failure of the city of Fitchburg to do that. As to the language of the ordinance itself, I've given you a lot of
Pretty bad
background in
system.
the
It's
materials
not
I've
good.
sent you, but it opens saying that it needs to be in accordance
Twitch
with
stream is
GL Chapter
outperforming the city's
41,
live stream.
sections
Pretty sick.
91
Love
and
that.
91B.
Love that.
Besides
18
the
to
fact
14.
that way of
Love to see
naming
it.
them
Love
is
to see
not,
it.
does not
Love to see
name a
it.
law actually in the Mass General laws. We believe that it should cover all of the sections related to
Yeah, I definitely thought you were going to use
constables,
a
that,
fridge
for
so that it
instance,
was
the section
smell proof, so
related
you can
to
just keep
bonding
milk in,
would
but it
be
wasn't
part of the
refrigerated.
relied upon laws
I mean,
in
I
the
guess it would
section.
seal,
So it
yeah.
should say Chapter 41, sections 91 through 98. So the city is responsible to all of the relevant sections of Massachusetts general laws, especially including the bonding one, which is 92. Also,
She's gonna get the
we
bell
feel
here soon.
strongly, besides the issue of signatures and digital, avoiding making everything digital so it's too easy. I mean, you look at
Can you wrap up your comments?
There's
how
the-
many
Called it.
major hacking of major companies. We don't need to digitize everything here. Right now, we
Companies,
can't even get
you-
some of the licenses. we've
your
asked
birth
for in the
certificate, your
public
social
record.
security
And
number got
the
hacked.
last thing
All of us are hacked.
is that the 1 to 3 years, yes, brings it in compliance with state law, but we need a real complaint system with real accountability, with the ability to rescind licenses, and that
Thank you,
it should
Grace.
be
I appreciate it.
expected to be done
Thank you. I
when a
appreciate it.
constable violates a
Thank you.
statute.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ooh. I kind of dig this new setup
Good
where they
evening.
make people
My
wait
name
in
is
line.
Kaskayao, 51 Gage Street. I run some after-school program with a lot of activities in the city of Worcester. When I moved over here to
and
Worcester to be
Geo
one
and
of
the
saviors
the
city in
constables
the
that are
country, which of course it is.
serving their
For the
foreclosures,
past
not
few
being
years,
technically legally allowed to
accidents
do it
and,
in Worcester,
traffic have been very terrible.
but no one being interested
Few
in
weeks
actually holding
ago,
them
one of my
like to account
kids,
for it.
Going
Yeah,
home.
it's been a thing for like a
across
year, maybe a year and a half.
Shrewsbury Street, just 2 minutes to our house.
Council's
She
just
got
like,
hit.
I'm gonna ignore that.
And as we speak right
La la
now,
la 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 la.
she had a brain injury and she's staying in coma. Knowing Shrewsbury Street does have a lot of restaurant and pedestrian will be all over that area, but the speed limit over there was so hard. So tonight I'm supporting your 14A that
Oh shit.
appealing that the city or the council can do something about it by reducing the speed limit on that all over the city to 25. Not only that, 2 years ago on Stafford Street, one of the immigrant kids were killed again by a traffic candidates, if you remember. When I started the program, one of the kids that also graduated went to Quincy, coming in the evening, right on Grafton Hill. He got hit, and today he's wheelchair bound. So
Shit.
I'm asking you, reducing the speed limit, I don't think it will hurt, but it will save lives. And I'm appealing in collaboration.
Would there still be roads designated 45?
Yeah.
It's just that the general speed limit is 25 now.
The general speed limit is 25, and then state roads and highways
will not even have
be
a
exempt.
speed limits
Are
or
exempt, yeah.
rules on the traffic in their country. We continue to teach them how to cross the road, how to use the
Somebody had
transporting.
posted
It's
a
an educational
comprehensive
process.
list of all of the
But
roads that
if
are exempted.
the speed limit is reduced to 25,
Yeah, I think I want to say that Tal posted it on Twitter
better.
yesterday
Yeah.
or
I
today.
want to
But
yield to
like if it has a
Michael
route
tonight,
number,
and I
there's a
ask
good way to
that
think
you
about it.
please
If it has a
make
route
this
number,
serious.
it's not
Thank you.
going to be.
I should say
25.
too, September 4th, Traffic and Parking will be meeting on this issue. If people want to come in and testify, you're more than welcome. Thank you, Costa.
Donna's like,
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
shut up, Joe.
I'm
Juliet.
Juliet Bible. I live on Ashmore Road in Worcester. I am also here to support 14A. Honored to follow Casco in these remarks. I just would only add that I drive these roads, I walk these roads, I run these roads, and now I bike them thanks to the improvements on Mill Street. And I stood here before just a few months ago in defense of those improvements on Mill Street. I am here to say the same thing. Change is hard. The last few days, I have been practicing driving 25 miles per hour, and it's not easy to break a habit. But I am willing to do so because I am so tired of pedestrians being hit and killed. I am so tired of the fear, the low-level terror you experience when trying to use our roads in anything but a car, and sometimes even in a car. And I'm really tired of watching cars ignore school bus stop signs and blow through them on their way to Paxton or Holden or wherever.
Oh, I watch
Honestly,
people
are driving
light up
faster,
the sign
they are
on
driving
Mill
more
Street.
recklessly and more selfishly, and we need a change. So
I
please,
saw
a
51 last
25
night.
mile per hour citywide speed
Wow,
limit, 20 miles per hour where we need it most.
It flashes
All the
at
road
40.
calming measures that
That's
DTM
crazy to do that.
recommends toward towards
on Mill Street
clean and
now.
safe streets. And I thank the DPM.
That used to be the norm.
In the face of so
Right.
much
I haven't
resistance
seen
to
cops
change,
on Mill
please
Street,
let us
and I
not
travel Mill
have
Street
that
multiple
resistance to
times a
change.
day.
Keep our pedestrians in danger and hold
I
our
see 'em
city
out there.
back.
I haven't
City
seen anybody
Manager, thank
pulled
you
over.
for your commitment to ending traffic violence, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. What's your name? Say your residence.
Hi, my name is Jennifer DeRogers. I'm here about 12M and 12L. My son was hit on Pleasant Street 2 days before school ended, June 11th, 2021. I worked 1 hour away. It was the day after my birthday. I let my kids skip school.
And tell mom,
You
just
imagine if
own
that
being
was
a
the last time
killjoy.
I saw my son was on my birthday.
It's fine.
The injuries he sustained were
I was talking about it in regards to the traffic enforcement part of it.
Stopped, the lights were
But,
out, the stick
you know,
was out, the bus was stopped.
I'll take that
100%.
criticism.
His friends had made it across the street, but Cy didn't, safely anyway. He was hit by a landscaping van at 45 miles an hour that neglected to stop, that continued to drive on and didn't realize he even hit my son. The landscaping van itself without equipment in it is around 3,500 pounds. Imagine being a 12-year-old boy getting hit at 45 miles an hour. And I know it was 45 miles an hour because in that man's statement to the police officers, he stated that he was driving 45 miles an hour. It took me over an hour to get to my son, and that was the longest hour I've ever lived in my entire life. It took them 2 hours to let me see my son because there were so many specialists working on him. He was in and out of consciousness. He was medically induced in a coma. He was in ICU for over 2 weeks in 24-hour care in Boston. My son is alive today. He's doing amazing in school, and he's one of those people that survived this city and crossing it. And I live on Pleasant Street. I've lived there for over 30-something years. My kids go to the same schools I've gone to and live in the same neighborhood. And it's not fun and it's not fair for kids to go into summer, right before summer, seeing their friend get hit. I made sure that there was counselors to tend to the children who actually saw my son. It was 3 of my son's friends that ran down the street to get my dad. My dad was the second to be there because in front of him was the woman, Andrea, who works at Memorial. She was helping the kids to keep Silas conscious while first responders were on their way. Imagine my dad trying to pick up his grandson off the ground, screaming. You know, my dad almost got hit that day trying to get my son. So by the time I come in, finally get to Worcester, they're not sure my son's gonna make it. He had severe concussion, bleeding on the brain, broken clavicle, severe lacerations. After he was out, he had appointments every 2 days. Boston Children's, Westboro, OTs, PT, every specialist you could think and blink of. And I tell you, things need to change. Like I said, I've been in this neighborhood 30-something years. My senior year was shit. I'm telling you, excuse my French, but instead of worrying and like being excited about graduation, I had 2 friends die at the airport Rotary. And that month I was supposed to be looking forward to graduating. I was going to wakes and funerals. These kids don't need to do this. This needs to stop. And in 2008, another friend of mine, right at the airport Rotary, I live 6 houses past that. I walk that street. My kids walk that street. There used to be a crossing guard crossing Pleasant Street. I don't know whatever happened to that because there's not one anymore. Growing up, my dad was a crossing guard, so I know for a fact Worcester used to have a crossing guard crossing Pleasant Street along with Mower. So I'm glad for giving me the space and the time to hear my voice, and I hope my voice has been heard today because 3 years ago, my voice was heard, and it was Mo Bergman that made the change in the traffic on Pleasant Street. But since then, nothing has happened. I do have a blinking light, which is the first response for people to slow down coming from Paxton. That light hasn't been replaced since the 60s or 70s. It's barely blinking, and Worcester ended up disconnecting it, and it was turned off for a period of time. My dad had to call city officials, beg and plead for them to turn it back on. All I am asking is for an updated crosswalk. Why is it not fun and fair? Because, it's considered highway. Tannic has them, Flag Street has them, May Street has them. We have proof that kids are dying in our area. There's ever since 2000, late 1990s, every year there's a death within a mile radius from my house just because of cars, just because of speeding, people being negligent. This needs to stop. We need to stop burying people. My son's medical bills are anywhere from $700,000 to $1 million right now. And that's one surviving kid. And that's one kid that's going to school and has college credits and it's become amazing. We're lucky we have that child still here today. Thank you for your time.
Names to your residence and item
My
number?
name is Eugene Drosha. I was the grandfather of that kid that got hit.
That particular day, he got hit. The guy in the van was texting. That was not on a police report. He was speeding. He did not get a ticket. There was a puddle of blood 2x3 when I got up there, and my grandson was in a state of shock. I grabbed his hand. I said, squeeze it if you know that I'm there. He squeezed my hand. He was in a state of shock. I don't know if he even realized that I was there. And another thing, they drug tested the bus driver, and they did not drug test the guy that hit my grandson. They have to make changes. They desperately have to make changes because, I mean, the police department has to follow through on what they got to do too, because they didn't follow proper protocol that day. They never got him for texting, and they never did a drug test. I could ask for a toxicology report. The police department can't give me one. I could ask for phone records. They can't give me them, I'm sure. I got a docket of 120 pages.
No way.
If you want to see it at any point in time, I thank you guys. I'm all set for what I have to say. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you.
I can't copy that link. Does anybody have the power to copy that link?
We can pull it off
Karen
Twitch
Valentine
itself.
Boyce, Worcester resident, and I just want to acknowledge that it's I'm coming at this from a very different perspective.
Also, not the
and,
point, but
very
that grandfather
emotional,
was cool as
testimony
hell.
that
Yeah, he seems
pretty
real
he was
cool.
pretty
I
sick,
speak
yeah.
tonight in support of item 14A to
that
expedite
he's asking for a
adoption
drug
of the
test and a
25 mile an hour statutory speed limit and establishment of 20
Don't drug
mile
test a
an hour
landscaper.
the hold on this, I really wish this item was not held. Does not feel appropriate. I plan to speak at the Traffic and Parking Committee now scheduled for next week.
I hope Donnie gets
urge
fucking
all the
hammered for
councilors
this
to
at that
review For
meeting.
the first time or again, the DTM presentation from the district meetings now available on their webpage. It will remind you that traffic violence does not impact our community.
Yeah, I don't know.
equitably,
It's
the
hard to
harshest
say
impact on
what
population
the
groups
line looks like. I don't know if
older
anyone's in the room.
those with low income people and people
was
of
trying to
color
just
and
bring
in
it up,
environmental
but
justice neighborhoods.
They want me
which
to
has
sign
been
up for next door to see this, and I
horrifyingly
don't want to sign
demonstrated
up for
by
next
the
door, so now it's in our
recent
chat,
children and young
which you
people
should
on
be able to
Melican,
click
Belmont,
on.
and Shrewsbury streets.
Oh, I have a
The
next
Dutch
door
people
queue.
called this child murder when they started advocating for safer streets decades ago. Lowering this citywide speed limit has been shown to lower overall speeds and the highest speeds. Claiming Worcester is different and the approach won't work here is false and frankly a smear on Worcester residents. But I want to
Classic
speak
Worcester,
about a
though.
larger issue, and my target is more than the people in front of me. It includes all city residents as well. What I see in this agenda is one, many petitions and orders that reflect the longtime practice of substituting counselors and residents' opinions about transportation solutions for that of the transportation professionals in the administration. And two, a one-off approach to what's being done right now in the Vision Zero planning and collaborations like Safe Routes to School to create systematic change for systemic problems. The term best practice does not mean only infrastructure geometry. It equally means how decisions are made and how solutions are implemented. The appropriate council role here is not to request specific safety solutions or bypass systematic planning processes. Appropriate roles are describing safety problems you see or your constituents tell you about, passing evidence-based policies, and most importantly, funding solutions. DTM's implementation budget is a fraction of what they need and what other communities allocate. I call on you to work with the city manager to develop a long-term funding approach that will strategically pull together local, state, and federal funds to implement solutions that slow vehicles, encourage multimodal travel, and make it possible for everyone to safely reach destinations. Meanwhile, vote to pass the two speed limit related proposals when they come before this body.
Hey.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, he is blaming me
Name
for his
the city
magazine
residents and other
subscriptions.
One
Curtis
of
Stratton, the
us.
City of Worcester. I'm speaking in
That's
support of
awesome.
item
Eric.
14A. I'm sincerely disappointed to see this held, as well as seeing items previously that have been held on our agenda. This seems to follow a pattern of behavior of delay.
Hey,
Continue to delay action, simply put, means that
don't
people will
eat my
needlessly die
cords.
due to motor vehicle crashes. As others have said, there's no real required by our city to protect our residents.
You do not do
I
that.
recall in a previous city council meeting, the question came up about what about the motorists? What about them? They are not vulnerable road users. According to the definition set in the Act to Reduce Traffic Fatalities by the Commonwealth, vulnerable road users include people walking, biking,
He's ungovernable.
roadside workers, people using wheelchairs, personal mobility devices, people using scooters, skateboards, roller skates, people on horses in horse-drawn carriages, and people operating farm equipment on the roadway.
I watched a lady today on Mill Street pull behind the new barriers or the new flex poles and like sneak her car in, thinking that the flex poles were there to protect her car, right in the middle of a bike lane.
Especially those who are more vulnerable. Actions such as this and a number of other items on the agenda that improve traffic safety are common sense and pragmatic actions that you, our elected officials, can take. While enforcement is often cited as a solution, it is just one tool in our toolbox. Improved road designs and policies, including a reduction of the speed limit that's there 24/7, 365, sun, rain, or snow, is significantly more effective and significantly safer. Further, this allows our police to use their time more efficiently and respond to more urgent safety issues as they occur. While I recognize that some folks may have issues adjusting to change, as others have said, change can be hard. We need to make changes in our road design, speed limits, and none of us want to see more individuals needlessly killed. The data shows that this reduction will not increase congestion and will improve survivability in the event of an accident. I ask that you not let perfect be the enemy of the good, and again, delays will cost lives. Please pass these measures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, Eric.
Way to go, Eric.
My name is Sue Mailman, Worcester, and have a school committee hat on this moment. And I'm thinking about maybe many of you this week pass by bus stops and also pass by schools with a ton of parents coming to pick up and drop off. I wonder if we set a safer plan in this city, if maybe we'd have more parents. I'd love to see it put their kids on the buses and trust that system so that when they're waiting at a bus stop with 20, 30, I was on North Street this morning off of Prescott every day. And there's
good connection to
a ton
try
of kids
here.
there, and they're coming from multiple places and they're crossing multiple streets, and many kids have to drop a lot. So all of these things that the department is trying to put in place, I think are exceptional, and we need to make progress and stop holding, as the gentleman said. 79 other communities at 25 miles an hour, Lowell, Holyoke, Pittsfield, and Springfield. I mean, we're there. All of these things are going to send a message to the public. I too am participating in although I'm doing 30 miles an hour, not 25 so far. And I want you to think about
an honest answer.
And lastly, I just wanted to make a comment to the city manager and ask him to please work with WPI and the president yourself so that we come to a solution. I was told by the guy that taught me how to drive.
This is in Connecticut, that I should just drive 30 and every 25 because they're basically the same.
President Wong is an exceptional leader. And
I mean, no, that's not right.
When I'm reading in the paper, it is clear we don't have all the facts at our disposal. Both mayors,
you know why? Because he's a little bug.
And
he's been swatted with magazines, and he said,
had
quote,
things in there.
I think I'm pretty sure who it is. One of the bills has a big tip off.
And of course,
he even calls himself a journalist, but he's far from that.
Thank you.
10 out of 10 times when somebody in Worcester says something like that, they're talking
I'm a resident
about.
of District 2 in Worcester, and I also work in District 2. I'm speaking in favor of 14A, although it has been held. As a new parent, I'm here
Who is a
ask
journalist
to take
decider?
basic steps to protect my daughter. In District 2 alone, one child has died and two others, including a toddler, have been severely injured by drivers this summer. I won't take my daughter for walks or bike rides in this city because it's unsafe. As the new school year has just started, I'm
Patty's a friend of the
especially
show as
worried
well.
about kids crossing Belmont Street to get to the community school. Reducing the city speed limit to 25 miles per hour is one common sense measure you can take right now to send a message to the drivers who speed down Belmont Street, Shrewsbury Street, and Park Avenue, and the little side street I live down. Maybe it's symbolic, but it costs you nothing, and it shows that you care about the public safety. I want to close by quoting from a campaign mailer I received in 2023 from at-large Councillor Donna Colorio. It says, Colorio advocates for safe neighborhoods and quality of life. The 25 miles per hour speed limit change has been delayed in Colorio's Traffic and Parking Committee for months. That means you have delayed making my neighborhood safe and
This lady
delayed
rules.
improving the quality of life for me, my daughter, and all the other vulnerable residents of this city. Now, tonight, you've delayed a simple vote of support on the 25-mile-per-hour change without any explanation. I can't wait to see what half-truths will appear on mailers next time you're up for election.
Oh,
The City Council's
yeah.
time to act on this common-sense public safety measure is now.
All
before
right.
the
Instant
next
clip. This is a
death
clip
or
moment
injury.
right here.
Common sense solutions to neighborhood problems in the name of public safety now.
This is like, you know, too. So
you
September
fool.
4th, you can come in for the traffic and parking. One of the
He's
reasons why
dogging
we're
her
waiting,
out
we're
so
waiting for
bad
the
right
survey
now.
at
This
the
is
council
really
Yeah,
before.
come to her meeting. Let her hear it again. Tell her again. Make sure you show up early. Get your spot. Come over hell again.
And I'll speak very briefly to, in opposition to 23A, if we pass 23A, it removes the last shred of opportunity for public input to the appointment or reappointment of constables in Worcester, and we should be going in the opposite direction to have some opportunity, to have some process for public input concerning the qualifications and the history of the constables that are up for appointment or reappointment. The law, as I read it, the intent of the law is that there should be a process of the city council approving, or not of the city approving a appointment of a constable, and not have it be just a rubber stamp. So in addition, the practice that we have now of allowing courts to appoint constables outside the city's process is something that we should look at again, given the recent history of the housing court of holding closed meetings, not open to the public, in which issues like this have been decided. So I ask you to not pass 23A.
Thank you.
I mean, good comment, but really killed the momentum for after that last one. This is not good show flow.
I'm just going to be brief and quick. My name is Richard Wigan from Liscombe Street. I was here a few months ago. I'm the one that filed the petition for the no parking. It's gotten extremely worse up there. I've had called the police many times about it, and I've been ignored by multiple officers. Now the guy on Shrewsbury Street is making it unsafe for me to even get out of my road because of how he's parking in the no handicaps. The no parking zone at the corner is very dangerous. I almost got clipped several times trying to pull out, and this guy refuses to move his vehicle. I'm asking that you please amend my petition to include that so that we can address that issue as well, because many people have almost got killed because of the guy putting his vehicle there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. What's your name and city of residence?
David Webb, City of Worcester. Yes to traffic calming measures, the 25-mile limit.
So my cat must have taken a poop in here at some point
Our manager said that public safety was not
during the hour we've been on here, because I went out and it smelled like beautiful tacos. I came back in and oh my God, does it smell like cat shit in
can
here.
make up the rules as it goes.
Wow.
I'm looking forward to some clarity here. Yes to 11J, Spanish translation of the rules.
Well,
Why
you
doesn't
know,
this exist
I was,
already, and
you know,
why
I
doesn't
got
this Spanish-
slowly immune to
11T,
it,
asking for
inoculated.
donations from schools for firefighter gear. Didn't we just increase police funding?
Bear runs the
9%?
house. What are you gonna do?
12B, Y, and Z.
He does
Yes.
run the house.
Why can't we get trash
And that's
bins?
why I'm
We're the
pro
second
dog.
largest city in New England. Let's act
What,
like
dogs
it.
poop?
Yeah, but
Dogs poop, Travis. You have to admit that dogs poop.
He's pretty good about pooping outside, and when he doesn't,
All
it
I'm saying-
doesn't stink up a
A
room.
method to document
All I'm
spectrum
saying,
complaints already exists at a state level, and it's better for people to report it directly to.
Brian, I'm really
City
sad that
manager has
the
made it clear
Spectrum
that he doesn't
News
listen to advisory
coverage of the
boards.
hot dog
Let's
safari
not waste any time
included the
recreating
visual of my Trump
15
impersonation, but not the
Tentatively,
audio.
a good idea.
They're cowards.
Yes,
What
on
can I say?
13G,
They're
creating a
cowards.
civic
These
academy.
are the best
It's
hot
very
dogs
unclear
in
who
Massachusetts.
actually has
No,
power
the
or
nation. Nope.
responsibility in this
Many
room.
people are saying
So
these are the
civic
best hot
academy to
dogs in the
educate people
entire
on the various
world.
departments and services they provide is a great idea. 18A, quality of life. Did you know that there's 400?
We love our beautiful hot dogs.
We love our beautiful Mamaroo. Many people are saying
Mama.
Mama
Mamaroo.
Mamaroo. He's
fund
not even a
again instead
mama.
of
Many
actual
people find this confusing.
23A, constables. This agenda item should be tabled again. The city
I
has
just
remained
thought about it. The
unable or
last time
unwilling
we
to
watched
provide
the city
public
council
records, but it
meeting,
would appear
Joe
that the manager
Biden
is not
was
in compliance
the
with existing ordinances.
Democratic.
Updating
I
it
know.
does not fix
Before
the
you logged
problem
on, Travis said this is our first
court
meeting
shut
back
its
since
doors
the
to
vibe
public
shift.
and does not protect residents, but you can. The interim chief.
It hasn't
claims
trickled
that his
down to
hands are
Worcester
tied,
yet.
even though he did the background check and his officers provided the cuffs. Your hands are not tied. I think it's noteworthy that we have one counselor asking for recognition of someone who got Worcester into national headlines in the same meeting as a request to consolidate recognition of someone who did that in the 1800s. I visited the Major Taylor Museum this morning. It's lovely, inspiring, and I asked the friendly person at the front counter if they knew where they'd be moved to in the library.
Is he
or if
saying that he
anyone
got
knew
Worcester into the
The
national
answer was no
headlines?
and no.
In the
So no,
in the
let's not move the
1800s.
museum to the city
Is
building
he
with recently
is he
increased
claiming
police
headline valor right now?
However,
Okay, can you wrap up your comments, please?
yes. Lastly, Elm Park. There's a pylon screwed to a bridge. So 13.
I'm tired of these people. I'm tired of the tangle of their
Connolly
lives.
Jr., as previously requested 3 years ago and 8
I
times
guess
since then.
Major Taylor
I'm with
was
Bergman.
what
This is
like
ridiculous.
the end of. I don't know.
Okay.
Saying like the 1800s for Major Taylor seems disingenuous.
Hello, my name is Jacob Seidel. I live in
Yeah.
Worcester. I help run the
Way
local
more
conversation
1900s
for farm
coded.
towns in Worcester.
Bicycles in
I'm
general
here to
are
speak
way
in
more
support of item
1900s coded.
14A, reducing citywide speed limits and establishing safety zones, as well as
Not one
subdividing
person
using
spoken out
internet
against
measures
the
to make our streets safe and
25
productive for
mile per hour
everyone.
speed limit here.
We all know that reducing
What would you
speed limits
say?
will
We got one
end
coming
traffic violence. It's a small step in the correct direction, which must urgently
saddest
be
man who ever
implemented
lived.
and then be supported
Oh,
by
there he
changes
is,
to
yeah.
the physical infrastructure of our city over time. Education, enforcement, and speed limits provide
It looks
pressure
like the
against
cartoon of
excessive
Alfred
speed.
Hitchcock,
We do
Hitchcock
need to go
from Alfred
further,
Hitchcock
create
Presents.
physical barriers to speeding, which means we need to quit with
That
delaying the
is a
holding,
deep cut.
scheduling, and get to work.
If
The
it's
honest
just for
fact
me,
of
it's
the
just
matter
for
is
me.
that even
That's
if you're
fine.
worst
I'll live with
No,
it.
that's all the best comments just for yourself, you know.
Regarding concerns of negative impacts to travel times, it has been
Did you guys watch
that reduce speed limits do
Theo
not
Vaughn explaining cocaine
travel
to Donald
times.
Trump?
And in fact, one of the best things
That was
we
pretty
can
good.
Very
do
little of
to
it.
reduce car traffic congestion
He goes,
would be
yeah,
to
that
make
thing,
it easier,
that stuff
safer, more
turn you
pleasant,
into
and more
an
useful
owl,
to
dude.
around
You'll
by
be
others.
on your own porch,
Let's
watching your
allow
own porch, turn you into a
those
street light.
who prefer not to
And Trump's
drive
like,
confidently
so
choose
it's very,
options.
it's when you go up, it makes you go up more than anything else.
Businesses also benefit tremendously
Trump
from our
hasn't done
streets
cocaine.
feeling like safe and comfortable public spaces.
I think he does.
I think that he
Council
has.
pursuit of other items on the agenda today in pursuit of
Maybe,
creating real
but-
infrastructure.
I don't know. I
to
listened to the whole
protect
interview.
cars. However, we need
I don't
to
think
Against some
Trump
sort
would
of
do cocaine.
amphetamine.
He's scared. He's just scared. He's not going to do cocaine.
Please follow through on
He
Vision
could
Zero.
convince himself
Please
that
follow
pills
the
are
Recovery
fine.
Action plan, and
But
please
he
allow
just rocks
our
Diet
wonderful
Cokes as the
municipal
day is
employees
long.
at the
Fucking
Department of
did an
Transportation
Adderall, dude.
Facility
Oh,
to put their
fair.
expertise
Yeah.
to good use in making our city a better,
Little pep in his
safer
step.
place
That's
to
that's
live.
it.
Please do not delay our
He's always
safety.
clenching.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Well, there was reports that he would drink up to 48 cans of Diet Coke in a day.
There's
My
nothing wrong
name
with
is
that.
Degan
It's the most normal thing about him.
lifelong resident here in the city of Worcester.
That's a lot of Diet
I don't
Coke.
carry a badge.
Maybe
Want
for-
to,
Diet Coke in a day,
maybe
that's
for
fine.
you.
48
had
cans,
some
that's a
real,
lot of Diet Coke.
Productive meetings in public safety.
Couple I don't wanna
grips. yuck your yum,
this year.
sorry.
Couple grips of DC. What's the problem?
update regarding the
Couple of
South
grips.
Division Fire
I work
Station
hard.
Fire
Don't
Yeah.
judge me.
is
It's America, I
just
thought.
outstanding report. Here in the Commonwealth, Mr. Chairman, we have many fire stations, firehouses.
Just ripping
which
48 DCs and eating a
refurbishing or
taco bowl.
replacing. And South
Eating a
Division
table full of Big Macs.
embodies that whole
Yeah.
concept.
Still,
Honestly, the only two cool things that he's ever done is that White House dinner for the football players and then
there are
having a
many
Diet Coke
other,
button on the desk.
Departments that come under
the The Nebraska football banquet of fast
Design
food
committee,
was
public
peak,
facilities,
the peak
Objectively
America.
cool. Yeah.
It was so
We as
sick.
a city
He was.
Like
I've never
covered in
seen a
nicotine.
happier man.
He was
you know?
so happy.
Keep our eye on
I
the
was
ball,
my
make
theory at the
sure
time was that he
that
spent
what
more,
the
he
previous
gave more
administration,
feedback
4
and
or 5
input
years
to that
ago,
than anything else during
about
his
the need
presidency.
to build
That was the most involved
new
in the
self-division-
actualized he ever was.
self-division.
The White House.
You only bought
Yeah.
40 JBCs. We need 50, 60,
Also,
maybe
what
even 70
goes
JBCs on the
13B,
table.
13B, I fully support.
We love our wonderful
The culinary
JBCs.
team
Public
at
safety.
the White House, watching them wield all that
doesn't
shit
only
in.
embody what an order, but
You
it
work your
shows
career to
what
be at the
great
top of the level. You
citizen
get to cook
should
for the
be doing.
president, and all he
And I
wants
only
are
talk about one
JBCs.
hydrant.
Imagine working at the closest
Strictly in a
McDonald's.
very
Holy
form of
shit,
facts.
dude! You just get
8:27
slammed
PM,
all of a
May
sudden.
28th. Commercial
And it's
truck
DC,
delivery
so it can't be a
driver
drive-through.
Yeah.
It's got to be one of those like
street light
storefront
pole and the
McDonald's.
fire hydrant.
Some guy in like a $5,000 suit with a
1365
literal
Main
Hitler
Street
mustache shows up, and
and
he's trying to
Henshaw
fucking
Street.
collect 100 double cheeseburgers
Worcester
off you.
police operations quickly responded to the scene, caught up with the operator on an adjacent street. The Worcester police
Stop this guy.
truck team investigated the accident,
This guy
and
sucks.
the driver was cited. Under the
You wrap up your comments, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
There you go, Joe. Thanks.
Bottom
Joe's got
line,
it. Joe's got the earpiece in.
there is
Yeah.
no
He's
hydrant
listening to us.
made in
Nico gives
Henshaw.
him the high sign
And
when,
when I
when
look
we
at
call for
where those companies
Yeah.
are going to be coming from,
the hook.
The stream hath decreed, the comment shall end.
and the secondary hydrants, it's blinking red, Mr.
I saw
Chairman.
Nico a couple
And
weeks
one
ago
last
at the
thing,
Greek
your
place
order,
up here, and
I
I
fully
was literally
support
starstruck.
13C.
I had to like snipe
I
a
only
photo
say
because
this,
I wouldn't, I couldn't like.
Did you
go
say
up.
hi to him?
I did. I went, hi,
Budget
Nico, and he's
sessions
like, hi, how's it going?
There was a conversation on regrading.
Were you wearing
about
your
a
shirt?
position in the crime
I was
analytical
wearing
group
my,
of the police department.
my.
So we got to get you a Nico shirt.
This
I
is
gotta get a Nico
this is
shirt.
an
I was
issue.
wearing my union
You're
shirt.
looking for strategic analytical reports.
I send Nico pushy
It
texts
takes- yes,
pretty
sir.
regularly.
It takes,
I'm
it
like,
takes resources.
hey, do you have that memo, that attachment
funding
that
a fit
was supposed to be on the agenda and isn't?
the,
And he's like, yeah,
analytical
one second.
unit
He gets it right,
with the-
right
with
to
the
me.
police
Very, very
official
prompt.
and
then
producing
heart,
these
heart,
type
heart,
of
heart, heart.
reports
And then I go,
that
heart,
provide
thank you so
disseminate
much. Thank you so
information
much.
to elected officials.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Do you want to go to Bocado with me?
Thank you.
Just me.
Good evening.
Hi, day.
Maide Morales, City of Worcester, 1 Guild Road. And I am here to speak on 1039. According
That's
to the
the
City of Worcester website and the
1039
rules
is
and
the ARPA
regs of
stuff,
the
I
American
believe.
Rescue Act Plan, the
Yep.
one U.S. Department of Treasury goal was for the use of these funds was consideration for the disproportionate impacts of the COVID-19 public health emergency on those hardest hit by the pandemic, especially low-income families and communities of color. Today, I read an article from a 2-year
Call out
assessment
somebody good.
from the Black Coalition Against COVID. And it says, and the striking racial disparities of COVID outcomes seen over the past 2 years were not a result of the disease itself, but rather the pandemic illuminating inequities that have existed for generations and revealed for all America a known but often unaddressed epidemic impacting public health: racism. This is from the CDC Director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, on April 8th, 2021. Racism is not just a discrimination against one's group based on the color of their skin or the race or ethnicity, but the structural barriers that impact racial and ethnic groups differently to influence where a person lives, where they work, where their children play, and where they worship and gathered in community. These social determinants of health have lifelong negative effects on the mental and physical health of individuals in communities of color. Since the start of the pandemic, the risk of dying from COVID-19 has been nearly twice as high for Black and Hispanic people in the United States than for white people. Data from the CDC shows Black and Hispanic people also faced a higher risk of coronavirus infection and were more than twice as likely to be hospitalized. I remember a time during the pandemic in Worcester where the statistic was 6 times as likely to be hospitalized for Latinx folks in our community. Even as COVID-19 cases, hospitalizations, and deaths trend down in the United States, Black Americans recently experienced the highest rate of hospitalization for any racial or ethnic group since the inception of the pandemic, according to the new report. During the week ending January 8th, the hospitalization rate for Black Americans was 64 per 100,000 people, the report notes. That is double the overall weekly rate of hospitalizations for all races during the same time frame and nearly triple the rate of hospitalizations for white people at any time during the pandemic, according to a CNN analysis of CDC data. Even after the multiple conversations that we have had in this city, after talking about how all families were affected by the pandemic and how this can affect our families of color more, we're still getting it wrong. We need to make better decisions about how these ARPA funds are spent, and we need to return them to the folks that they belong to. Maya Angelou once said, "When you know better, you should do better." I hope you all know how to do better now.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Well done.
Yeah.
There was some definitely
After everybody
Still
catches
Wickenheiser
COVID from the
on Wall
DNC.
Street in Worcester.
People coming back from the DNC.
Appreciate all of what you do.
It was a
here.
slightly
There's so
long
many
walk to
issues
get
that
to
you're
a point,
dealing with all the
but
time.
her point is very,
Agree with
very
all of you
correct.
on
Those
everything
ARPA money.
for you.
There's some interesting organizations that got a lot of money.
I'm speaking about 14A. Issues like this, and I was looking through this, and I was looking at all of the traffic calming things, requests that people have put in, and I just think this kind of thing is a basic quality of life issue. Who is going to be negatively impacted if we don't lower the speed limit 5 miles an hour? 5 miles an hour. It isn't like we're asking for it
That's
to
terrible.
get lowered to 10 miles an hour.
It's awful. It's
Which would still
very
be
frustrating that.
And as an average speed that someone on a bike goes, we could do
But
away
the
with all bike
Biden-Harris
infrastructure and just have streets
administration
all going 10 miles an hour.
did less for COVID than Trump
to a
did,
point, I used to
and
say,
no one calls him on it. And everyone, for political expediency, has decided they don't care about
Worcester was such a mom
COVID
and pop
anymore.
sort of place.
It's all right, dude. That's not brat to bring up.
May
dude.
go, we're leaving.
Right.
That's totally not brat to
This
bring
is
up.
the kind of thing
Don't
that
bring
makes
that up.
me
That's
now
not
think
brat.
maybe this is when we leave.
Did you guys catch when
care of the people
Kamala
who
said
live here?
that she's gonna have the
Because
most
it's
lethal
just like,
military
no,
in the
we've
world?
got to keep it fast. We've got to keep
Uh,
our streets dangerous.
It sounded
that
like it looked-
convention really pushed me further away.
I'm like,
Did it really?
what quality of life
Ooh,
are we
ooh.
looking for, right?
Are we the baddies?
Yeah.
Ooh.
For a safe
It was,
city.
and then everyone in the crowd
Uniformed
chanting,
cops up there
USA,
going,
USA.
Dude, I am
It's like,
not.
yeah,
I'm not on
again,
board
like I
with
said, I
us
respect you all
reclaiming
being here. You've got a
patriotism
lot of people, and
when,
you got to take
like,
input, and you've got to.
where it's, you're not
comments
flipping
on
it.
things.
You're
If
just
don't,
you're
you
just
get yelled
doing
at
the
for not
same
taking
shit.
Public comment, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I see how all this works.
They get
But I-
uniformed cops up there
this to
saying, like,
me,
actually, police funding is up.
Yeah, again,
Like,
it's public.
okay,
safety,
fuck
it's
off.
quality of life.
Yeah, yeah.
It's that, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Democratic Party
thank you.
fucking
Well, thank you.
sucks.
The only thing I took away from that is I've been playing that Beyonce Freedom song, the Beyonce Kendrick song,
everyone.
Freedom song.
My name is
Because
Susan
it's
Cerezo.
fantastic.
I am a Worcester resident
song.
and a service
Good
provider
song.
in the city for homeless families. So I speak in the interest of item 11M. As I mentioned, Merrill Safe Haven, the organization I'm a part of, provides services as the safety net provider in the city. And we are located not too far from Lincoln Street, which has come up a lot recently related to drug use and overdose. It's apparently a hot spot. And as someone who frequents the area, I can't say I'm surprised. It's based on the amount of time I spend there. However, I am still surprised, even as a service provider, by the lack of resources for this particular population, in addition to our youth population.
No, it's gonna be so much worse.
Is
gonna be so
honestly
much worse if
starting to
Trump gets
resemble
elected.
what
It's
we
gonna be so much
provide for our
worse.
elderly in the city as well. It honestly reminds me of a modern day First Day King. We are missing the
For real.
opportunity to gather this information and to provide resources to populations that not only impact the community in which they are standing and using often by public schools, but to better our community as a whole and provide support and resources to better the entire city, ensuring that the resources that are desired to better the people help us to better our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Nicole Belanger.
Hi. Yes, thank you. My name is Nicole Belanger. I'm a resident of the city of Worcester. I live in the West Hatnick neighborhood, and I'm speaking on 11A along with my 6-year-old child who, yes, we're talking, yes, I just wanted to share some of my own experiences as a mom and an educator living in Worcester. I live very close to Jen DeRogers and Eugene, who spoke earlier about their son and grandson who was hit getting off the school bus a few years ago.
Hi, Jenny. Hi, Mo. Two best friends.
In particular, I'm interested in, many people have spoken about how there are other cities of our size and similar to us who have
it's pretty bad.
who have implemented safer streets and reduced the speed limit. And, Worcester is a city that has a lot of, vulnerable people, especially young people who really do need us to be making sure that the roads are safer. In particular, I wanted to suggest that and advocate for better funding public communication and education around any traffic changes that happen. I would like to see a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit in many parts of the city, and some vulnerable areas being even lower than that. I know recently there was a graphic that had gone around that shows the number of people who, at different speeds, what the likelihood of a person being killed in a traffic crash would be. At 20 miles per hour, it's 1 out of 10 people would 20 miles an hour, 9 out of 10 people would survive. 30 miles per hour, 5 out of 10 people would survive. And 40 miles per hour, 1 out of 10 people would survive. And I just know that that's really impacted my personal driving patterns and habits. And I have taken the time to really slow my speeds down. And my 6-year-old also had something very briefly he'd like to share about his own experience in the city of Worcester. Go ahead, Coop.
No.
Worcester's cars are going too fast for little kids. In all Worcester cars and trucks need to slow down. Because lots of little guys have been hit in kids.
Thank you very much, and I hope that you'll all use the power that you've been granted as public representatives to do something to make a change.
Lots of little ones have been
We've been
hit.
talking about this for years, and it needs to change quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lots of little guys.
Don't hit the little guys.
That was an AI voice of a child. That was peak 6-year-old.
Taco night.
Oh.
Taco night. Yeah, Katie made up some ground chicken tacos.
Frustrated.
Very nice. Very good.
Angry.
You missed the 6-year-old child that just made public
so
comment.
many things because
no, really?
I keep hearing about more accidents.
He said lots of little guys are getting hitted.
First start off by saying
Dude,
everyone.
I missed the best part of the meeting.
Completely agree. They said it very eloquently. And
Not to steal the joy from your
found out
tacos.
today that there was yet another accident that was up near the airport, and I just found it out from someone else, and it reminded me when the woman was speaking about her son being hit, and then she knew someone that got hit on the airport rotary there, and then lo and behold, I hear that someone was recently hit there again. I cannot understand why we're sitting on this, and it's a rhetorical question.
It could be a t-shirt.
And a lot of us are asking this question, and we shouldn't have to ask this question. We have Vision Zero, and
Just to slow down. Lots of little guys are getting hitted.
The online survey for the residents closed, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, it closed on June 30th. Yes, I know that City Council was away. They weren't meeting during the summer. But there are some things when you call a public crisis, and I'm saying that wrong, whatever it was that they called it, the mayor and the city manager, a public crisis for vulnerable users, that immediately should have warranted us right then and there. Come back from your vacation and we need to handle this.
There is no reason that any adult, child, elderly, disabled,
And
whoever
there's
it is,
over 30 items.
much at
It's
risk.
been an hour and a half of the
to
entire
be
community
on
telling
our
Donna Clorio
roads,
to
whether
eat
it
shit.
be on foot or in a car that has
Honestly, she's so
pins
dug in
around
at this point. Like, what can she
protect
do? No one's gonna like cheer her on.
Yeah, no, her angle is that the people that vote for her don't want to address this, so she's not going to do it.
Oh, sure. And this is a whole long list that you guys have here, but I am for anything that is safety.
I'm sure there are people
related by the
fighting against this,
residents
but they're
and
not going to make a
counselors.
public comment about it.
Infrastructure, yes, we need that.
Yeah, I mean, she's
clarification
the
on,
Tea Party, like
rules around when you
essentially. It's
have
like
the
she doesn't care how it
council
looks. It's all like her
and
power comes from
I hope that my
you know,
petitions are
obstruction.
ordained. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mo Bergman says that insurance claim is going to be a
Mr. Mayor, the
nightmare.
next speaker is Alex. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence.
and it barely works.
Good evening. My name is Alex
That's the other thing
Salcedo.
that drives
I'm
me
a
crazy.
Worcester resident, and
Barely
I,
works.
on Sunday, August 11th, my partner and I went to All Faith Cemetery for a walk. To avoid the sun, we parked a little far in than we usually do. We noticed that there was a row of fairly new graves, most of them with toys and flowers. I saw that there was a blue stuffed animal that the wind had probably blown over. As I often do, I picked up the stuffed animal and brought it back to the grave that it belonged to. The grave had a photo of a little girl whose face looked familiar. I immediately looked for the name. The grave belonged to 5-year-old Candice Sarajevo.
Great
I never
comments
knew
earlier,
Candy
Eric.
or her family, but somehow, at that moment, I felt that I had known her all my life. I begged the city council to do the right thing and vote in support of item 14A to expedite adoption of the 25-mile-per-hour statutory speed limit and allow designation of 20 miles per hour safety zones. Please save the next Candace. Tragedy doesn't go on vacation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Brennan. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Damn, if that just wasn't a really affecting little sliver of American dystopia. Right there.
Speaking in support of
That
14A.
was really well done.
I'm a chief family medicine resident at UMass Chan and elected delegate for the Committee of Interns and Residents at UMass. As a primary care provider and a longtime Worcester resident, it's my duty to advocate for public health initiatives in my community. And I strongly support the resolution 14A for the city council to declare traffic deaths and injuries in the city a public health emergency. I have experience in the level of trauma center at UMass, where the majority of emergency surgencies that I witnessed there were unfortunately related to motor vehicle accidents.
Donna Clorio hasn't listened to a single word.
A lot of the other speakers' points
She
about
just
data
associates.
increased risk from death from a motor vehicle collision and pedestrian.
No, no one
increased
has.
From nearly 10%
Not that I've seen.
below 20 miles an hour to about 50-50 at 30 miles an hour. And that chance of surviving decreases below 10% at speeds greater than 40 miles an hour.
Oh yeah, but Fred Nathan is
Similar
Ben,
speed limit
thank you for
decreases in safety
gifting
zones.
sub.
And furthermore, I really don't think
It's
you
a
need a
system. That's
medical
very
degree
nice.
to realize that, there's a noticeable increase in distracted driving and the error of smartphones, as well as an increase in the amount of aggressive and impatient drivers in general in the post-pandemic world. And that this makes proactively, addressing this problem imperative to prevent further deaths. I just want to add that we pride ourselves here in Massachusetts as, pioneers of public health policy, and 14A is an integral first step in this mission to protect our most vulnerable citizens. I'm very moved by the personal testimonies presented this evening, and I really hope that the other members of the council feel the same. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Matthew No. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Hey.
This will be the final speaker.
Oh, Matt got him right after the cutoff.
I wanted to speak on, my name is Matthew No, resident of Worcester, live downtown. I had a petition specifically about wanting to evaluate some of the pedestrian crosswalks in the city, because the timing of these is not sufficient for, most people to get across the street, especially when drivers don't stop at a red light immediately. Especially downtown, people are consistently running through the intersection of Front and Foster, which is arguably like the most important pedestrian intersection in the city, considering it's right next to the transit hub. So these 30-second timers are not really viable, and it leads to a lot of people having to stop in the middle of the street when attempting to cross legally. And then we hear all these people complaining about jaywalking, and if you get hit, it's because of you. Well, our infrastructure doesn't encourage safe existing on the roads for drivers or walkers or cyclists or any of us. So we need to reevaluate a lot of this infrastructure. There's a lot of petitions about the same issue on here, 14A, which was held, and I don't know why we're holding a resolution. I know it was addressed, but it just seems strange to hold something where we're saying we're going to act on this and not the action itself. So I hope that in the coming weeks, we can see this lower speed limit ordinance come to pass. We can work on safety zones, implementing the Vision Zero and the Worcester Now Next plans. We need sidewalks and calming measures. And this is not, we have an infrastructure problem on top of a cultural problem, on top of a lack of patience problem, and they're all mixing together. I don't expect council to fix people's attitudes, but we can try to address the infrastructure of the city to try to make it more navigable for all of us. And that way we don't have to hear parents and grandparents come on here and talk about lost kids and hurt kids. No one should ever have to do that. And I think all of us agree on that, even if we don't necessarily agree on how to get there. Very quickly, I know my time is ending. I just wanted to note with the WPI stuff in the news and like items 13E, it seems weird to specifically target educational nonprofits for tax concerns, while also on this agenda and on every agenda, we're talking about tax breaks and benefits to for-profit corporations. If we want to look at the tax burden as a whole in a nuanced and equitable way, that makes sense. And we should do that because we clearly have a problem, but we shouldn't be necessarily targeting educational nonprofits while handing away money to for-profit companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bring us back.
Good point, Matt.
First one up is hearings and orders. Motions to open the
Do
hearing.
you think there were more people that wanted to speak and he was cutting them off, or do you think that they're having the conversations now in the background about who's up next, how many speakers are left? That Nico usually speaks over the microphone to the mayor.
Yes. Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Great comments,
Like
by the way.
letting them talk to no one.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Just like normally he says that's the last speaker,
Yeah.
or like first,
Yes. Councilor Hayda?
like
Yes. Councilor Pasillo?
curious if they
Russell?
cut off public comment.
Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes, the motion is to have a condo.
I was
located East
I was
Central
at
Street,
an
and
ER
also condo location
2 weeks ago,
796 Main Street and Castle Street.
and I was the only person there in a
Oppose
mask.
Those items.
I was the only person in the entire
Oppose-
ER,
motion
doctors,
to close the
nurses,
hearing and to adopt.
anything.
Councilor
In
Bergman?
a mask, and also getting slightly weird looks from the medical professionals there about my my N95 mask.
Councilor Bergman?
So
Yes. Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor GA?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor
yes,
Nian?
14A, the
Councilor
speed
Hayda?
limit.
Yes. Councilor
This
Pasillo?
resolution got
Item
held.
got
Russell?
held.
Yes. Councilor
Joe
Toomey?
Petty was quick to remind everyone, September 4th,
And
the
before we
Traffic
go
and
on,
Parking
we have some
Subcommittee
More held items from Councilor King.
will be taking it up.
11D, which is from the MO Committee. 10.4B is the MBTA Community Report.
Yes,
And
Donna held it.
10.13B and 10.13D is the two police items.
Sorry.
Let me repeat those? Oh, the microphone. Oh, okay.
Slowly, please.
Okay. I'm going to hold under privilege, Council King, 11D, which is the MO Committee.
11E.
10.4B, which is the MBTA Communities Report. And 10.13B and D, which is the two police items. Okay.
The fuck?
Go through petitions. 7A, we're going to refer to the planning board.
Why
7A,
even make an
7A,
agenda?
we're
You're just going to
refer
radically
the
change it
committee. 7
every time.
9L to 7Z, we're going for the Traffic and Parking Committee. You take those collectively in roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yeah, Donna held 14A.
Council King,
Yes.
Yes.
Council Member Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Petitions part 2, A through Z, refer to Traffic and Parking.
I definitely have one of those. I'm not sure which one
A to
covers
9E,
me, but
refer
one
to
of them
Traffic
definitely
and
does.
Parking. And roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Member Carlson,
That is crazy to me.
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. 9F, set the hearing for September 10th, 2024 at 6:30 PM for conduct location on Grant Street. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Isn't Mo supposed to be at a wedding?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson,
Yeah.
Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
But a Tuesday night wedding?
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council
That is
Toomey,
kind of crazy.
Yes.
I mean, I know Canada's fucked up.
Yes.
but come on.
9G, David Webb requests council requests manager consider putting a plan, provide transcription services to all public meetings, including city council and board and commission. And send that to the manager if you'd like. I think you've already spoken, Mr. Webb. So under the
I
rules,
did.
you can only speak once. So we'll send
And on
that,
my-
we'll send that to the manager.
Don't piss him
Roll
off.
call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Member Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
It's crazy how allergies have gotten so
Council
much
Russell,
worse since
yes.
2020.
Toomey, and Mayor Petty.
Must be a coincidence.
Yes.
I was sick as a dog this past weekend. And I tested for COVID a couple times. It wasn't that, but
Yeah.
felt like it. Really felt like it.
Yeah, there's a flu going around.
Okay.
And
Appointments.
also,
Communication
you know,
of the appointments of
who knows
Jennifer
if the
Griffin Gall and
tests
Donna
still
Romine
work.
to the Worcester
Right. That's
Council.
kind of what I'm getting at.
But
And
yeah,
also
that's all you can do is
C, transmit information communication relative
swab
to
your throat.
appointment of Jack Newton.
Swab your
Board of
throat?
Trustees,
I hadn't heard
Board
that
of
one.
Trustees.
I guess it works better.
Goes on file. And I want to thank them for their service and volunteering. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Okay.
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Member Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council
I got
Pasillo,
I got West now from
Council
Fauci,
Russell,
so
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
I didn't have
And
to
now the
put-
freaking mosquitoes are turning gay. So like I don't even know what's going on.
B.
They're spraying for those tonight.
Communication relative to the
Yeah,
appointment
your
of
neck of the
Stackpole
woods,
to
right?
the
Oh no,
Elections
not
Committee.
on that side.
Roll call.
Southwest.
Council
I got a
Bergman,
text message.
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council
Yeah,
Agia,
and freaking
Council King,
what's it called?
Yes.
Charlton
Council
or
Member
whatever.
Carlson,
They banned all
Council
public
Yes.
gatherings
Council
after
Ojeda.
6 p.m.
Council Pasillo,
Oxford. It wasn't
Council
Charlton.
Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
This one's triple E.
Mr. Mayor, if we can.
And not the
ask
fun
for
kind of
consideration
triple E either.
reservation
This
for the
is
next
the
week.
scary triple
Mr.
E.
Sacco, if you can ask for that.
Some,
I love the Triple E. I like going there for like the crazy foods.
Roll call.
Council
Are
Bergman,
you guys trying to Mandela effect me
Council
that
Calorio,
it's not
No.
called the Big E?
Council Agia, Council King,
No, I'm talking about Tripoli, the camping
Council
ground.
Nguyen,
No.
Oh,
Council Ojeda,
No.
The Big E.
No.
Council Russell,
No.
Council
The three
Toomey,
Big E.
and Mayor
Big-
Petty.
the Big Three.
No, there's a camping ground in New Hampshire called Tripoli
A and
or
B.
Tripoli.
Gotcha.
Depending on how you say it.
Ismail Rivera to the
But there's
community
the mosquito-borne
advisory
virus
committee
called
recommend the appointment of
EEE.
Stephen McCauley
Eastern
to the Green
equestrine
Worcester Advisory
encephalitis.
Committee.
Eastern
Roll call.
equine
Council
encephalitis.
Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council
Oh,
Member
yeah.
Equestrine means horses,
Nguyen.
right?
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Yeah.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Somebody had sex with a horse, then a
Mayor
mosquito,
Petty.
and now we got to deal with it.
Yes. 10.4.
And I'm sorry that I did that.
Article 3, Section 17, related to
But
planning board
it was-
membership.
But that horse was looking good.
Ordinance.
It was kind of a crazy night at the Big E. And
I got all riled up with the
Council
tractor
Bergman?
pull.
I got all riled up with the tractor pull. I had a couple corn dogs in me. 2 or 3 corn dogs. I just went to the circus.
Calorio?
I saw the chick
Wait,
shoot
was that
the
the
bow
name
and
of the
arrow
horse?
with her feet.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hida?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Uh,
Toomey?
Not that unspoken.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. 10.4B is held under.
I don't think it's not he's not closeted at either.
I don't,
Even.
yeah, I don't think he's closeted.
No,
he's
he's
just
gay.
has no personality.
He's just gay. Just gay guy.
Do you think it's any coincidence that he had some of the hottest dudes that have ever worked for Worcester in his office?
He did immediately staff his cabinet with some hot guys.
Total baddies.
A straight guy does that. They might get yelled at. You know, someone might be.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council GA?
Not all that though.
Yes. Councilmember Carlson?
Jake Sanders,
Nguyen?
Che,
Council Hida?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Nico, obviously.
Eric
Russell?
Batista.
Council
Eric
Hida?
Batista.
Mayor Petty?
Eric Batista's a looker.
The urban center housing tax.
Dan
Raskin. Yeah, really. I would go in and talk to Che. Che shared an office with Eric.
46.
And poor Eric would be sitting there working away, and Che's just being Che.
46 Lakeside Ave. Love to see this thing get going, and it's going to be a great project. So
Just
send
start
out
running
the
clubs.
hearing. Roll call.
So Che got a free pass from
Council
his daily
Bergman?
work assignments. Is what you're saying?
Yes.
Council
I'm not
Calorio?
saying that. I'm
Heavy
saying we were
accusation,
working on an
guys.
art. We were working on an art festival, and I
Carlson?
caught him at a down
Council
moment.
Nguyen?
But I just want to maintain that
Council
Eric
Hida?
didn't stop
Yes.
working.
Council
Barely
Pasillo?
even said hello to me.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
And was very diligent.
This is very true, Matt. That was fantastic.
Recommend approval. This is 10.7A. Recommend approval of temporary repairs on Ryberg Terrace for the Public Works. Roll. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to see this.
I've been doing it my whole life, and it's working out great so far.
Committee.
Yeah.
It's a simple
Yeah, it's,
thing. It's an ordinance that we've had on the books.
You know,
for
damn right.
decades
I like
that
the way I
we-
live
none of us
because
knew
it
about
went
or
from
about
negative to
streets.
positive.
And this is the
all
first
good.
street that has had the whole.
So if you don't know, now you know.
Mhm.
To it, so there's no controversy.
Yeah, I was wondering. Nobody has mentioned this yet. Is there an item on the agenda about it?
$6 a foot,
No.
Item that was in the ordinance that none of
they-
us really
My
knew
guess is
about.
they'll address it
Fucking-
So
after
it's
the
something
last
that I would
one
recommend
goes, but
to be-
They
that's typical.
garroted start on the street.
I mean, that's
the only
like
cool thing that happens in Worcester.
that's like 2 controversies ago, though. So I don't know if
I
we're
would
gonna bring that up.
also ask that the
They're
manager
looking
comes
to.
back with a
They're looking
report,
not to.
because
Listen, they couldn't
I
even
would
keep Stop and
tend
Shop open. You think they're gonna be able to keep Star on the Street open?
and where this money is going to come from funding wise. I know this is not a large dollar amount for this one street. I'm sure there's room somewhere.
They want to keep Star on the Street going. Sell it to WPI, huh?
Manager to come back with some kind of a report.
They probably do a capable job.
This money.
They'd
because
rename
this
it something
money
having to do
was
with
not in the
pie.
budget.
It'd be
Not in the
obnoxious.
budget time. I asked
Oh,
them-
also the real scandal was starting the street is that it used to be
So
called
looks like to amend that,
Worcester Artists Really
motion to
Trying.
report back on the history of this,
WART.
statute.
WART for short.
Because I know the council.
And that is
stopped this
so
probably
much
back
better
10
than
years
starting
ago,
the street.
because the
It's just
concern
like
was back
2,
then,
maybe even 3
whether it
full
was,
times better.
We do this work on private streets.
Bring back WART.
Pretty much.
Worcester Artists Really Trying. Come on.
Street and start over again.
I mean, I think we restart it and just call it that, and challenge anyone to stop us.
Yeah.
I talked to Council Russell today. Is we need to.
You can't give me a
figure out
cease and desist because you didn't roll with your good idea.
How is it going to be allocated to the 5 district councils using the funds for these streets?
Chairman, I know this was the
I'm sad to
conversation
see
when
it
you
go,
refer to,
but I
this
think,
council
and
or a
Bill,
previous
I was
council
gonna
stopping
maybe
it.
suggest this as a piece for you.
It was before
I
my
don't think
time for
the
sure,
story is
before most
necessarily
of,
that Start
members
leaves.
of
I
this
think people
council
have an
time.
opportunity to
So,
support all the other
with all due
markets that are
respect, Mr.
trying to
Chairman,
get
speak
stood
for
up in the
yourself.
city right now.
Because this ordinance
All the
was
stuff
still
at
in place,
Ralph's,
and
all
I'm
the stuff over on
disappointed,
Grove Street.
quite
Like
frankly,
there are
over the
people
years
really
that I,
trying
as a
to
city
be the
councilor,
next Start.
didn't
And
know
WART
about this
started
ordinance
as a
in place.
small
Even
time
though the
endeavor
practice might
that
have been
if
stopped
people are really
by the
upset, now is your
administration
time
and
to
the
go
councilors
find
in
another
previous-
vendor.
by budgetary
Yeah.
CC
process.
Lowell's doing
This
our
is still on the
markets.
books and
Yep.
it would need to be repealed.
Yeah,
Write
the
it up,
stuff at
Travis.
the stuff
Write it
at
up.
So the first
on
motion
Grove
is-
Street is
the first
so
motion
cool.
is to,
It's really utilizing a
rewrite
very
Terrace and
very
not send it to
cool
committee.
like spot in the city that no
Is
one.
it right in that area with fuel?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
down in
okay.
that
I
little
don't
like
remember.
by the
I'm not
fountain.
Pass it tonight.
What are they?
Yeah,
what is it? The night
Second,
market? That's what I
you
call it. The night
requested
market.
to this thing back.
Dude, that's so cool. It implies the existence of a day market.
Clerk, be on the roll call, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
El Salon is doing cool stuff up in
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
like there are
Councilor
plenty
Gia?
of organizations
Councilor
doing
King?
cool stuff that we really care. Let's go
Councilor
support that.
Carlson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hayda?
Write that up, Travis.
Solo?
All right, I'm on it.
Write it up. Type it up. I'll put it out.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yeah.
Also, if I started
items
making
recommended
scale
adoption.
model
Laws
dioramas of
advertised
like
an ordinance for
the
payment
Paris Cinema,
restoration.
how much do you think people would pay for those?
We commit that to the city manager.
If I tabled that,
You got to have like a little guy in there, like that's like the guy from Pompeii, you know, that they found.
yes, yeah.
Yeah, you got to have him
Field in there.
just like cast in there.
Yes.
Councilor Hayda?
I think
Councilor
early
Solo?
warts or starts
Yes.
were
Councilor
at the
Russell?
Paris Cinema.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Whoa.
And Mayor Petty?
I was dope
It
with
bums
that
me
if-
out so bad that they fucking blew that out. Like,
Transmitting
I
information
know that
from
building was in rough shape.
communication relative to a survey
but
of public opinion
Inside.
on speed limit reduction.
so terrible that
Send that to
there was a
traffic and
theater
parking.
right there.
Councilor Calorio?
Thank
Oh,
you.
oh, this is
I
important.
just wanted to thank the Transportation Department for putting together the survey. I know it was a lot of work, and my colleagues and myself, we voted to have this survey back in June, so I do appreciate it. And I do also appreciate the report and the information that we presented to the 5 districts back in the spring. And I know we had one meeting that we couldn't have, so we had to push it up a week. So everything has been working kind of in, getting public opinion, which I think is really important. So we are having I put in an emergency meeting coming
It was
up
a classic.
this
It was a
Wednesday,
classic
so
cinema
we
back in the
could
day.
talk about the survey. We
We
can
had a
talk
bunch of
about
them.
the item, and then we can move this item back to full committee on September 10th. Mr. Clerk, do we have any issue with getting this to the full committee by October 10th?
September.
Through the chair to the council, so correct. So this will go to the traffic and parking for September 4th. And after the fact, it will be before the city council if the committee makes a recommendation at the September 10th meeting.
Okay, great. So tonight we'll move it to the committee, and then you'll have no problem getting this on my agenda.
If
next
the
week.
will is the council's to get into your committee tonight, there should be no issue to have it for September 4th.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So the motion is to
Wow.
traffic and
So
parking.
brave.
Roll call.
I didn't realize people were paying
Councilor
attention.
Bergman?
Oh, I didn't realize they were mad at me.
Yes.
And I would have got away with it.
Councilor King?
If it wasn't for you meddling everyone in the city.
Carlson? Councilor
You
Nguyen?
meddling pedestrians.
Yes.
Councilor Hayda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
If it wasn't
Yes.
for you meddling
Petty.
concerned and grieving parents.
For reconsideration, roll call.
Yeah.
Councilor
You
Bergman?
meddling constituents.
No.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor Gia?
No.
Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
No.
Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Hayda?
No.
Councilor Pasillo?
No.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
Mayor Petty?
No. Okay, traffic and parking, transmit information communication concerning enforcement, statistics for residential permit.
All right, everybody,
parking
I gotta head out.
All right, dude.
Great job.
Yes,
Great first
I
day
just
back,
wanna
everybody.
say
I'm proud of everybody's work.
Absolutely thrilled.
We're doing
that this
amazing.
report,
We're doing an amazing
has
Oh,
job.
you're leaving right when Candy's about to start talking for 10
That's
minutes.
why I'm
I have to
leaving.
say,
I love
how thrilled
everybody.
I am
I'll see you
also
next Tuesday.
That after
Take care.
DTM looking at this, that we have finally recognized that we need to use both, which is the placards inside the cars as well as the
What she's
online
talking about?
application. So just want to say thank you to the folks over in DTM.
This is about
for
resident parking.
taking a look at this, because this has been a long-standing problem, certainly for my district. So thank you for your work on this.
Okay, thank you. We will send that to traffic and parking. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Candy
Councilor
Merrill Carlson is indeed a
Hello.
long-standing
Councilor Russell?
problem.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Can we do it next time, folks? It's possible.
Okay, next item up is transmitting information communication.
Rob got
relative
close
status.
last time. That's all I'm saying. Rob got real close.
Any questions on that?
And
We'll send
he's
that
not
to,
done.
Public
He's
safety.
still
If you have
putting
more
together
questions,
money. Oh, yeah.
Looking forward to
Oh,
that
yeah.
project being completed. And send that to public safety. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman,
Yes.
Counselor Calorio,
Yes.
Counselor Adjei,
Yes.
Counselor King,
Yes.
Counselor Merrill Carlson, Counselor Nguyen,
Yes.
Counselor Hayda,
Yes.
Counselor Pasillo,
Yes.
Counselor Russell,
Yes.
Counselor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 10.13A, transfer information communication of the community policing foot patrols. Any
I thought we were
questions?
holding the
Let's
police
send that,
items. Whatever. What?
public
Fucking I don't.
safety. Chief, I want to thank you for putting the patrols out there with the summer impact. Much appreciated. And Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Certainly appreciate the report and the community engagement. Just wondering how
Everybody hates candy.
to what degree that foot patrol is measured.
I was
for
watching the
access.
Caribbean Carnival with Senator Kennedy,
How does that
oddly
happen?
enough. And in front of us was Christian. And he walked by us, and I said, "Hi, Christian." And he gave me a knowing tap on the arm. I don't know if it was just because I said his name or if he actually knows who I am. It feels like he knew who I was.
Accuracy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a particular.
I don't know if that's a good thing
time
or a
that
bad
they
thing. It's just a
are,
thing.
I guess required, for lack of a better word, or
I wish I was able to get down to the
to
carnival. I was
perform,
not able to.
out of the vehicles and
They had
whatnot.
3 trucks,
How
three
do you
trucks
measure
loaded
that?
with speakers,
And,
blasting
Through the chair,
soca music. It was
evaluate
awesome. It is
So-
genuinely one of my favorite days in Worcester.
per
Yeah,
officer
that sounds
or
awesome.
team that's out there, how well they're doing with their community engagement.
Through the chair of the council, they call out on the air. They require to get an incident number.
This isn't the shots fired. This
And
is community
when you're
foot
doing these, you're
patrols.
also required to do a journal item. And just for some background, today I get an email from a citizen saying, today was the first time he saw a foot beat on the street in 40 years. So that's good stuff.
And certainly appreciate your leadership on this. As it relates to those particular foot beats, again, how are we going to be measuring its effectiveness? And the second question to that is, when it comes to officer initiated
The foot patrols are also assigned by
or
ShotSpotter,
guidance
which
they're
is
giving
crazy.
folks prior to the beginning of the foot patrols.
Through the chair of the
Well,
council.
I don't feel like explaining all
we
that
don't
right
have
now.
a policy on how they do a foot patrol. They're basically out there just trying to engage the citizenry and, spark up conversations. It's just a friendly walk, talk to as many people as they can, go into businesses, and that's it.
Right. And how do you ensure that they're evenly dispersed throughout the various districts?
Resource
Through the chair of
router.
the council,
sectors.
Every single route car is required to do it. So you have 20 routes in the city, and that encompasses the whole city.
Thank you. And again, I'm sure we'll be getting an idea of how well they're doing and how often it's occurring. And is there a person that's identified to have that sort of oversight?
Through the chair of the council, the supervisor makes sure it's getting done, the sergeant in that sector.
And that's collected and it'll be quantified?
Through the chair of the council, I can run a listing of every they call out as a community engagement patrol. So I could put in a date for a week, and it'll come up every single one that was done and where it was done.
I'm sure we'll have full compliance. I just think it'd be helpful to the public to know, we're at 100%, 95%, whatever it is, semi-annually or quarterly, what have you. That might be something that we would be looking for. You may have it with you. I don't know. I'm not asking for it, but certainly makes sense, and would love to hear if you have a comment.
One second, please.
Sure.
Through the chair of the council, so in the last 6 months, we visited 11,172 locations for a total of 804,021 minutes. So they're pretty much going out throughout the whole city.
Thank you. I'm sure that the committee will dig down deep into any data, and really interested to see as we move forward.
Why are you saying that,
sort
Christian? Of course they won't.
qualification of that data as it relates to how well those engagements are going, areas to improve on, areas that might benefit the department from further training, in terms of different populations and challenges that are being met in real time. I know you do that anyway, but this is a little bit different. It's a little bit more closer contact with the community, and look forward to hearing more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, thank you. So we'll send that to Public Safety. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor Hajie,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, 13B has been held under privilege. We are on 13C, transmitting information communication of the 2024 pedestrian crashes on Lake Avenue, Lincoln Street, and Shrewsbury Street.
Joe,
Senator
calm
Traffic
down.
Council Merrill Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just really wanted to rise. I know that the police department has some statistics here, but I would like to just follow up on some of these as we look at these, and really want to say thank you to DTM. Looking at Lincoln Street, there's been 1,033 accidents on Lincoln Street in 5 years. 61 of those are reported crashes involving vulnerable roadway users. 49 of those are pedestrians. And when we look at Shrewsbury Street.
No, Main South Mountain, we're on
data from
10.13,
DTM
not
is
13.
778 total.
Joe's trying to throw up the same.
Reported crashes on Shrewsbury Street. 19 of those, again.
Why are you reading the report?
Road users. Eight of those are pedestrians. When we look at.
We can all read the fucking report.
I had asked for Lake Ave. At this point, the chief has given us the information, and it appears that there's 3 on Lake Ave, which certainly is 3 too many.
This is 10.13.
I had also, just to follow up on this report, I know
10.13 C, Police Department.
The information on Lake Ave and Belmont Street and Lincoln Street and Shrewsbury Street. Just really wanted
Joe
to
said we're
follow
on the
up with
13.
my
It's very
conversations
confusing.
with DTM
10
and ask them
points, 13.
to take a look at Washington Square. And the reason I wanted that is because I know that that's not encompassed in any of the numbers. But I do think it's important for people to know and to understand that there's been 208 total reported crashes just in Washington Square.
Okay.
So again, this really takes a snapshot of what is happening in District 2. And a lot of these pedestrian accidents, unfortunately, has happened in District 2. Certainly, there's many across this city. And the real problem that we have, Mr. Chairman, and I don't think that there's any one of us on this council that doesn't know and understand and clearly understands that we have a real issue in this city with speeding and, quite frankly, with the pedestrian accidents, because there's been far too many. I think, as one of our constituents out here said tonight, that many of the items on here really revolves around the safety of people, whether it be driving or people who are on bikes or pedestrians crossing the street. I just really wanted, people to know as we look at this data, and we hadn't had any data for any particular areas. And I do think that it's important for us.
She
as
still
council
hasn't said whether she
to
endorses
see the
25
data
miles an
that's
hour.
happening, not only in District 2, but across the city. It doesn't prevent us from doing anything, but I do think that we should have the data of what's happening in this city in terms of the crashes and in terms of
Yeah, same.
pedestrians.
He has strong
who
feelings
are
about
being
pedestrians and
hit
crossings.
throughout this city. You know, you'll see several items on tonight, as you well know, Mr. Chairman.
Brain
and those
melting.
items are not that long-term. Yes, there's things that we have.
What is she fucking talking about?
Things that are on here tonight for short-term.
Insane.
They're short-term measures that will hopefully make our residents safer while we are waiting to implement some of our long-term goals. But again, Mr. Chairman, I thank you and certainly the manager for your work that you did in putting out the press release. I know I, for one, looking at Belmont Street, and Belmont Street, when we look at it, we really should be looking at Belmont Street from the school down to Lincoln Square, because those are where all the accidents are happening. We did have the accident where Gianna lost her life, which is at the other end of Belmont Street, which quite frankly, I know that Department of Transportation and Mobility is certainly looking at that. They're looking at that with MassDOT, and I look forward.
This has to be longer than 5 minutes, right?
Some of those resolutions.
I didn't start my
And again,
stopwatch,
I
but
think
yeah,
that
I feel like it
for
is.
us as a
It
council,
has
there's
to
many
be.
going forward, working with.
It feels
the
like a
city
half
manager
hour.
that We're going to need.
Oh my
to
God,
do.
there's little characters on
And
her
having
shirt.
said that, Mr. Chairman,
Just noticing.
I do believe that we as a
Are those
council
clowns?
should take a look at, and I'm going
Little guys, little chick, little guy.
Oh no, they got
the
hit.
manager, that we should be looking at a speed hump program similar to Boston. Is that something that is
Oh my God.
doable for us here in the city?
She talked
I
for
know
7
that
minutes just to
from
bring up
research
speed
that I've
humps.
done is that the city of Boston does their speed hump program, and it's really their transportation department that took a look at all of those streets in the city of Boston to figure out where those speed humps needed to be. And Mr. Chairman, I, at this point in time, am looking for the city manager and the administration to take a look at this, because I don't think that the general public understands that when Councilor Bergman put this speed hump program forward, it was a pilot program of 2 speed humps in every district. 2. Not 200, not even 20, it was 2. And the last year, we were able to get 6. 6. Do the math. 30 speed humps
Shut
for the
up. I would
entire
do
city.
anything to
That,
get
quite
this
frankly, isn't
person
cutting it,
unelected.
and it also is frustrating the heck out of our constituents, because repeatedly they continue to put items on for a speed hump, and we don't have anything in the queue that we can go and put another speed hump. We don't even have the resources at this point that's been allocated to put another speed hump. So I think we're at a point that we're kidding ourselves. Many of our constituents are thinking that I can apply for a speed hump and I'm going to get it. Currently, as I looked at the list, all these petitions for speed humps, the likelihood of them getting them, they're certainly not getting them this year. And quite honestly, they're not getting them next year either, under our current situation. So
God, this has the most obnoxious complaining to the customer service representative energy I've ever heard in my life.
Look at
You know you're in charge of the city, right?
Program with the Department of Transportation and Mobility, and at the
Propose
same time,
a solution.
I'm asking
Just propose
for
one
us
solution to this problem
as
you're
a
complaining
city
about.
council to give that
Besides, the
role
manager will fix it.
Department
Jesus
of
Christ.
Transportation and
Her
Mobility.
solution is a speed hump.
Because
She wants a
they're
good
the
speed hump.
ones who during
Who's
Vision
gonna fall on that
Zero
sword?
and during
She
their
wants
daily
more speed humps.
routine
She hasn't
are the
said
ones
how,
who need to know
why,
what
from where.
what the data is on a lot of these particular streets. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's she's just calling up the fucking Target, being like, "I got the wrong order in the mail. Give me what I ordered."
Maybe the clerk is that two separate components to that motion, one to DTM and one to step up our game, for lack of a better. Is that one
Through the
motion
chair.
or
So
two?
what I understood from Councilor Mark Carlson's motion was that
It's
one was to
exactly-
request for additional speed humps be installed throughout the city. So I'm assuming that has to be a separate motion.
Okay,
And
cool.
then the second one was transportation, mobility.
Do you think it's a bad week for Candy if she doesn't talk to 3 store managers?
Sorry.
We'll get clarification.
Oh, wrong dog.
Just want to give clarification. What I'm looking for is for the city manager, the administration to work with DTM on the speed hump program, which looking for us to look at a program similar to Boston. And maybe that doesn't work. I'm okay with that, but I want the
Well, that's common on Mill
administration
Street
to begin to
until I
look
think of
at
another one. Have
how
you
is it
seen
that
how
we
many
can
scuff marks are
expand
on
our
those
speed hump
flex poles already?
No.
Oh, there's so many. So
Thank
many
you.
big
And I
black
appreciate the
scuff marks.
clarification. I certainly support that wholeheartedly. You know, and I see
That's
in
like
here,
people just random.
and I think I
Especially
just
right
want
by
to
the liquor
acknowledge
store.
How far we've come.
There's one that's like they're right out of on the Mill Street. Yeah. Oh, it has a lot of marks.
When I was on traffic and parking, way back when, whenever we brought forward any item pertaining to street humps, I filed a petition prior to Council Bergman about speed cushions, which is the same thing. We were told by our engineers that we weren't doing them. And that we've
never heard of speed cushion.
And if there's one thing I've learned from my colleagues on the committee at that time and my colleagues who have really pushed for this is that we do need to rely on our departments, our engineers, but we also have to rely, you know, on our capacities as elected officials. And so I certainly appreciate all the work that's been done. I appreciate this administration, how we've moved forward. I think Mayor Petty's also been helpful in this process. That being said, I just had a question as I was listening to the chair of the administration, because I may want to amend the motion, where are we with the permanent plan for speed humps? And also, in addition to that, you know, what's the fiscal analysis of moving
All
that
right.
way? And
I
lastly,
hate this place.
you know, some folks have asked me, hey, you know, we have
I
these
hate
temporary
Worcester
speed humps. When are they being
so
removed?
much.
What's that time frame like?
Deeply
If you
regret
can
my
share
life
that,
choices
so
that
I
brought
can
me to this
determine
moment.
if I'm in opposition to this.
Yeah, these
I'm
streets
having
are pretty goddamn brutal.
a low-grade panic attack.
Thank you.
Just kidding.
Through the
Just kidding.
chair to the councilor.
making
So
sure we're
this
cool.
year,
Yeah.
we are installing.
I saw your face. I saw your face, and I was like, "Damn, that's realistic. That could
I
happen."
believe the number is somewhere around 20 to 22 permanent speed humps.
No, it's not that bad, but it's pretty bad right now.
Within the last week.
Pretty
The
bad right
contractor
now.
has a clause in their contract that those speed humps will be installed this season. So they, I believe November 1st is the deadline
I
for
don't
that.
have the time to do that, but
So
it
that
sounds
first
fun.
set of permanent speed humps that the city
does
will
sound fun.
have done in many, many years will be installed this fall.
Thank you.
I'm trying
And,
to rise
just for
like
my own,
Candy, but I
understanding,
have to
so
go
will this
outside to
be
do
the
it, so
speed
I have to
humps
keep
where there's a
disappearing.
separation, which is what I call speed cushions, or are they
Do what?
Smoke weed.
as are the
We can smoke
temporary
weed.
ones we
We can
currently
smoke weed on
have, or
camera,
is it?
brother.
Oh, it's not on the camera. It's I
Not
don't want to smoke it.
Oh, in the house. Yeah, I
Through the
know.
chair. So
Yeah.
these are not.
I
the
know.
speed
I'm gonna need a.
cushions.
I'm gonna need a
These are
sig break
continuous
soon.
Speed hump. What we've found and what other cities in
My lovely speedy humps.
Massachusetts and actually throughout northern climates who are a little bit ahead of us on this have found is that plowing is very difficult with the speed cushions, and the anticipated benefits aren't really there in terms of the emergency response
that on
vehicles
tonight,
because of
depending on how late
differences in
we
the
end.
wheelbase And we're also seeing vehicles, just general purpose
I
vehicles
really want to
now
do
that
this.
have wider
Slow
wheelbases
down.
and can cheat those speed
A
humps.
bunch of little guys got
So
hit.
The movement, particularly in
That's
Northern
what
Connecticut,
happened.
back
I
to the,
genuinely love that.
the
You'll have to go
parabolic
back and
speed
listen to
hump
that audio
is
because it's
continuous across.
I know. I made a
but it has a
note.
gentle
It's a
rise
clippable
and
moment.
fall, so that it's not abrupt and harsh like the old style speed humps you might be familiar with.
Also, I'd like you to
Yes,
listen
and if we
back
could
to
just
see
get a
if Joe was
report
about
on
ready
that,
to
Mr.
stop a
Chairman,
little
way
kid
of
from
order.
saying anymore because I'm pretty
Because
sure
I
Joe
know
was
in the
trying to
past
cut him
what
off.
We've talked about before here is that very
Heartless.
that very much enhanced.
Worcester
option
doesn't
of
deserve
speed cushions
Steve Raleigh,
and
by the way.
being made and constructed and engineered.
I don't know.
So much.
This is an interesting linguistic question. I do not know why we call them
are able to
humps
pass through
on the city council here.
less
Like, in city
impediments.
council
So I really
agendas,
trust what you're saying.
like
Just like
they're always called humps, but they're bumps, right? Speed bumps.
So I appreciate that. We're moving forward.
In
22,
the civil
of
engineering
these
company I
that will
worked
be in
at, they
place,
definitely called them humps. I
by,
don't know if it's because there's a sign that says bump ahead.
November 1st.
If
So,
that's a
if
confusion
Councilor
factor, but
Carlson's okay,
I don't know if it's like the
I
national
would
standard to
certainly
call
make that a
humps.
motion or
I agree.
Those,
her motion.
They're
those
bump.
signs kept getting stolen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bump ahead.
Anybody else? Councilor Hadjia?
There's way too many bumps in MA.
So a
That's
couple of
you're right.
corrections. First of all, we do have the data. It has been reported multiple times. In fact, the chief has them in the report today. DTM
This is getting
has
dirty,
reported them
Sally.
multiple times. All it takes is somebody to go on the Mass DOT site and as our residents have done and actually
An
pull
agreed
this data
system. That
across
is the best
city.
move.
It's there. They could also send an email to the DTM department to get that data. Secondarily, I'm all for speed humps. That process has been vetted in the Traffic and Parking Committee. A memo was submitted by the department explaining the process so that we have the opportunity to educate our constituents. Perhaps the chair of that committee could restore that report, and maybe we could make a graph through your communications department to make sure that that's being spread. And thirdly, while I support the speed humps and I think they're successful, I am not clear where this money is going to come from.
So
it
it was
costs
100%
$500,000
right. That's awesome.
to install the original pilot that
Yeah.
Councilor Bergman had
Definitely one of my
requested.
favorite moments on the street.
I am unsure in the list of priorities, how are we directing the city manager and his department to spend limited amount of money?
Fuck
that this
you,
department,
Donna
I
Gloria.
believe, is
They
1.5
told me to read this
or
for you.
$1.2 million
Oh, yeah.
in the
Beautiful.
capital budget.
All's the best.
I'm fine with us throwing all these things on the council floor and see what sticks, but we can't, as a city and as city councilors, at least as elected officials, make these decisions without understanding what the financial capacity is for this department to handle these things, where these things fall in the line of priorities. And we have a million things that our constituents are asking us to do: road construction, road design, all sorts of traffic calming projects. I'm unclear what the financial capacity of these folks is to fulfill those financial requirements before I vote on a pilot that I fully support, but I'm unclear what financial capacity we have to fulfill it.
Okay.
Show me the money.
So the first motion is to send this report to Traffic and Parking. We have a report requested by Council Merrill Carlson. We have a report requested by Council King.
Oh my God.
If you'd like. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Who is this in the bottom of the frame doing a live stream video?
I don't know, but their elbows are going to fall asleep.
They've been holding it up the entire time and they keep switching
I'm gonna
hands.
Try to promote him again. So
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of. I mean, this is on TV already with way better cameras than your phone. Maybe they don't know that.
Not those angles, though, Bill.
Councilor Gia.
No, you're right. Not those angles.
Councilor Merrill Carlson.
Maybe she's just constantly filming Donna Colorio.
Yes.
In which case,
Councilor Heda.
I support it. I think that's good.
Yes.
Councilor
Tortured
Russell.
footage.
Yes.
Councilor
Yeah.
Toomey.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Chairman, I lost my connection. Can I have an opportunity to vote? My apologies.
Yes.
Could you repeat the items? I also lost my audio at the
It
same
was
time.
on C, transmit information communication relative to 2024 pedestrian crashes on Lake Ave, Lincoln Street, and Shrewsbury Street. Refer to traffic and parking. There was a report requested by Councilor Carlson and Councilor King. We took those collectively on the roll call.
So my vote would be yes. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. Next up, we have D, which is held under privilege. We have public safety. Next one is transmitting information communication of the city's transition from Smart 911 to Rapid SOS. And,
why do you
questions on
sound
that?
excited about that, Joe?
Seeing none,
I hate you.
refer that to.
He's getting a kickback. I don't know
public
that.
safety. I'm sorry. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell. Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
City Manager Batista, stop distracting Council
10.15A,
Russell.
Recommend adoption of accepting conveyance of a parcel of land from Becker College. Motion to adopt on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey, and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Yes. Next item is B, transmitting information communication of the declaration of a state of emergency report.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak on that.
Sure, Councilor Hygia.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify the air because there seems to be a ton of confusion around both the resolution that was held tonight by Council Colorio as well as the order that was held by Council Bergman, the last July meeting. First of all, I did not ask for a declaration of state of emergency. I specifically asked for a declaration of a public health and safety emergency, much like the city of Boston, the city council unanimously declared in April. The purpose of that would be to raise awareness, to use it as a tool of education, to make clear and send a signal to all of our residents, everybody that spoke here today, everybody who's been killed by a driver, not by accident, that we consider this issue a public health and emergency, not a state of emergency. So I just want to clarify that's not what I asked. If folks want to twist that, that's their decision, but that is not what I asked. And it is my understanding, based on the memo that the city solicitor provided, as well as the clarification that he provided the last time this came up, that this is a symbolic gesture that we're using to raise awareness, much like both the city manager and the mayor sent a statement to the public. So just want to make sure that folks have that in mind as they read this memo.
To traffic park on file.
Does that want to go to MO, Mr. Chairman? Or
Excuse me?
do you want to send it to MO or no?
No, I was going to send it to traffic and decoration.
It's
Well,
about just state of emergency.
Traffic and
you can
decoration.
send it to MO. If you have Council Bergman, want an MO, send it there. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next is transmitting information communication of the Worcester Community Food Assessment Report. Dr. Castile is up. And anybody have questions for Dr. Castile?
That is a
We'll give it
fit.
a minute. Okay.
Nice.
So I'd like to
see
say
that.
through the chair that this is a report that was done through the Coalition for a Healthy Worcester that Casey Burns runs, along with collaboration with the
That is
Department
such a
of
fit.
Health.
Wow.
I'd like for Casey to answer any questions since she is the author of the report.
Casey, you want to give us maybe a quick rundown on the report?
Oh my
Sure,
God.
yeah.
Why? Why? This report has been out for 2 months.
Division of Public Health for really uplifting and supporting the development of this report. So this is Worcester's first ever comprehensive community food assessment. This is a national model that's been done in cities across the country, but Worcester has a long history of collaborative work addressing food security, but has never done this kind of thorough analysis. Some reports doing food assessments focus on production or distribution or food waste, and we decided intentionally, with Worcester being an urban center, with the issues that we have identified, raised, addressed over the last 20 years of collaboration on food security, that we really wanted to use kind of a human-centered approach of what is a person facing food insecurity facing? What are the obstacles to them attaining resources? What are the cycles they get trapped in? What are the systems that are helpful and what aren't? What is that experience really like? We know there are resources out there, but what is that?
Right.
What is it like for a person trying to access those? And we looked at a variety of different priority populations we know that face food insecurity, whether that be older adults or people with disabilities. Black and brown populations in Worcester, language diversity.
I feel like people around her don't slack.
People in different neighborhoods, and we looked at what are the resources in those neighborhoods, and what is it like trying to get food there. We partnered, as we said, with the Division of Public Health, but also the Worcester County Food Bank was the lead partner supporting this work, the Worcester Regional Research Bureau, the UMass Prevention Research Center, and many community partners. We worked under the umbrella of the Center on Food Equity, which is a partnership of coalitions supported by the Worcester County Food Bank. And so just to quickly share, we did a survey, collected about 500 surveys throughout the city. We did community conversations with those populations most impacted. We visited sites. We did analysis of mutual aid Worcester Facebook posts and what people were asking for when they're seeking resources for food. And we did an agency survey asking people who are providers working in agencies, what are they seeing? What is it like running the programs? What are the challenges they faced? And so from that, we did a community analysis of what was the themes that we heard and what were the recommendations put forth by our community members. And there were 5 areas for recommendation. The first was centering lived expertise in advocacy. And that was really important for us. Representative Hayes from Connecticut says, hunger is a policy choice. And this points to that our systems have shown to be able to address hunger and that our systems are also keeping people in poverty and in insecurity. And so we have a choice in order to be able to address those systems at local, state, and federal levels that can change those conditions for how people are living and accessing food. The second was specifically around SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which previously known as food stamps. And we looked at what are the obstacles to enrolling in SNAP, what are the limitations in eligibility of who can enroll in this. What are the parameters around how people can utilize SNAP and what we can do to advocate in order to be able to enroll people who are eligible. The Worcester Regional Research Bureau did a study of who is eligible for SNAP in our community and who is actually enrolled. And we saw in some neighborhoods in Worcester, there was a 70%, which they call a SNAP gap, which is the difference between who is eligible and who is enrolled. We are missing a lot of resources for our community and leaving a lot of money on the table that could be going into our local economy. And so we really want to close this gap, reach this eligible population. The third strategy was around communication. We saw that might be a food pantry in someone's neighborhood, or there might be misperceptions about what SNAP actually does or what resources that someone can access or who they are for. And that there was so much confusion, people are often given a list of 25 different resources they could call through. We need consistent, accessible, equitable access to information on where resources are and how people can improve their lives. Very good. The fourth was on transportation strategies. We saw, gaps in both public transportation where routes were and how people could access retail stores, supermarkets, food pantries, other locations. And in order to get there, to the DTA, where the move of the DTA has had a major impact on our community, where we tested and it took some people from some neighborhoods 4.5 hours to ride round trip from their homes to the DTA office and back. That's a major obstacle when you're trying to access critical benefits for your family. And there was also some concerns and challenges in the report around bags being able to be brought onto buses, whereas the current rules with the RTAs, you're not allowed to take up more than one seat. And so sometimes bus drivers allow people to do that, but if you're shopping for your family, you have 5, 6 bags, you're shopping for your family, you are then putting your trip up for risk when you try to board a bus, that the driver might be able to say, no, you can't board the bus because you can't fit those bags on your lap. And so there was also challenges in connectivity of transportation, how people could take a bus route and then walk.
I don't know what happened to the Stone Soup people, but that building has been taken over by the village, and they're still doing, maybe not necessarily the food
and then the last
security, but definitely the
area,
social
and it was
empowerment.
intentionally put last, not because it's not important, was around program access and delivery. This is around our food pantries, our Meals on Wheels sites, our community fridges, all of the different resources that are put out there, and there were specific recommendations how to strengthen them.
Ran by a mother-daughter
fruits
team
and
of
vegetables, with
Parley and
more of a
Shaisha.
choice model and some other specific enrollment.
I've been there many
pieces.
times.
However,
I love
we
that place.
put this
They're doing a
last
porch
because we
concert
know,
series. I think
like getting people
the last
food
one was last week.
tomorrow or today, the immediate need is often what we think of because that urgent need is right in front of us, and that's also something we can see and address in hunger very practically.
Yeah.
However, we can't
So
food
system,
pantry
that's the,
ourselves out of hunger, and we have to
Worcester
start
Earn-A-Bike.
diverting and
They've been
not
there since
diverting,
the Stone
adding
Soup days.
resources to some of these upstream
That's
systems-based
a really
issues
cool
that are
program.
driving the need and the inequities
Where
we see
people can get a
downstream,
free
and
bike if
the
they go and
causes
volunteer for a
how
little
people,
while.
why people are needing food, that
they
emergency
give
food
bikes to
need that
kids.
we are then delivering through our programs.
Mutual
so we
aid
intentionally
is
put that
rad.
last because we know that is important, but we need to really start thinking about these systems-based issues. So the Center on Food Equity has a number of different committees we're working on.
Yeah, work right
Task
through
Force on
here.
Food Security and others. We are really excited about launching this with this new direction. And Division of Public Health has already identified in the memo I've seen like some specific strategies they're going to be partnering with on. Jean McMurray,
Oh, good
Executive
point.
Director of
I
Worcester
pick up
County
Worcester,
Food Bank,
but,
met with the
I think-
manager and myself
Worcester Earn-A-Bike
last
does bike
week
repair as well.
and talk through some strategies we can collaborate on. We're really excited about. We really hope that you utilize us as a resource, as food security is so much in the forefront of what we are hearing as community needs. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. We're going to refer that after move forward to public
Can we
health.
have that in
but-
public health, please?
Excuse me?
Can we have that in public health?
That's what I just said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've lost that.
But before we do, Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the comprehensive report, very much needed. During this past year, I was struggling to try to find, because I think.
Oh, no, the
COVID and
camera
all the
can't focus
changes,
on Kate.
An up-to-date food pantry list and also kitchen list, not only for Worcester, but for Worcester County as well. Do you now have a more comprehensive list?
What do you mean
I
a
know we
kitchen
put one
list?
together with our interns and where I work for our clients, but I'd love to be able to see that list so that we can compare the hours and make sure everything is available and current for everyone.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely. I
such
mean,
a need.
that access to information is, that's one of the challenges we saw too. And
Right.
so we actually developed a website through the pandemic with the launch of the Center on Food Equity called foodhelpworcester.org.
Yep.
And it is an attempt to really centralize information. So it has information on food pantries, on meal programs, on how to apply for SNAP, on summer meals programs, all in one place.
Yep.
And so please use it, but also let us know what it's missing. And we're working hard to keep it up to date.
Right. I know it's a moving target. I know, because things change every week, but thank you very much for all your hard work. It's necessary.
Thank you, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly want to say thank you for this report, for the engagement between City of Worcester and your group. What really jumped out to me is the underutilization of some of the resources that are available. So I appreciate the game plan here for educating and reaching out to community partners and et cetera. But that's a lot of work. And what I'm particularly interested in seeing on the city side of this, because again, this is a public-private partnership sort of responsive matter, is that it be communicated to the council sort of the short-term, midterm, long-term action.
So I just went to
This is a
familyhelpworcester.org, and the first
Right,
thing is
there's
that
also
there's
the
EBT
multifaceted
skimming and phishing
things
scams happening around. Hope everybody's
we just
being
had
careful
a
out there.
hearing, myself and my committee around, tree canopy and heat islands, redlining and the impact on health disparities, and et cetera. It's all interconnected here. So there's a lot of work to do. And I think, as an individual counselor, I'm interested in learning as folks move forward, Mr. Chairman, what an action plan would look like as relates to this, and how it can be broken down incrementally and prioritized. I know there was some discussion earlier about funding and capacity, fiscal, and in terms of person power. But I think that would be particularly helpful, Mr. Chairman. So certainly like, by the way,
That's my favorite flavor of Ben and Jerry's, Bill. I don't know what else to do.
The game plan and the action plan with prioritization.
All right, this is kind of wild. My mural
can be provided at some
mural I
point,
painted.
and I don't expect it tomorrow.
Is
or
on
next
this
week.
foodhelpworcester.org
At your
website.
pace. I know Dr. Castile will be doing well with that, because it might give us as a council a roadmap in terms of how to support the work, how to support the manager, and potential advocates.
And then, of course, they put the OG Slick mural, because they always put the OG Slick mural.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ojeda.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I really look forward to working with you. With all this, especially with your key findings and recommendations for next steps. I'm really interested in it. So thank you. I really appreciate it. And all the great work. I really appreciate it. So see you soon.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the motion is going to send this to Public Health and also collectively with the reports requested. Roll call.
Council Bergman. Council Bergman. Council Caloria.
Yes.
Council Agia.
Yes.
Lost Bergman
Council
again.
King.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yep.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, I think Councilor Bergman said yes also.
Council Bergman, you
I did,
stated
thank you,
yes?
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. We are on 12.
Worcester free fridges are not on foodhelpworcester.org.
Recommend approval of the easement to National Grid for property situated on northwesterly side of Huntley Street.
Thanks,
and
George
southerly
Seption.
side of
I do.
Midland
You
Street.
should, if you could
Adopt
come
the
down to
roll
the
call.
Hunchback
Roll call.
Gallery. We're on Webster Street. Send me a message on Instagram, or you can look for one. We're going to be
Council
open
Bergman.
maybe Saturday.
Yes.
You can always just come down and take a
Yes.
look.
Council Agia. Council King.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson. Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey. And Mayor
Yes.
Petty.
Yes. Okay, 10 point, we can take these collectively. 10.30A and B, which is transmitting information communication relative to the fiscal year 2024 financial update as of June 3rd, 2024, and transmitting information communication relative to the fiscal year 2020 financial update as of May 31st, 2024.
I like when Joe turns into a mumble rapper.
Roll call.
Council Bergman.
He's the best to ever do it.
Caloria.
Yes.
Council Agia.
Yes.
Council King.
All right,
Yes.
tagging you out.
Councilmember Carlson.
I'm going to go take a smoke off.
Council Nguyen.
All right.
Yes.
Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Look at
Council
that.
Pasillo.
We're a well-oiled machine over here.
Russell.
We work in
Council
shifts.
Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, recommend the adoption of the audit conveyance of easement.
We are on
of Verizon New
2
England
hours
Inc.
and a half
This is
in,
up on the roll
and we
call.
haven't even gotten to the
Council Bergman.
37 city council
Yes.
orders.
Council
on this
Caloria.
agenda.
Yes.
Council Agia.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
So
Councilmember
shifts are
Carlson.
necessary.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council
Hey.
Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Let's get a little bit of bear in the show.
Okay, we have finance items. We can take these collectively if you'd like. It's 10.34A, 10.35A through K, 10.36A through C, 10.37A through D. Take these, adopt on the roll call. Which one? Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
I just missed all those numbers. I'm sorry.
All
The
the
finance,
starting at 10.348 to 10.37D.
okay. Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next is transmitting information communication of the update on the administration of the American Rescue Plan Act funding. Mr. Manager, thank you for the report and the update. Time is pressing on these, and I know MO, send it to MO for a hearing, so we can discuss that in further detail. Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify one thing. There has been, this is a conversation just in the neighborhood. Is there any risk of us losing any of this money that we've already allocated, not only on this list, but on some of the capital projects that we've talked about that might have gotten some stall? Obviously, Roosevelt School comes to mind. Do we have deadlines that we're up against, or is there anything we should be watching out for?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, no, there is no risk of us losing any money. One of the things that we're doing is we're looking at projects in areas where there might be some surplus in terms of dollars that are left over. And so we're moving some of that. Here in this report, you see that I'm actually moving $667,000 to rental assistance because we were able to identify that within some of our programs. And so we were shifting it there because we know that in an area there, we keep hearing from the housing or agencies and the organizations that I'm constantly meeting with of the need for more rental assistance. So we decided to shift that. But right now we feel very comfortable that all these monies are either contracted, allocated, or ready to be spended. So we don't have any fear that by the end of December, if there is any doubt within the next month or two that certain projects are delayed or what have you, then we will reconsider those allocations and come back to council with a proposal what we want to move those monies to.
Thank you. So we'll send that to Municipal Operations. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to speak a little bit to some of the allocations. Folks in the community did reach out to me regarding some of this. And, when we look at some of the grant awards that went out, and you look at, some of the smaller groups that are led by diverse folks and groups of folks, one of the things that's mentioned in this report, it's an acknowledgement. One of the folks did say to me that, when you look at an entity on one scale, if you're looking at the cultural organization grant program, for example, when you take a look at that and you see some of the more financially stable and consistent award recipients, Ecotarium, Hanover Theater, Mechanics Hall, Worcester Art Museum, etc. And you go down the list, the amounts that they are giving are in some instances 3 or 4 times more than some of the groups that are so much in need of this support and so much reflective of the disproportionate impact that COVID-19 had. But what I wanted to point out and give the administration opportunity to speak to is that in this very document, it talks about how, with regards to eligible applicants, that the federal requirements are that the amount of aid must be commensurate to the economic harm experienced by the organization. It says here, quote, "We recognize that inherently leads to a trend of larger organizations receiving larger dollar amounts as they have significantly higher cost structures." And so given that fact, I'm wondering if you could just share briefly what was put in place and what was done to help kind of mitigate that reality. Because we have a number of needs that are met, and we know that the folks that are closest to the community are those grassroots organizations. And while these other groups have served us well and will continue to serve us in great capacity, folks who just want to kind of hear from the city a little bit about that, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Dunn?
Sure. Through the chairman to the counselor, I think one of the important concepts too under the American Rescue Plan Act as it relates to nonprofit organizations that I think can sometimes be lost in all of the verbose language, quite frankly, in the final rule that governs the distribution of funds, is that when you provide grant funding to a nonprofit, that nonprofit could either be a beneficiary of the grant or a subrecipient of the grant. And so what we tried to do across all of our ARPA programs was not just have a one-size-fits-all, we're going to do this one program with a bunch of different criteria, and that's how we're going to distribute all of the dollars to the nonprofit community. We tried to come up with different slices of different programs so that we could treat the eligibility and the structure of those programs in different ways to hopefully provide a wide range of opportunities to the nonprofit community. And so this was one of the programs that was structured where the nonprofit organization itself is the beneficiary. So we recognize that those organizations have, constituencies, residents that they serve. But in the context of this particular program, because it was structured as pandemic relief funding to the organization as the beneficiary, we had to look at, okay, how was that organization harmed by the pandemic? And so there's a correlation between the financial harm of the pandemic and, quite frankly, the size of the cost structure, as you mentioned, of that organization. And so while it looks like on an absolute dollar amount basis that some of the smaller organizations, again, clearly received smaller dollar awards in terms of the total grant size, in relationship to their cost structure, in some cases, those organizations received 100% of their annual expenses, whereas a larger organization maybe received less than 10% of their annual expenses. So relatively speaking, some of those organizations actually received a significant benefit in the context of how the pandemic harmed their organization. So I just to kind of then put it into context, there were other programs that we did that the nonprofit grant making was done where that organization is a subrecipient. So they're carrying out services to residents who are the beneficiaries of those funds. In that case, we could consider larger awards as we did, particularly under the community projects and programs category, where we actually were able to help support the growth of organizations, because it wasn't about just where are they at today or where were they at in the pandemic and how were they harmed by the pandemic, but what are they doing to meet the needs of the community and the residents that were disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, and create a grant award that is related to the cost of the services that they are then providing to those beneficiaries. So that's something that's just important to recognize in terms of how assistance could be, outlaid to nonprofits and whether they're treated as a beneficiary or whether they're treated as a subrecipient of the funds. And I'd say that, of the criteria that we established for this particular program, the disproportionately impacted communities criterion was the heaviest weighted, but it's still through the lens of, okay, is this still reasonably proportional to the extent and the type of harm that organization experienced from the pandemic. And that can be more acute when you think of, carrying the payroll, if there was higher staffing levels in the organization, that they maintain the employment levels and all of the income that provides to those families being supported through those employment opportunities. If they're carrying a physical space, the cost related to carrying a mortgage or rent and utilities and all those related expenses, versus other nonprofit organizations that might operate sort of remotely and have fewer employees, in some cases are entirely volunteer run. And it's not to discount the value that smaller organizations provide to the community. It's just in the structure of then reviewing how they were, directly impacted financially by the pandemic. It's making sure that we're staying within those boundaries that the federal government set out.
Mr. Manager, do you want?
Through the chair to the council, one of the things that I want to add to that is one of the requirements of the application was that these organizations were to submit their actual receipts of expenses, of burdens, or things that they had to endure during a significant period during the pandemic. And that was articulated, that period of time was articulated during the application. All applicants knew that. So the award came based on what they had submitted during that time frame. And again, taking into consideration that some of the organizations that, again, have been fully funded based on their entire operating budget in comparison to others who were less than roughly 10%.
Thank you.
Council King?
I have some further questions that, but I'll reserve that for when it goes to MLO. What I will say is I do have a question around, I know it was said that we look like we're going to meet that deadline to contractually obligate all funds. But if you could just, and I know we've shared this previously, but just for the sake of whether or not I'm going to be in opposition to anything, if you could share what the next deadline is. I know there's a 2025 deadline as relates to maybe expenditure or disbursement, I'm not quite sure. And what happens if we don't meet that?
Mr. Manager?
Through Chair to the Council, the deadline is December 31st of 2024. These funds need to be contracted. And so right now, the majority of these funds are already contracted. There's a significant portion that are going through the contracting period right now. And then there's some that are going to be contracted within the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Move money around, you do not need council approval. Is that right, through the chair?
Through the Chair, that is correct.
You know, I look forward to seeing how we continue to improve in this area. There's a lot of good work that's been done here, Mr. Chairman. And we know through the many committee meetings that we've gone through the areas that we need additional assistance, additional funding that fit the spirit of the ARPA legislation. You know, I certainly encourage us to do exactly that. I know I don't want to be appreciative of the 1.5 million that was designated to support youth employment as a result of the budget cuts to youth work.
Yeah, they had smaller budgets. What can we do?
And again,
nothing about historical inequity that leads to them having smaller budgets. Right? You can only fund the budget. You can only fund the budget.
Parks, taking another look at that Tacoma project. If there's additional monies that we're looking at, a hybrid situation over there that includes a pool and any other amenities that we can offer to that neighborhood, to those kids and families, Mr. Chairman. But again, I look forward to the oversight that will be provided in committee, and I'll be in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on Councilor King's questions, through you to the administration, he mentioned just a moment ago parks. On the ARPA funds, is there
parks
that's free and available for parks?
George Sefton with the George Sefton captions.
When we reviewed the city manager, I was very critical of the administration for the lack of communication and the moving of money from one of the neighborhoods that was, if you look at the heat maps, that was most critically impacted by COVID, which was Vernon Hill, with that $1 million commitment that we all made to the families up there that has not been, that was utilized in other facilities. Even we were celebrating the opening of Mulcahy Field, the basketball court, but when you look around, we say, hey, where's the pickleball court? That was on the plan, and I'm sure the budget did it, the expenses of everything has gone up so high and that. So question for you, Mr. Chairman, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the manager, is there money available to put back into these neighborhoods that desperately need this, that were affected dramatically by COVID?
Mr. Manager?
Through the Chair to the Council, right now, one of the things, the exercises that we're doing, and we do this on a weekly basis, is we're evaluating these projects that whether are in line, have been proposed in terms of status. Could we get them bidded? Could we get them contracted in time to be able to expend, to get these contracted by the end of this calendar year? That evaluation is where I could be able to come back to you. I could probably come back to you in a few weeks and say, hey, you know what? We've identified a few $1 million or $100,000 or $600,000 where this project's not moving forward. I think we can move it into the Parks Department. We can move it into.
Yeah, I'm in a local government for the pickleball courts. That's basically all. I'm a single issue voter.
Right now,
pickleball courts or not?
May or may not have some overruns, and that's a conversation that we're looking at as well, where we may have to move some money. But again, this is a moving target, but we're making sure that we're staying to that deadline of December 31st.
Mr. Chairman, I would encourage the administration to keep in mind and keep the eye on the prize of the outline of what these funds were meant for and the neighborhoods that it was were meant to address. I think I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so we'll send that to,
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, Councilman Nguyen. I'm sorry, apologies.
It's okay, no worries. I also had a few questions, and I do want to thank Maide Morales for grounding us on the statistics of the folks most impacted by COVID and the tough years of the pandemic, which is still ongoing. And I feel like I hear a theme here on council, which is I feel like we moved away from that reality. So my questions, I just want to state that I'm not here to pick on specific orgs, but I do have questions on impact on vulnerable populations and the allocations of the funds in an equitable manner. When I see this list, right?
Everybody look at how Mo doesn't know how to use a camera.
Orgs getting the highest amount.
Oh my God.
Cultural-led orgs with history of working with.
Not to take away from what Tu is saying, because they're saying some important shit.
And so, like Councilor King, a lot of folks reached out to me. So I wanted to ask, how did we decide on the tier of eligible applicants, and how was the harm of the demographics decided in allocating these to the orgs, the amount of money to the orgs?
Mr. Dunn?
Man.
Through the chair to the counselor. So when we first started crafting the structure of this program, we had always kind of outlined from the beginning.
Shouldn't the city manager be answering these questions?
Dollars to really try to meet all of the needs and address the recovery needs of the pandemic in every sort
Peter
of
Dunn is just like
corner of our city and really across a variety of sectors and industries, which is why we
like
have
the assistant coach who's actually the coach kind of
portfolio
deal.
of programs, particularly under economic development.
Yeah, he's the one that does the work, and Eric gets
dollars
the
to really
credit.
meet a lot of
Yeah,
the
Eric's
needs
like,
and
hey, smart guy,
recovery of small
smart guy, get out of
businesses,
here.
the nonprofit
Tell him.
community,
You tell him,
residents,
you tell him.
homeowners, renters, the unhoused. And so we really kind of tried to create that spectrum of assistance. And so for this particular program, when we were thinking about pandemic relief for nonprofit organizations, we realized we must not be doing this in a vacuum. There must be other communities and organizations or communities and states that have done this type of relief program for the cultural sector. And we actually found that very recent to when we were starting to put together this program, the Mass Cultural Council had done something very similarly with the ARPA dollars that they had received. And from what we had heard from the cultural community, the Mass Cultural Council process was viewed as very widely successful.
I recently
in terms
learned
of
that
how
I
they
missed the
distributed those
blood
dollars
rave
across
over
the
at
state.
Ralph's.
And so we
Oh, the blood rave was fun,
received,
dude.
a detailed description about how that program was crafted, how they viewed eligibility,
time.
how they then made determinations on awards.
The person I talked to
And I
said
would
at
say
one
that our
point the
program,
showers,
as it relates to
only
eligibility,
like
was
one or
actually
two
more
sprinklers worked, so it was
flexible
more like
than
a shower.
it
was like a
more
blood
like
shower.
it is grounded in sort of the requirements
but it still
again
sounds
of
dope.
the federal
It was sick,
regulations around when a nonprofit organization is being granted funds as a beneficiary. And so that created the requirement that the applicant must be a 501c3 tax exempt nonprofit that was established prior to the onset of the pandemic. So if you're doing dollars to basically help an organization recover from the negative effects of the pandemic, they had to have experienced the onset of the pandemic and sort of all that occurred through that state of emergency. And so that led to some of the initial threshold eligibility in terms of being a nonprofit organization, specifically a 501c3 tax exempt.
He's explaining the entire application criteria.
And also, because this was designed as a program for the
I was outside thinking, I
creative
need a
sector,
new
for the
hobby.
arts and culture sector, we asked organizations to provide us with a copy of their mission statement because we wanted to make sure that the organization applying for funds was in alignment with that creative sector. And so we kind of had that defined as an organization that has arts, culture, humanities, creative expression as a core part of their mission statement. And I would say that the Mass Cultural Council actually defined that a little bit more strictly, where they had to make their process defined eligible applicants as those organizations that were what they called fully cultural. So they
The fuck does that mean?
applicants ineligible if they were not nonprofit organizations, of course, but also if they didn't have a certain percentage of their budget being spent on arts and cultural activities. And so as we reviewed our threshold eligibility with our committee of residents that informed this process and reviewed the draft with us, we did end up making some awards to some organizations where arts and culture, creative expression was not very clearly stated in their mission statement, but it was clear that they're a larger organization that does arts and culture related programming in their facility. And I think it's maybe not super helpful to, like, as you mentioned, kind of calling out certain organizations by name, but I think it was actually good that we were able to include some of those organizations, some of which are BIPOC led, that under the Mass Cultural Council definition actually would have been ineligible to receive any funding at all. So that's just one example of how that resonated through our process. And then in addition, we again had a few stated criteria as we evaluated the effect of the pandemic and our goal of prioritizing disproportionately impacted communities. And certainly those folks from disproportionately impacted races and ethnicities is an important part of that. But we did use the federal definition in the final rule of organizations located in a qualified census tract, organizations led by or organizations that primarily serve disproportionately impacted races and ethnicities, or organizations led by or that primarily serve low-income families. And so those factors around disproportionately impacted communities helped us rank how the organization meets those. But again, that was one of 5 sort of comparative criteria. It was the most heavily weighted. But through, again, the lens of this requirement that as beneficiaries through this structure, because we're providing them with relief funding because of the harm that their organization experienced. Again, it's not structured like some of our other programs where it's about, well, what services or what could you deliver to the community or the population that you serve, and how could we help you, grow that and meet that need in a bigger way than you might be able to today. It was really about how was the organization itself as a nonprofit corporation negatively impacted by the pandemic. So we have some boundaries that we had to operate within. And I would say that, again, for the proportionality of it and relatively speaking, while on an absolute dollar basis, some of the smaller organizations look like received smaller dollars compared to the larger organizations, when you consider those awards and the impact it'll have on their organization and their efforts to recover from the pandemic, I would argue that a grant that's supporting 100% of an organization's annual expenses is going to have a relatively outsized impact than another grant that might be supporting, just less than 10% of that organization's annual expenses, albeit it's a much larger organization. So on an absolute dollar value, it leads to a larger grant award. But again, relatively speaking, and what that'll hopefully do for the organization, and the doors that it'll open for a smaller organization that knows for the entire next year, they can now use their efforts on fundraising or other sources of revenue to take their organization to new heights and not just worry about trying to fundraise to meet their status quo. Through this grant opportunity, we've been able to totally meet their status quo and enable them to reach higher heights by doing that. And so that's kind of how some of that resonated through the development of the application itself.
We couldn't possibly give them more money than their current operating budget.
Evaluation. And I guess just one other statistic as we reviewed it.
That wouldn't be means tested.
Good success, and we had, as was described in our communication, there was a lot of targeted outreach to a lot of smaller organizations. We recognize that some folks don't always have, the robust staffing to, take advantage of these opportunities and do the necessary paperwork and fill out the application. So we tried to structure this application in a way that was very simplified compared to some of the other programs we launched. I think we've learned from that. I think we definitely took into consideration previous feedback we got from the community and tried to simplify the application further and did targeted outreach, because I think when you look at the portfolio of organizations that are receiving an award from us, we have a higher percentage of which that are BIPOC-led organizations than what we saw through the data provided by the Mass Cultural Council as well. In their report, there were about 1,219 grants given statewide through the Mass Cultural Council, and 188. So about 10% or so, a little over 10% were BIPOC, and I think we have a larger percentage of our grantees being BIPOC led. So I think that that's a good indication that we at least tried to have that intentionality to do that targeted outreach and get as many folks that were eligible for this opportunity, getting them to have a successful application into the office to.
He's just reading the report.
Opportunity.
Thank you. Councilor
Yes,
Warren?
thank you. Yes, thank you. And I do agree. And, I think one of the sentiment that I hear in the community is that, they did a lot of advocacy, a lot of ways for us to better our application process. And this is the result of it, and I think that that's where the salt really
10% is crazy.
is that a lot of folks advocated for a more equitable process. And so I do hear and understand that, these funds are based on the, commensurable to the scale of the organization. And I think one of the things that I'm interested in really understanding is, knowing that there was that systemic inequity, as noted in the report, kind of what Councillor King said, which is like, how did we choose to really do better? How do we really figure out a process in which things can actually be more equitable? And I also want to ask, like, what other options or alternatives did we consider? And were there other organizations that were denied? And are
It's crazy
you
distracting.
confirming
It
that
must
we
be his
gave
cell
these
phone.
orgs that are smaller kind of like the maximum
And he's
amount
looking
that
at
we
a
could have
computer
done?
separately.
Mr. Dunn?
This man's an attorney.
Through the chair of the council, a series of questions in there. So if I forget something, just remind me. So again, I think that
he wants those Dutch
this
angles.
Particular program shouldn't be viewed in a
heightened
vacuum.
part of
Again,
this
there's
film.
probably close to 20 different programs that were launched by the city, many of which were carried out by our office, including several programs that were available to the nonprofit community. And I would say that it wasn't even just the only program that we've made available for the creative cultural sector. So by way of example, the previous program that we had done was for organizations that were involved in community and cultural festivals, because we know the impact of the pandemic and how what that did for organizations that put on these important offerings to our community, often free of charge, and also celebrate the diversity and cultural communities that we have in the city of Worcester. And specifically in that program, we actually did a maximum grant award for BIPOC organizations that was 25% larger than any other award. So in order to get that 25% bonus funding, you had to be a BIPOC-led organization in order to achieve that additional funding.
Steve.
We also have
I could try to
other dollars that are designed to help us implement a lot of the goals and strategies outlined.
I think now is a decent time to refresh it.
Plan is, I'm sure the
Gonna
council is
talk
familiar
for
with.
5 straight minutes. Oh man, it's like taking a weighted blanket off and removing the audio of that guy speaking.
Similar organizations to get another bite at the apple, so to speak, in terms of
that's good.
what they're doing already or what they're
It very slowly comes apart.
So that is in alignment
over
with
the
the goals and
hours,
strategies of
which is
the
weird.
cultural plan for the city of Worcester. So in this particular case, again, just because we wanted to have programs that were structured in a variety of different ways under the final rule. So ARPA provided us with opportunities to come up with different programs and structuring them in different ways and trying to get to organizations that maybe didn't have an opportunity through some of the other funding
for
that we
actually
offer.
watching
So
this.
some of the
having it
larger
at
awards as
your
well. And again, one of the review
paying
criteria
attention
was
to,
other ARPA dollars that
I
they had
stopped paying attention.
received
I'll be
from
writing
the
something
city
on
or
my
state
phone.
government in terms of reviewing that, because we wanted to make sure
Yeah.
that
I can't really listen to this guy.
haven't been excluded from the opportunities. And so that was another factor that was evaluated. And I think that, again, like through the development of this application, having community involvement through our committee in reviewing that, it's hard to like get into a lot of the nuances related to each and every application because there's a lot of detail that is reviewed. We took several months to review this and report out and get feedback from the committee that we have. So on any case-by-case basis, that answer could be different. But I do think, generally speaking, as we think of smaller organizations versus larger organizations, proportionally and relative to their annual expenses, I think that that approach, that intentionality, or that equity does resonate in some sense, where the grant award in relationship to what they need to fundraise for, what they need to accomplish over the next year based on past experience of their expenses over the last several years, does resonate to some degree in terms of that intentionality. I know it doesn't mean that everybody's always happy with the results of that. I definitely recognize that. And I'm not saying that this process is perfect or pure. Always,
this is such a jumble of nonprofit word salad.
Perceptions on how it's carried out or ways that it could have been done differently. And so, I do think we feel confident that the process was a successful one, and that for some of these organizations, it's the first time that they've ever received $1 from the city of Worcester. I think that's a powerful story, that this is the first time that some of those organizations will receive any support from the city. So I think that through a variety of those, those elements, that's kind of how the process played out. And I think one question that you had as well is if there were any ineligible organizations, and there were 4. So there were 4 organizations that were deemed ineligible, 3 of which it was due to insufficient documentation that the organization existed prior to the onset of the pandemic. So again, that's something that is not up to our discretion, staff discretion, or the committee's discretion. That's something that is inherent in providing pandemic relief funding to the organizations, is that they were in existence at the onset of the pandemic. And then we had one organization that was not based in Worcester. And so one of the other threshold eligibility requirements was that this was for nonprofit arts and culture organizations that are based in the city of Worcester.
Gotcha. And thank you for that. I do feel like, I'm holding both, that, there was a logic of equity here about the scale of different organizations. And I also want the city to also understand that this logic of equity is also not resonating with a lot of organizations that has been on the ground. And my other question that you haven't answered was, are we saying that we gave the organizations on the bottom of the list like their highest amount possible according to the measurement of their organization size?
Mr. Dunn?
Through the chair to the counselor, I wouldn't be comfortable making that generalization for the entire suite of organizations towards the bottom quarter or half of the list.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. And so I guess I would just like to end with, I really hope to see the final usage of the ARPA fund towards community and orgs, who really anchored the city and served vulnerable folks severely impacted by COVID, and to support their recovery. I think we've learned a lot in this process. And as we close that out, I hope
now we have a real
all
issue
the
to
learnings
address.
of
Steve needs
these
to tell what
funds
kind of
and the
sketchers these are.
community that really, pushed us to do better. I hope that's where we end. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll send that to municipal operations.
George Russell's a Skechers man.
Proposal.
Skechers in a suit. That's a classy move.
Yeah.
We got to be classy on the go.
Councilor Gloria?
Yes.
Councilor GA?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Suits and sneakers is
Councilor Ada?
an increasingly popular style.
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
In the business world, I've
Toomey?
noticed.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Well, when you have to address the council at 6:30 and catch Heron at 8,
Okay, we are.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
A, refer to the Education Committee.
Oh my God, we're only on 11.
Health and Human Services. 11C, 11U, minus 11D, which is held under privilege. Motion is to adopt. We can take those.
Ex granddad.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor GA?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Yes. Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ada?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo? Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay, we are on the orders, part 1. We do have additional holds. Council Toomey is going to hold 12M, N, and O under privilege, and I'm going to hold 22S under privilege.
Please repeat that. Is it 12MNO or 12M
Michael,
and
Nancy,
O?
you know, yeah.
Michael, Nancy, O.
O.
Okay, all three. Okay.
And mine was 22S, which is Wiscombe Street. There seems to be some confusion on that, so it's going to hold it under privilege.
Oh, Christian. Oh, K. Toomey held all of Christian King's orders. That's sick.
Which ones? Okay. Under the orders, this is section 12 on part 1.
22. What did he say?
And O. And also under the ordinances approvals and traffic and parking, I'm going to hold under privilege 22S.
What the fuck is 22S?
Okay. Everybody all set?
22S, he said.
Not yet, George.
Count on you to keep track of them, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
It's a lot of numbers.
Okay. 12A is request the man provide counsel with a plan to execute temporary repairs on private streets and have properly petition the city in accordance with Chapter 302 of the Acts of 84. So repairs should not exceed $6 per linear foot, as per Chapter 302 Acts of 84. And should
Judge Russell goes, it's a lot of numbers.
Councilor Russell.
As it reads.
Send that to the manager. Roll call.
As it reads. Everyone just go as it reads.
Oh, hang on. Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Agie?
Yes.
George Russell is amazing.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Yen?
Yes.
Councilor Hayda?
Yes.
He has a like a
Solo?
Yes.
Colonel
Councilor
Sanders
Russell?
color suit on.
Yes. Councilor Toomey?
Always
Yes.
does. He looks so much like Colonel Sanders. It's fucked.
12B in light of the over $6,000 expense of one vending machine, request manager provide city council report detailing the rationale of continuing the policy of not allowing merchants to recoup the credit card fees incurred when residents buy trash bags with a credit card. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, can we also take 12Y?
Why is
and
David Webb
12B
on live stream?
Some big discussion about trash bags
Yeah, sure.
together.
Request that the
gonna be
manager
running.
may discontinue the procedure of rejecting trash bags that
gonna
are
be running
believed
for
to be
city council.
overweight. We have similar
Probably
violations,
there.
but leaving the sometimes stinky full bags on the street and not picking them up, and the city is not helping its neighborhood quality of life. Request the manager provide council with detailed report as to the costs associated with weighing trash bags, including staff hours. Said report should include whether there are cost savings or extra expenses to dispose of any non-conforming bags. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, that might be the first time the word stinky was ever on the.
I thought he did say
council
stinky.
agenda, but Mr. Chairman, this is an issue that affects our neighborhoods, affects our quality of life, but I'm gonna deal with them as. With the trash bags. Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I can listen to George Russell say stinky all day.
Are losing hundreds and hundreds of dollars a year to provide the bags to city of Worcester bags. And I would.
David
just
Webb
ask the
also
administration in the item of 12B.
completely redid a meme I made with the cop that got pinned between his car and the other car, but just use a different song. I was like,
Done
okay,
in good faith,
sure.
down in Maine South at the new.
He has a lot of challenges.
That machine only.
He also
takes-
has a lot of skeletons in his closet.
And
that's
that
fine.
machine,
Whatever.
according to Mr. Goodwin, is
Yeah,
only sold.
it's
since
things
been
that
there
he's going to have to
for a month,
rectify with if
probably-
he wants to make a public
Probably 10 or 15
persona.
bags, 10 or 15 package bags.
Oh man.
And for us to have spent around $6,000 for that machine, if you just put it. in
Listen, everyone can
comparison,
make their own videos.
we could have allowed
Mine-
20,000.
I think you chose the right song.
Bags.
Mine did 34,000 on Instagram. So
20,000 bags. Because we could, if we allowed the merchants to get back their 3% that they're paying credit card companies to run these things through their, because almost everybody pays for everything with their credit cards. And I don't blame them. Small businesses don't want to lose money. And quite frankly, they're insulted that they're being asked.
Yeah,
to
Gio,
lose
I've
money.
had coffee with the guy a
And
number
they
of
should be
times.
allowed
We
a
align
stipend
politically.
equal
I
to-
just find him
they're
to
not
be
looking to
intense.
make money on it. They're looking to just break
that's
even.
a very
to
diplomatic
allow
word
them
for
to
it.
break even on the sale of these bags. I think it would be, make these bags more
Oh, yeah.
accessible
Yep.
to the general public. You'd have more businesses that would be more than willing to have them nearby. All they're asking for is not to lose money on them. And I would just ask respectfully that the administration consider that, especially before setting up any more vending machines, especially vending machines that don't take a credit card. And I think if you, quite frankly, my guess is if you were able to take a credit card on that machine.
What do you think is George Russell's right about? I agree with George Russell.
The other two items that I have dealing with the trash bag situation are pretty direct and to the point. Mr. Chairman, it's a conversation that I had privately with the manager before I filed the items. It's a conversation that I know he's even had impact in his own neighborhood with the rejection of the yellow trash bags. This is not a new thing. The city of Worcester has always rejected bags that they deem being too heavy. But, Mr. Chairman, it seems like it's an awful lot more as of late. In the last few weeks, the last couple of months, if you will, it has been an awful lot. And, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest to you that if a private resident put a bag of trash out early or out on the street for a day or more and let it just sit there, then we'd be knocking on their door and finding them and asking them to clean it up. And that's what our crews are doing. And not only that, but they're slowing up the process. The poor guys and gals from the sanitation department are hustling, working hard, trying to get as much ground covered and as many bags taken as quickly as they can. And they're stopping to write up the green slip on a bag and then to leave it in front of the people's house. Can you imagine going to work?
This is such homeowner association bullshit.
The trash out. That you had a party over the weekend and you made the mistake, God forbid, of buying watermelons or buying something that's heavy, and you happen to have too many things in the bag. The bag's too heavy. Remember Manager Augustus telling us that we have these new bags with the drawstrings?
In my America, you should be able to buy watermelons for your parties. And not have the guys coming around with the trash bags weighing them, write your tickets.
The pitch that I heard and the pitch that I made when I was justifying voting for increasing that price of those bags. And Mr. Chairman, for us to leave those bags out on the street when someone put them out at 7 o'clock in the morning in good faith, if they were heavy, even if they were very heavy, and leave them there all day long for the person to come home from work in the dead of summer and to find that bag still on the sidewalk with a green slip on it. And the green slip doesn't even say we'll be back tomorrow to deal with it. The green slip just says it's rejected. So how many times my phone has been rung lately as a district councilor, people complaining that what am I going to do with this? What am I going to do? And I can't tell them take it down to Millbury Street because there's no facility down there. They could take recycling down there, but they can't take it down there. Why don't we have a truck, an old trash truck down there or at some other location, maybe the DPW yard, where we can say to people, hey, you loaded the bag too much, take it over there. And just put
the watermelons anecdote is awfully specific.
People think that
it is awfully specific thing to invoke
for another week.
For this to not be a personal thing that happened to him personally.
Our quality of life team is there through the addition of a new staff.
Did George Russell file this order because his trash bag got rejected on account of too many
woods? Big portion of District 3.
Channel 5 investigates.
We've got quality of life team either working.
Travis, did you hear
working on a Saturday
him cite the example of having a party and you bought too many watermelons and that makes your trash bag too heavy?
Myself included. Going
did you hear him?
From what he tells me on the back of the quality.
I'm pretty sure that I'm developing a theory right now. I'm hypothesizing that this whole order is the result of George Russell trying to throw away too many watermelons at one time.
And getting a bag rejected.
Getting a bag rejection.
It's not cost effective. How could it be?
There's been some serious gems tonight.
Picking up a bag, even if it's twice as heavy as it should be, how could it be cost effective to not pick that bag up and maybe leave a note or send a notice to somebody later on suggesting that they don't load the bags up as much? How could it be cost effective to leave it there on a summer day on the sidewalk and then to have another crew or another person come back the next day to deal with it. It just doesn't make sense. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that these items be sent to the administration to take a long, hard look. I'm sure the manager and Mr. Fink and the rest of the
How many
quality of life
watermelons
team
is
have-
too many
have
watermelons?
thought this through, but I really don't think this is a good process of what we're doing now. I don't want to make it sound like we're rejecting every other bag. I understand. And of course, I'm not being unrealistic. If somebody's got something, construction debris or a cinder block in a bag, I don't expect you to get it. But this new wave.
What am I
in the
supposed to
last
do with
few
my
weeks
cinder blocks?
Of all of a sudden saying, we got to weigh bags or we got
Thanks,
to
Matt.
be more selective. And I see
I'm just
it
gonna
all
trust that
over
answer.
District 3. I saw our bag just on Monday morning or Tuesday. I sent a picture of it to Mr. Cahill on Blythewood with 3 days after trash day, still on the side of the road with a green sticker on it. It just isn't part of what we're trying to do. I've got other items on the agenda dealing with rodents. Leave a bag full of trash on the sidewalk, and it certainly doesn't help. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask that these items go to the administration.
Thank you, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly support much of this. I do have some clarifying questions that perhaps the administration could share and shed some light on before I cast my vote in full support or not. To what degree is this
Put
an
the mic
issue?
closer, Christian.
I know that the
Yeah, right. You're not clipping at all. Don't worry.
as of late, a number around 200 or so. Like I've never seen this myself. So I'm just wondering, how prevalent is it? Are we actually taking quality of life folks and dedicating them to this rather than folks from other departments or what have you? If I could just get a little bit of context from the administration's perspective, given the fact that there's already been some discussion between the manager and the filer of the order.
Through the chair to the council. So there's been some, I want to kind of put it all in context. I'll try to do the best that I can. in terms
Closed
of why we have
captioning
this
censored
issue.
something that Eric said.
Like the council stated, this has been a long-standing practice of this municipality.
How many watermelons
If your
do
bag
George
is
Russell
over a certain
tried to
limit,
throw away?
you get a
7
green
is
tag.
what
I
Matt
myself,
thinks.
a few months ago, got a
I
green
feel like
tag.
that's an
My
accurate
trash bag
number.
was too heavy, and I had to bring it back inside when I got home from work.
Oh, I
after a long
bought
day
8 watermelons, but I
of
only
working
ate
in
one.
municipal government.
I invited all the neighbors.
One of the things that we tried to do in this effort
Everyone was
to
busy.
try to support and mitigate some of the challenges that we have with staffing and changing of staff in the operations in the DPW department was to try to shift some of that responsibility of the overweight stuff or anything that was left behind or something that was maybe put out too early or was just left behind by a
The
truck.
DPW left
So
all my
quality of life
watermelons.
through their kind of precinct model, and as they're going through neighborhoods, be able to pay attention to that, and then be able to
They don't send
address
a
the
trash
issue.
truck out. do
That
they?
this
They
is the
send a pickup
new
truck.
kind of structure that where we were trying
must
that we're
send a
trying
pickup
out
truck and
as
have
part
a
of the
whole
quality of life team to
What,
help
for
support
George's house?
DPW in the
No,
efforts.
well, yeah,
in
for
terms of
just
what
George's, him and
they're
his
doing
watermelon
there.
bags. No,
One of the
we're saying
challenges
that
and-
you can
and I know,
order
you know,
a pickup
it may not
again
seem
if
cost
you miss
effective and
trash
to
pickup,
give the
but
resident
come
the
back and
opportunity
pick up
you
your
know
bag
what,
the
you
next
just pick
day
it
or
up, just get
something
it
like
out of
that.
there. There is a challenge. One of the highest areas where we have injured on duty, workers' comp, et cetera, is in this particular division because they're running, they're trying to pick up trash, and sometimes these things have sticks sticking out and they get cut, they get, impacted, or they blow out their back and trying to run and pick something up and throw it. And so there is a weight limit for that particular reason because, again, we want to protect our employees as they're running and going through the streets and picking up the trash. But again, I do acknowledge that there's been a situation in the past few weeks that,
Why do we make them
or a
run?
month, I don't know how long it's been, but it's been a number of situations where have been individuals where the bag has been there a day or 2 or 3, like the council has stated. Quality of life is on top of that. We're going to revisit
full of
that
watermelon.
process with DPW to see if maybe perhaps DPW can continue that, or perhaps quality of life can provide some support in another way. But I'd be happy to bring a report that looks at the entire program.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate that. I appreciate Council Russell bringing this forward. The last thing we want to do is nickel and dime folks or
Yeah, it's
be
Casella,
over
isn't it?
assertive
Yeah, the last thing we want
regards
to do is
policy,
nickel and dime folks,
particularly
charging
when
them
we want
$7 for 5 trash
commercial
bags. That would be
we want
terrible.
to have less vermin or rodents or whatever the case might be throughout the city. The only thing I would do, and hope
Recycling is contractors. I
they would
believe
allow us
trash
to
is mostly
okay.
municipal.
Some time ago, I had asked.
I
after meeting
think.
school
I think.
folks
I'm not sure about that.
distributing some of the yellow trash bags at various community locations for folks who are impoverished or having some financial hardship. So I would just ask if it was okay with the Councilor Russell to amend 12B to include an update on attempts to look at community spaces for ways to help mitigate financial hardship with identifying a set amount of yellow trash bags to meet the needs of those folks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll send that to the manager. Those three, all those in favor, opposed, so, I'm sorry, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Can we start a petition to change the
Councilor
color of the
Calorio?
trash bags?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yellow was
Councilor
so
King?
last year.
Yes.
Let's do
Councilor
green.
Carlson?
Yeah.
Councilor Ian?
Yes.
Councilor Hayter?
God, I talked about WPI.
Solo?
yet.
Yes.
Councilor Russell? Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
That is a good idea, actually.
The corner stores aren't allowed to make money on them, so they'd have to sell them at
We're on
cost.
B, I'm sorry, we already did B.
Right, but a lot of them don't sell them at all because of the credit card
Right,
fees.
council report
Yeah,
concerning the
because they
plans
lose money
relative to which
selling them.
trees are to be removed,
Yeah.
planted on Endicott Street and Bigelow Street to ensure such information is shared in a more transparent manner. Council King?
As it reads, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
this is
Sally,
at
but
the
that'll take
request
6
of
months, so
some
we'll get 6 months of
constituents.
silence.
Okay, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haji? Yes. Councilor King?
Yes.
Just
Councilor
raise
Carlson?
everyone's taxes the
Councilor
amount
Mann?
that the trash program costs and do away with the yellow bags.
Yes.
Let everyone
Councilor
buy their own
Hayter?
fucking trash.
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
I'm gonna
Yes.
I'm gonna throw
Russell?
away so many watermelons.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
You know, I saw that on Netflix the other day. I haven't
Right,
watched it
once
yet.
they
I gotta
complete
watch.
on
I have not
parking
watched an
plans
episode of Kevin.
Add,
Bacon.
adjust parking near Chronicle
I
parking.
wish
and
Bryan
post
was here.
diagrams.
Brian,
Particularly the
I
changes
believe,
to the
worked.
parking in the area. Council
He worked
King?
on that
On
show.
that show.
Thank you,
It
Mr.
wasn't filmed
Chairman.
in Worcester,
This
but
particular
there are
park in
hot
this
dog safari
neighborhood,
shirts
Green
in the
Island,
show.
has gone
That's
under
sick.
significant changes over the years and weeks and months and days. So this is simply as it reads, Mr. Chairman. We want to make sure that that we have the latest information. There is some community meetings that are occurring, but would like a report back regarding this plan, along with any sort of time frames and things of that nature. I know that I spoke with the Councilor Ojeda, who's on top of this, that there has been some changes with regards to the overall plan there, but would like a report with an update. Thank you.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Ian?
Yes.
Councilor Hayter?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Request made to post a link to the Human Rights Commission conclusions from Neighborhood Meeting Initiative document on your page and city's website to ensure the public has access to the document. For requested data from said report be updated and provided to the City Council. Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This report came before us quite some time ago. However, it's the latest that we have regarding demographics in neighborhood meetings. It also involved surveying and getting an analysis of and perception from both neighborhood groups.
Oh my God.
Also the response teams and the response
All
officers.
right, folks, we're on order.
And significantly, this is important information to
1,
have up.
2, 3,
I'd like to
4,
amend this to
5.
include that the city manager explore
5 of
engagement
37.
in a new analysis of neighborhood meetings, a new document, new data. This particular data that we had is important because a lot of times we hear that, this is what the neighborhoods want. Now, folks that attend these meetings are significantly engaged with the city. They're often on first name basis with councilors and legislators and, administrators and
I'm on middle name
employees and
basis.
department heads. But it's important to know, I think for the public at large, that
Fucking
when
losing
the
my
city
brain.
references our
I'm
neighborhood,
on middle name basis.
graphics are clear. And the conclusions
People out here
of this
calling me Timothy.
particular- I'm looking at right now, the conclusions of this.
What's your middle
honest
name?
study
Let's
in
say
terms
Ryan.
of
I only respond to
accessibility
Ryan
and
from here on out.
responsiveness and
That's
recommendations.
right. We're on middle
right
name.
there.
We're on middle name
We know
basis here.
that when we
Changing
look
my name
at
to
the
Timothy.
report that was included in my filing shows that,
Just kidding, I don't know how
we
to do
look
that.
at a breakdown by age. 67% of folks that attend these meetings are over age.
The Timothy and Ryan show. That's what this is.
Close to 80%.
We're on middle name
45
basis.
plus. Look at the racial breakdown: 84% white, 7%.
All right, let's get some middle names posted in the chat here. We're all going to be on middle name basis now.
Join us.
59% females.
We're gonna steal your identity.
Attend these meetings, and these meetings are extremely important. They inform
And after
us
that, post your social security
directly from
numbers.
neighborhoods.
Just kidding.
It's
It's a
also
joke. It's a
important
joke.
to understand that there's other means
Parody.
and ways of measuring
Your first childhood
our
cat.
community feedback.
David.
I'm
Nice to see you,
assuming
David.
that demographics
Welcome,
are changing.
David. Welcome.
I'm assuming
Welcome
Gio,
to
I
the
might
middle-
call you David from here on out. I'm gonna try to remember
Welcome.
that.
I hope to get an
Welcome to the
update
middle name club.
when the manager feels that it's appropriate in order to do. But I really think that this extensive report conclusions from human rights.
Psycho Sally, what is your first family pet? That's an
on
important.
the
That's an
website,
important one too.
So it's in that spirit that this order was filed. Thank you.
Thank you. A roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council
Are either
Calorio,
of those names
Yes.
Steve?
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Hado,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request to see manager install cameras on Newman Hill in an effort to address neighborhood concerns relative to nuisance issues in the area. Council Haji and Council Pasillo.
Could we send this both to committee and to the administration, please? And as it reads.
As it reads.
I love as it reads. More as it reads.
Parks, then. Okay, we'll send it to Parks. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. Sorry.
Council
Roll call.
Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji, Council King,
Yes.
Council Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Hado,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the mayor invite Worcester native son Stephen Nedorlacic to an upcoming city council meeting.
Say his
to
fucking
recognize
name
and
right.
properly feted, and for his world-class performance and bringing 2 bronze medals.
Man's
including
going on
assisting
Dancing with
United
the
States
Stars. He ain't
men's
got time for your
gymnastics team,
dumb ass.
obtained his first medal
He's
since
not going to come.
2008. Back to a proud city from 2024 Olympics in Paris.
Yeah, I'll be back in a minute.
Thank you,
Yeah, have
Mr.
fun.
Chair. We started this meeting with great young people in sports, and now we're continuing to talk about a wonderful athlete who truly has brought pride to our country and our city. And I'm not sure, I think there are some discussions about having an event when he comes back or whatever, but we really should have something for 2 bronze medals in the Olympics. Is amazing. And so I think it's very important that we honor him the way that we should. Don't forget that our city seal has a laurel around it, and that's
Oh my
Uh,
God, Kate.
in the ancient Olympics.
Yes.
Winners always wore the laurel. Number 1. Number 2, when the army came back from the fights in ancient Rome, the generals were given the laurel wreath to wear upon their head as a sign of victory. So let us fate our Olympic winner with victory that he deserves. Thank you.
Let us
I know a lot of
feed
people have
him
asked
with
about
the
this. We did
victory
make
he
contact,
deserves.
Probably a few weeks ago, and he's not in the area. When he's in the area, we'll coordinate that with the schools and the city manager's office and plan accordingly. Okay. Okay.
The specialist needs a parade and nothing short of that.
Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Call up
King.
WCAC.
Yes.
Council
See if they'll be
Carlson,
down to throw another
Council Nguyen,
parade.
and we get
Yes.
Steven Nedarazic
Zeta?
on top of one
Yes.
of those
Pasillo?
trucks with the
Yes.
loudspeakers,
Russell?
just riding a
Yes.
pommel horse.
Council Toomey?
It'd be awesome.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Request the manager provide council report detailing the feasibility of creating an Office of Housing Stability and includes the assessment of different malls used throughout the nation and surrounding cities and towns. Council Hygiene.
As it reads.
As it reads.
Okay. As amended, we'll send that to the manager for the feasibility of it. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio? Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. 12I, request the standing committee on public works holding a meeting to draft a policy relative to the creation of honorary street names. Said policy should include but not limited to whether who should be eligible for the honorary street names, whether the policy should be limited to list of residents past Worcester residents, whether business names should be included, causes would justify passage of an honorary street name title, whether passage should be limited to the certain number of years, decades, or centuries, entity gained notoriety. And further request that the city manager requests the city solicitor and commissioner of public works and parks provide guidance and recommendation of best practices used in other municipalities for said meeting to aid the committee in drafting honorary street policy. We'll send that to Council Russell.
Mr. Chairman, it's just almost the same item I had on months ago, if not years ago. And I'm just asking for it to go to committee and for us to have a discussion in committee.
Sure. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, this certainly makes sense, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if I'm in support of it. I've had folks in this sense, on this aspect. I've had folks reach out with concerns about equity. I've had folks reach out about these questions of process, which I think this will address. My only thought about perhaps opposing this would be how it's applied, Mr. Chairman. So we have pending requests for street namings. And who knows how long this process may or may not take. And what I would hope not to see, and I will certainly use this time to say that it shouldn't necessarily stop us from addressing the current requests that are pending, Mr. Chairman. We've gone ahead and we've done street namings for various reasons. We just did one most recently for Daniel Gaskins.
Daniel L. Gaskin Way.
We've done it for folks who have been engaged in business over
Jenny fought
off Plantation
Jennifer fought
Street.
real hard
We've
for
done
that.
it for former elected officials. We've done it for a host of folks under whatever parameters are in place in the committee that Councilor Russell leads, and also with the support of this council.
It seems
Mr.
like he
Chairman.
wants
So
to
what
not put such strict
hope that
parameters
we can
on it.
figure out a way to avoid, because I'm not sure if I'm going to oppose this or not, is there's a way to figure out would this apply moving forward? Would this impact the current folks that are waiting and feel delayed? I just don't want to have a situation where we have folks reaching out with concerns about differentiation in perhaps how things are moving versus other folks, and this being used as another, unintentionally used as another way of delaying, Mr. Chairman. So as I sit here and talk about it, I certainly going to support this and trust in the leadership of Councilor Russell. And I just wanted to again state that this should not be used to, increase any further delays on folks who continue to wait for hearings and public discussion on street namings. Thank you.
Council Russell.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just respond to that, each chairman has the, pile of items that they have that they could choose from for each agenda, and it's up to each chairman. But I would remind my colleague respectfully that any member of this council can pull any item out of any committee that they want. There are a bunch of pending, some that Councilor Carlson, Councilor Toomey had that they put forward. There was one even that is asking to name a street after Ed Augustus. that we haven't decided that we wanted to have the discussion and go that
What
discussion
street
that
do they
way.
want to name
But
after
any
Ed
member of this
Augustus?
council, just like I did when we talked about the lobbyist thing when Councilor King was chairman of municipal operations.
Why does he need a
And
street?
that item never came up. I put forward on the council agenda an item to pull an item out of committee. Any member of this council can do that to any item. So I would just respectfully remind them. And I would also say that each one of us as chairpersons of our committees have the responsibility of dealing with it, the items that are there.
Council King? I'm sorry, Council Ojeda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, no, I agree with Councilor King and Councilor Russell has obviously, he's reached out to me and said the same thing about being able to pull it out. So I just
Yeah,
want to make sure
agreed.
that,
That's
I
dumb.
understand what Councilor King is saying is more of going forward. So those that are impending, that it doesn't hold them back or affect what's already in place or what we're working towards now. I think just going forward.
Yeah.
So those that are in place that, we look at those
No,
and
that's
see where we go with
absolutely
that,
what it
but
should be.
going forward after where we end up with this. So, I love to support it as well, but at the same time, I just don't want to hold back those that are already in place that we need to look at. So thank you.
Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate the reminder
I'm going to look for it.
of the
George.
rules as it pertains to removing things out of committee. Mr. Chairman, I will say that that happens rarely on this council. I think folks are deferential to the leadership on that on those committees. I know that Councilor Russell is very well aware. He pulled an item out of my committee some years ago, so I'm quite familiar with the process. And what I'll say is this: I'm going to support this particular item. I'm going to reiterate that we need to make sure that the current items that are pending are treated equitably and as equitably as the items that have moved out of that committee, Mr. Chairman. And I trust that Councilor Russell will do as he sees fit in that committee, and I'll defer to him for the time being. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, we'll send that to Public Works. Those in
Councilor
favor?
Bergman,
Go ahead.
Yes.
Councilor Gloria,
Yes.
Councilor GA,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, request manager review Greenwood Street for the purpose of installing additional crosswalks and speed limit signage, so as ensuring the ideal locations for all existing crosswalks. Council Russell.
As it reads.
As it reads.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, damn it.
Yo, thank you. I live right off of Greenwood Street, so I just wanted to speak on this. I understand council trying to move this forward. But I will say this. One of the items that was held tonight is related to mid-block crossings. And Greenwood Street is an example of this, Mr. Chairman. And I want to make sure that as we're doing this, we're also looking at the schools. And I'll speak to that when my item comes up. But the signage is important. And I think one of the challenges we have.
More as it reads. We need more as it reads in our lives.
This wasn't as it reads, and King lives off this street, so he needed to put his 2 cents in.
Cars are parked.
Fucking God,
the
fuck.
importance of cars needing to park and have access to local businesses is important. Mr. Chairman, and the one question I just wanted for clarification before I vote on this is, are there currently any ordinance as it relates to or law as it relates to parking near the crosswalks?
I like that turn of phrase there. The social veneer thickens.
I'm wondering if that should be part of this as well as an amendment through the chair to the administration.
You can't block a
Mr. Chairman,
crosswalk.
through the chair to the
I don't know if it's like
administration.
10 or 15 feet.
Mr. Chairman, through the chair to the administration. So if someone can answer that question.
Mr.
That
Wally?
was fucking awesome.
What?
He just caught Joe not paying attention because candy was in
Through
his
the chair.
face.
So
Yeah.
Currently, the city ordinances prohibit parking within 20 feet of a
What's 20
crosswalk
feet?
at an intersection. and that's whether the crosswalk is marked or not. It's important to understand that at an intersection.
Oh, Steve really looks like he hates his life even more than we do.
Parking is prohibited within 20 feet of a crosswalk at an intersection, whether the crosswalk is marked or not. And the reason for that distinction is because when a sidewalk is present at an intersection, even if there's not a marked crosswalk there, it's a legal crossing opportunity. So you still need to park 20 feet from the intersection.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I know when we hear the matter, hopefully at the next council meeting regarding mid-block crossings and crosswalks, one of the things that we're going to have to do if we move forward on that is to amend our ordinance to include crosswalks that are not just at intersections, Mr. Chairman. So I'm hoping that we can do that, and that might be perhaps something we would need to do here. I don't know if there's any mid-block crossings on Greenwood Street, but if there is, I'll work with Councilor Russell and folks to see if we need to do an amended ordinance. Thank you. I'd like to sign on to this.
Okay, send that to the manager. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yeah.
Councilor Caloria,
Yes.
Councilor Agia,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen. Councilor Nguyen.
Everybody's checking out.
Councilor Hayda,
Yes.
Councilor
Oh, yeah.
Pasillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor
And we
Toomey.
still haven't talked
Yeah,
about
buddy.
W freaking PI.
The Preston manager requests Commission of Public Works and Parks review the private street Scandinavia Ave, Sherrod Trail, Forky Ave, and potential emergency measures that can be implemented to make the streets more.
You nailed it, Joe. 10 out of 10, bud.
As it
Roll call.
reads.
Councilor Bergman, Councilor Bergman,
Councilor fucking Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Caloria,
Yes.
Councilor Agia, Councilor King,
Yes.
I love this collective
Councilor Nguyen,
masochism we do to ourselves.
Councilor Hayda,
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo,
Collective
just a
sadomasochism
brutal.
Russell,
every Tuesday night.
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
It doesn't even matter what we think about any of this shit.
By council is an update
100%.
concerning the previously adopted order September 12, 2023, which read request manager completely.
These guys aren't even in control.
Brought up the following issues: safety of the areas where the children get dropped off and picked
Doesn't
up.
matter
during
what they
school
think.
hours At all schools. Safety of the municipal streets where schools are located and the children must access.
And for as much
and
as,
arrive and
we're
define school
complaining, we
buildings,
still have 16 people
which
hanging
schools
out
have
watching us
crosswalks,
watch
which schools
this.
have Lincoln.
So who are the
Yeah.
real weirdos?
Signs, which schools have.
Just kidding. I love you.
per
Oh,
hour,
Thank you for
signs
being here.
posted.
You make this
Council
more
King.
fun.
Thank you,
Uh,
Mr.
this
Chairman.
is-
This is an important matter. I
This,
filed
the
this
entire
last
spirit
year
of this thing, the
for
entire
school
time
year.
has been
Um,
hanging out
and
together to
nothing
make a
on
miserable
the
thing
to-do
a little
list,
bit less
that
bad.
didn't make it to committee
100%.
prior, in that spring or summer. This is a definitely
Watching
a
this
safe
shit by
issue
yourself
for
alone.
schools when I was
So,
out.
I can
speaking
only
with
imagine.
constituents, they
oh my
indicated
God,
that
is it so?
our public schools, the signage just has never been there, and is not there. And they focused on a lot of the school, or a number of the schools, not a lot, a number of schools.
Was that the name of the kid?
That are in more in corridors or
Lots
in
of little
densely
guys
populated
keep getting hitted.
neighborhoods. I've noticed.
Worcester should have a kiddie council.
The last couple of
Like,
weeks,
it's just like 12 children.
Talking about school
Oh,
signs.
I thought you were talking about like 12 stray cats or like 12 street cats that all make decisions
And
about.
I've seen one or two.
Whoa,
along
that'd be
with,
sick. We
you
should,
know,
I think we've actually
the
floated that
other
idea
aspects
before.
of the sign.
Having the
This
kiddie
was
council.
a request for a self-audit.
That's
Mr.
a
Chairman.
that's a throwback.
Going back in September. We're now beginning another school year. It's important. I'd like this audit to go back to traffic and parking. To really
Like the
identify-
puppy
I can't
ball?
remember I can't remember who the council.
We just
was
get
that did it.
11 cats,
Drop offs and pick up.
make a little simulation city
this
council
is
chambers,
sort of
let them
like
roam
that,
around in it.
really trying to
Ryan was
just
talking
watch
about
the
making
analysis. I want that
dioramas.
point
Let's get him to
go
make
back
us an inside of
to
this. Yeah,
September.
we'll bring it over.
Yes. Brian makes a diorama of the city council chambers. We stuff it with kittens. We'll make it a benefit for
and I think
stuff those kittens in
inroads
there.
are being made. But it's important for the council to know where we were at and where
Travis,
we're
this would
going,
be an amazing use of your studio
the
space.
funding
By
needs
the way,
to be. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
to
The
what
policy
we've
is
done
There
on.
are
in the
cats.
past,
There are cats out in
you know,
the
safety zone
alley or whatever.
ordinance.
Huh? Yeah, we just get them.
When we passed that,
One of my
Just
design
op-
team
I'm
is
not sure
trying to
how
get one to
impactful. What
come
I
home
do
with
know
her.
is that
Open
I
up a
also
grip of
received,
tuna.
calls
Have them
last
walk
year,
right up.
from the school right on
Yeah.
Greenwood Street.
Give them
near
like
my
a half
house,
hour.
Green
They'll all
State
be in there.
asking for
A
signage.
grip of
There was
tuna
not
is a very
school
funny phrase.
signage. And those things prompted this
Yeah.
order.
Yeah.
Now we're in the
That's
beginning.
that's
of
real losing it hours.
Mr. Chairman, safety of kids and parents and caretakers, and administrators and teachers and educators,
Snapping my tuna like a pack of
is so
skulls.
important. It's not just the kids and family; it's the educators as well and the staff that work there. Are there places where the
Actually, I gotta go take
crosswalks
my dogs out.
we haven't gotten to them?
Yeah.
And again, where is the signage? Through the chair to the administration, I'd like just sort of, you can give a verbal accounting of where things were a year ago, where we're at, where we're moving to. Have we begun to address this issue? The few times I've spoken with folks about it, sounded like they had. But if we can get some sort
I
of
don't know if
verbal
there are
feedback
hats. There should
before
be.
we get a report. And I'd like this report. I'd like this audit, Mr. Chairman.
I
quite
should make
frankly,
hat. I'm gonna make a Worcester Sex hat too.
if it has been completed, either way, to get before the council by the next city council meeting through the chair.
Commissioner?
Thank you through the chair to the counselor. So the audit is in progress. We will try to expedite that to complete it. I believe the next council meeting's the 10th. So we'll make our best effort to do that. We are working with the schools in a variety of ways. One of those ways is reintroducing them to the Safe Routes to Schools program, which is an important partner in helping to address the issues of pickup and drop off, as well as encouraging other ways of arriving to school.
Sobriety is not advised.
A parent.
Not advisable.
We have, as the counselor noted, we have started improving signage at schools particularly starting on the busier corridors.
Just watching this program has a very opiate-like
Signs
nature.
and Lines grant is what it's called, that allowed us to
Kind of lulls
improve
you into a
markings
soft
and
black
signage
hole.
at Belmont Community School. We installed speed feedback school zone signs through another program that Mass DOT had at Vernon Hills School. We've additionally worked with the principals at Lakeview, Columbus Park, and other schools as well. So we are addressing the problem. It is a big issue. There's a number of schools, as Councilor noted, the signage and in some cases pavement markings outdated. So there is a lot of work to do.
Thank you. Chandler Street School. I mean, and I'm not going to assume, but I will speculate that perhaps there was no signs there, or the signage was difficult to read, Mr. Chairman. And this is extremely important, particularly in I don't know what the word is, arterial or those routes where that's a big word for me. The arterial roads.
That's a good word for it.
Folks are traveling to go through the city, to and through the city, to get to their destination. And Greenwood Street's certainly one of those. Mill Street's one of those. There's a number of them. And to not have that signage is a major shortfall. And I just want it to resonate with the administration, what it's like for a council to bring something that even the commissioner admits is extremely pressing, extremely, extremely important, and not to have anything back, in quite some time. I appreciate that it's in process. Glad that there's collaboration. The last question I have through the chair of the administration: is there any?
I gotta wake my ass up 6 a.m. tomorrow. Go mow some lawns.
Relative to crossing guards and the necessity thereof. And the reason I ask that is, it's
not stoked.
Secret. My daughter attends one of the Worcester public schools, and it's a challenge. And those folks, even before my daughter attended, my other daughter did, and those folks make a big difference. I'm not sure how the traffic is going over at the New Doherty. I heard some stories about it. I know we had troubles over at Nelson Place last year. There's been some adjustments there, but in terms of safety of kids that falls on the city side, what is the engagement with Worcester Public Schools as it relates to that? And is there any communication with our folks around any aspect of that through the chair.
We have about 4 minutes left, Commissioner.
Through the chair to the counselor, we are actually meeting with Worcester Public Schools on a monthly basis now. That's something we've started within the last year. We attended their crossing guard training, which was informative to help understand that process. And that's something that we'll continue to work with them and the Safe Routes to Schools program to improve. I think there's a tie-in here as well with the Vision Zero program, which is going to be, looking at all aspects of transportation safety and advising us on how we can work together between the school district, public health department, DTM, police department, and all of the parties.
That's a lot. I wish you well. I think a lot of folks have talked about, look, I've coached basketball, high school and college. I played it. And, I give a good job when good jobs is being done. When I have an issue with a rollout like I did on Mill Street, which I think was unacceptable, I'll say, hey, that's unacceptable. Let's get better. And, it's a lot. Some folks tonight and others have talked about capacity and increasing the support and, orders on there to do things differently. And I really looking for the city manager to outline how we can do that. I understand, and I'm not speaking specifically about this department, but just departments in general. I think on our side, I think folks are trying to be fiscally responsible when they're coming up with their budgets for their departments. I think perhaps on another side things that folks
Christian,
are really
shut up.
And I certainly can appreciate that. But
I'm tired of him.
We have to do a little bit more here, Mr. Chairman. And I would just like to add a second motion that the city manager continue to work with the city, with the school department, whoever those stakeholders are, through DTM. And if there's additional funding that needs to be had for crossing guards, let's do it. Let's do it. And, I appreciate the work that's being done, but again,
Marine wallops, Christian. Not even close.
This item has not been prioritized amongst all the other priorities. So I
our only saving grace is if Marine realizes she doesn't want to be mayor.
Evolve, prior to budget season. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, since we're piling on the administration and it's only 9:45, I figured I'd bring up another oldie but goodie on a similar item. On January 17th of 2023, I put forward an item that said the city manager be and is hereby requested to consider developing a plan for constructing new sidewalks along all busy streets near all Worcester public schools, which would be done at city's expense and waive all fee assessments for abutters to said construction for those sidewalks. Mr. Chairman, through you to the administration, have we identified any sidewalks next to schools that we'd like to do? I mean, obviously you're working on Roosevelt up there, but besides Roosevelt, we get these on the Public Works Committee meeting where people put petitions in, and then we give the bad news to the neighbors that they're going to get a bill for $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, and all of a sudden nothing happens because people don't want to. It's bad enough to ask someone that they're going to have to shovel a sidewalk or lose part of their yard. Never mind that they're going to get a bill in the tens of thousands of dollars. Have we identified any new sidewalks near the schools?
Through the chair to the council, has there been areas where we've looked at that need some additional analysis and understanding for repairs of sidewalk? Absolutely, we've been able to do that. But I think it's important for the council to understand and the community to understand that because of so much conversation from this body and the community around transportation in general, whether it's street infrastructure, sidewalks, road surfacing, safe routes to schools, our school districts, crosswalks, I mean, you name it, it's been brought to this floor over the past year and a half, if not 2 years.
Councilors love to pretend that money is free.
set out to do since the beginning was create a mobility plan and also engage in the Vision Zero, because these plans is what's going to set out the course and the roadmap for us to be able to have the policies that we need to put in place and figure out what funding structures that we need to put in place.
Did I hear
to be
you
able
giving
to
out
do
free
some
money?
of the engineering that needs to
Yeah.
happen in our community.
Counselors, they love
I
to
understand the need
they
to
love to think
sometimes
that money is free until it comes time to set the tax rate, and then they make sure that the city has as little money as possible.
or we have
And then the entire rest of the year, they're like, "Why don't we have money to do this? Why don't we have money to do that?"
community. And that's why
It's
we've been
really,
leaning
it's a really
heavily on
healthy
Vision Zero and the mobility
relationship
plan
we're in
to
with
give
with
us
the city
that
council.
framework to be able to get there. Understanding and knowing that they are
No, we can't tax to the max.
requests and things that we need to move quickly.
And now George Russell's like, "Hey, why haven't we
figure that
magically built
as well. And then in addition
hundreds
to
of
that,
miles of sidewalks
a
in
lot
the
of
city?"
conversation internally.
Remember
about,
6 years ago when I put forward that
some of the areas where
Yeah.
sidewalks are good
requirement,
choices?
and there's a
Fucking
responsibility for
asshole.
residents in terms of us figuring out what the assessed value is. But there's areas that we feel as though it is vital and extremely important to have a sidewalk, no matter if a resident opposes it or not, because it's important for the actual corridor.
If I
And
if I was on the city council, I'd vote for the highest tax rate
process
every
where
single
we
time.
feel as though that should be something that the city needs to take on and not put it on the residents, because it's that vitally important. And again, it's part of the planning that we're looking through Vision Zero in the Mobility Action Plan.
Mr. Chairman, I understand this is a lot of information, but you know, the big part of the zero.
Dude, George, shut up. You don't know what you're
vision
talking
plan,
about.
There's a lot of zeros going around in this this chamber.
George, shut
The
up.
zero
There's a
vision
lot of
plan
zeros in that
is
chamber,
25
George.
mile
You're
an
right.
hour zone. In all school zones, we already have a 20-mile-an-hour zone.
George, you are
It's
dumb.
already a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit in and around all of our schools, I believe. Am I right about that? Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Raleigh, is there in fact every school has a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit?
Fucking poor Steve Raleigh.
Are you really bringing him up
That's
there to
something
answer that?
We'll be addressing in its response to the prior item in terms of the audit around the schools. I don't believe they all have them currently.
Okay. I thought that was state law. I thought that if they were next to if there was a school there, that they had to go at that 20-mile-an-hour zone.
Commissioner?
Through the chair, so the state law enables the city to establish the 20-mile-an-hour zones, but we have to actually establish them at the schools.
Because quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer. I don't say that I am, and I'm not going to say that I want to be. And I'm counting on this administration to give us some guidance. But we've got a pile of them right now pending at the public works level of people requesting sidewalk construction, not repairs, but construction near schools to make foot traffic safer for kids all over this city. And I would request, Mr. Chairman, that along with this item that Councilor King put forward, that these items become a priority and we find a way to fund it, because I don't think it's right to ask those property owners nearby for tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay, we'll send that to manager with the report. Got Council Toomey? It's getting late, Council. I'm tired.
My hand. So extremely important, especially as everyone's starting back to school. But historically, as a former school committee member, I was a parent who was on school site councils. This was an issue that the schools would work with their school safety person who was in charge of school safety and the police department to do traffic studies around the schools to make sure that they were being done, and then to work collaboratively with the city departments that way. More of them working with our departments rather than us coming down on top and doing that. So I want to make sure that the school committee and the school departments are at the table with this. So one of the other things that, Vision Zero, safe routes to school and all of that, I've been very involved in that as well. But also as a partner.
Oh shit, I'm unmuted. Sorry.
And so again, a lot of this comes to the schools actually working with the police department, coming up with those safe routes to school, as well as any traffic issues. I recall many times asking this person in charge of school safety to request of the city for crosswalk paintings, etc. So I think there's crossover here, number one. Number two, one of the things that, if the counselor doesn't mind, I can certainly do it as a separate order. Yesterday, had I not been very cognizant and aware of what was going on with kids going back to school and everything, I had two incidents.
Citation
in the
needed.
same block, where a woman had dropped off her child, walked across the street with her head in her phone, did not look up, did not look sideways or whatever, walked right in front of me. Had I not been aware, that could have been a bad thing. Same block, another woman with a toddler and 2 young children, and I assume a partner, walked across the street, did not look left, did not look right, just walked right out into the street. We have a lot of folks that are new to our city who have not been informed of the rules of the road and safety. And so one of the things I want to do is make sure that we're informing every child, every family, what appropriate behavior is when crossing.
Is she really doing this?
Oh my fucking God. Isn't it like proven that this is essentially like racist dog whistling?
We need to make sure that
Yep.
we need to inform our drivers to make sure that they're aware, and we also need to make sure that our children and the families all know about the rules of the road and how to stay safe. And I think that's really important to include. And again, I'm happy to add it as a separate order. But if you want to accept it, that's fine. That we have a well-rounded approach to this. Thank you.
Kate is fan of jaywalking.
Council Corio first. I'm sorry.
A lot of
Thank
these
you.
people.
I just want to mention a few things.
Overtures
I'm
in
sitting
K2Me's
here,
little speech right there.
In my committee, there was
A
young
lot of
gentleman
these people.
named
These people
Bryan.
don't know about our roads here.
During COVID, him and his mother went to each of the schools and did an assessment, just as a constituent, a resident of Worcester, and evaluated whether the school needed a crosswalk or lights or whatever. So they brought those in, and I'm just estimating here, I'd say about 60 items to my committee. And we dealt with the 60 items with Commissioner Raleigh and before him, Mr. Elbridge, I think was before him. And we dealt with each one of these items to really try to make the school safer. So I want to give this young gentleman some credit that went around and did some
Say his
assessment
name.
on his own during COVID. And
Yeah, you're not
he
saying
has
his
a
name.
major disability as well. So I think he did a fabulous job. And a lot of the items, we were surprised. We're like,
What's
yeah,
his name?
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's really
Rob
good. And
Bellata.
we were like, we passed,
I'm
I
just
would say, a
kidding.
good majority.
Oh
of
my
the
God,
items.
imagine.
And, they all became ordained and, things happened. So, I mean, I think that this is something that, maybe we did a little
Still
work in
hasn't
my
said the
community,
person's
but
name.
Maybe we're going to do a little bit more work here.
Oh,
But it
hell
is
You
yeah.
haven't
something
given them
that
credit.
done, especially around the schools. Thank you.
Wow.
Council King.
Mr. Chairman, I accept the friendly amendment by Councilor Toomey. And I would just ask.
Just found out we broke
that
900
this
followers
item,
on Instagram.
as it reads,
Oh,
also
nice.
be sent
Follow
to the
us.
Education Committee so that they can look into this. The schools have a responsibility here, Mr. Chairman. That leadership there has a response. That elected body has
Where are
a
you?
joint and dual responsibility. When you sit here and you think
He wants
about
to hang out with you.
some of the questions being asked of the administration, we simply don't have the capacity. Schools, those folks are there every single day. They can be helpful in this, Mr. Chairman. And this young man, Brian, and his mom, I met with them as well. And I would be interested at some point, to see.
I think
those
Christian
things,
just named
those
the guy
60
that Donna
items,
was trying to talk about.
whether or not those came to fruition. But yeah.
I don't know how
I
old Kate is.
accept the amendment and would like this also to go to the Education Committee. Thank you.
She's either 70 or like 45.
As amended.
a hard
With
force fire.
with the additional orders and recommendations, roll call.
Counselor Bergman,
Yes.
Counselor Calorio,
Yes.
Counselor Hajier,
Yes.
Counselor King,
Yes.
Counselor Moore Carlson,
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen,
Yes.
Counselor Ojeda,
Yes.
Counselor Basillo,
Yes.
Counselor Russell,
Yes.
Counselor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next is P, request the manager identify the individuals who came to the aid of the Worcester Police Department officer who was pinned between the cruiser and other.
Yes!
Used for the purpose of recognizing their courageous and assisting the law enforcement in time of need. Council.
Courageous. Come on, dude.
I just wanted to really.
Oh, the courageous
acknowledge,
is the people who helped
the
him.
folks, the citizens, the residents, or if they were passing through.
Well,
understand
nobody
that
helped
one
the
of
guy getting the shit
perhaps
kicked
works
out of
at
him on the
City
sidewalk.
Farm over here, for really intervening and making a situation that could have resulted in the harm, even further harming a member of law enforcement who was pinned between his cruiser and another
That he
car.
put himself in
Chairman, it's
front
these
of.
sorts of acts.
Yeah, come on,
Make
dude.
Worcester who we are. These folks jumped right into play, ended up inside of a cruiser, and would love an opportunity for this body, if it sees fit, to acknowledge and thank them for their intervention, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for informational purposes, I know that the police department does provide awards to citizens who do acts like this. And so I think that's probably.
Yes,
know
I
will
hope they
happen.
give. I hope the
So
police
I
give
think
the
it's
guys an
something I might-
award
but
for
that's
saving
probably
their
the-
officer who pinned
the
himself
rest
in
of the board
between his
ceremony.
cruiser and
I know
another
it's
car.
up to
The cops are not going to do that. Okay, Timmy just promised that the cops are going to do something that they're
Bergman?
definitely not going to do. They don't want to call more
Yes.
attention to that. That was very embarrassing.
That's
Councilor Carlson?
extremely embarrassing.
Nguyen?
Why would they give them an award?
Counselor Ojeda,
Why would they call any attention to that?
Yes.
That would be such an unforced error.
Toomey, and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next is Q, request the manager provide council the report detailing the number of body work
They get to
spas
borrow
in
the
the city,
cruiser once a
the
month.
allowable hours of
That's
operation,
their reward.
procedures involvement, how they are regulated. Further
Damn, David
request the
Webb's
manager
still live
include the
streaming down there
report
on his phone.
feasibility
It's crazy.
and appropriateness of regulating said body work spots with the city ordinance.
Coming
Councilman
for our
Carlson.
900 followers.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In the last probably 6 months, we've
What a
seen
pathetic
just
goal if that's the
one
case.
area, Plantation Street alone, that there's 4 of these different.
Oh, we're talking about handies now.
bars that have opened up, and these are
All little
open
rubbing tugs.
all night. So I'm not quite sure what's happening in the body works bars for the hours of operation, but there's been several constituents who have reached out, and in talking with the city at
Don't
this
take this away from
particular
me, Kate.
point, we don't have any
Okay, Candy, sorry.
rules and regulations on these particular businesses.
Just look up Body
So I
Works,
think
Steve.
it's,
Seems like they're
again,
around.
it's about us knowing what is
There may
happening
be one near
there.
my
And the
studio
other
that is
piece
open
of this
very late
is,
hours.
in
Yeah.
terms of the hours of operation, I know that we've had some issues with a couple of these different body work spas in other areas of the city.
I think
So
she's
do
saying
think
body
that
work
it's time that the
spas.
city
She's trying.
is able to maybe look into doing an ordinance. My understanding is at this point, there really is nobody who is regulating them. And I know the city with, through the manager's office, we're trying to get a handle on what is happening in these particular businesses. There's also one that's opened up on Main Street, and the other businesses that flank both sides of this is really struggling with their constituents, customers, I'm sorry, going in there. So again, would like to get a report back on this. Thank you,
What?
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Council King.
Their customers are getting distracted by a rub and tug.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Not going into their store.
I'm not inclined to support this particular matter. And it's just based on, this gives me flashbacks of crisis pregnancy centers, Mr. Chairman. We were talking about
The only
not,
concern would be if
creating
any of
rules for
these are
specific,
participating, where any of these
businesses and the
massage
like.
therapists are
And
there
I'm not
against
quite
their
sure
will.
what the difference would
Any
be
of those
here. Obviously, there's
situations
a
I can't get
difference in terms
behind.
of the
Anything else,
specifics.
fucking leave
But
them
with
alone.
regards to an ordinance regarding these spas, I'm not sure if I can move forward with that, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would ask through the chair to the administration. It sounds like you've had some conversations with some elected officials. What has the conversation been with the solicitor in regards to this through the chair? It was to the, just asking, I said there's obviously been some conversation between the city manager and some elected officials. And I had some, obviously I have some concerns and reservations given what we went through with the crisis pregnancy center and the attempts there. So I'm just wondering what was the feedback that you've received to date through the chair to the administration from the city solicitor in regards to this, or have you not even gone that far?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, we haven't even gone that far. We've identified that we've had challenges with some of the activity that's happened in these spas, late night events, late night activities. We had a murder, one of them here on Pleasant Street.
Whoa.
And so right now we have no ability to regulate or provide any kind of direction. Most small businesses in the city have some kind of parameters, whether it's through the state or through the city, any type of.
Oh, did that crisis pregnancy center
right now,
close?
we have no ability to do that for these particular.
And now there's a rub and tug spa?
And a place that you get massages.
That's
they're not under that same
look into
regulation.
that.
And so that's something that we're trying to look into. Inspectional services are looking into it as well. And so it's
I have
just
Trailer
preliminary
Park
for us
Boys to thank
understand
for that term,
what we're seeing,
but they
we're
used
seeing
it
a
on an
lot more
episode,
open up in the city at a
specifically
higher
rub and
rate.
tug.
And that's something that
And
Oh, yeah.
it's the perfect description of what this is.
I guess my only concern with this is, again, when it references a city ordinance, given how preliminary it is. Certainly taking a look at it makes sense and reporting back to the council. But when we're
I
talking
think we need to sponsor Nico going to every single one in the city of Worcester and coming back with a report.
Along with that, in this vein, Mr. Chairman.
The guy just comes back with like a 6-foot smile across his face. They're good.
Like,
leave them alone.
It's like the David Portnoy pizza reviews.
Yeah. One tug review.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All set. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Gloria?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
No.
Councilor King?
All right.
Councilor Carlson?
We got to do that.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo? Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Just one tug. Everyone knows the rules.
Requesting manager to consider purchasing additional speed awareness monitors installed in high pedestrian volume mirrors as well as areas that have an increased accident. Councilmember Carlson.
Oh, man. That got
Yes,
me good.
Mr. Chairman, our speed monitors, from what I understand, are mobile speed monitors. We currently have, I believe it's 4. I think for a city our size, it would be great for us to have some additional ones to cover the entire city. So
They have the
if
solar
we
power one
could,
that they keep forgetting to charge on Mill Street. Let's get a
purchase
few more of those.
couple of more of these speed monitors, I think that they would be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Gloria?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
4
Councilor
hours and
Carlson?
16 minutes,
Councilor Mia?
everybody. That's how long we've been doing this.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Stupid shit.
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Requesting manager to consider purchasing additional solar powered flashing LED.
You know me.
blue signs
I like a
to
working
install-
man's hands. I like my hands to be a little rough.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, in having conversation with transportation and mobility, we all know that we have lots
could
of
spoof this
signage
so
around our
easily.
schools.
Lotion,
but,
unscented, perfect.
Having the new solar powered flashing LED lights are much more prominent. So looking to see if we can get these put in the areas of all of the city schools. I know, for example, on Belmont Street, DTM painted the streets where it says school zone, which has worked out extremely well for everybody. Talks about how, where it says school on Merrifield Street and says school before you get to the school at both sides of Belmont Street. I think anything that we can do in
That was way
these
more fun.
LED lights are really
I know.
something that's much more prominent than what we currently have now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Chair, might to sign on to this.
Council as amended. Everybody wants to sign on as amended. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the manager provide council's report concerning the feasibility of installing additional speed humps in the areas determined to have increased risk of speeding. Said report should include a timeline for installing said speed bumps. Councilmember Carlson.
I'd like to file this item, Mr. Chairman, because I spoke about it at the beginning of the meeting. So if we could file this, that would be great.
Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
That's close to an as it
Yes.
reads.
Council
Thank you,
Caloria,
Candy.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll count it.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. You request the manager review the bricks along the sidewalks and crosswalks throughout the length of Shrewsbury Street, make repairs as needed. Councilmember Carlson.
As it reads.
As it reads.
Council
Roll call.
Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
He sounds so
Agia,
pained
Yes.
every
Council
time.
King,
12U?
correct.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. We are on
V.
12V. Request the manager paint lines along Hamilton Street and Shrewsbury Street as cross streets to ensure cars do not park within 20 feet from the intersection curbs. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, all along Hamilton Street, all of the cars park right up to the curbs. And I learned from meeting with DTM that this is called daylighting, so that we paint the line so people are not parking right up to the curbs. And on Hamilton Street, what's happening is they're parking right in the crosswalks. So if we could get these lines painted.
I imagine
so
she wouldn't be the
it becomes
first.
Daylighting, I think that would be extremely helpful for folks crossing in the Hamilton Street area, as well as folks driving, trying to come out of a lot of those side streets on Hamilton Street. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Welcome, Oliver.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
love it
we're
when people come
here.
back and they're like, wow,
Pasillo,
this is
Yes.
still
Council
happening.
Russell,
Yes.
Oliver even went, gave
Yes.
public
Mayor
comment,
Petty.
came back.
I know.
Yes. Okay, request the manager request fire and police chief provide council with a report relative to the number of potential public safety employees.
But
who
Oliver,
could
what's your
or are
opinion on
scheduled
Body
to
Works?
retire from their services in the next
Spars.
2 years. For request a report detail the department's current staffing, including total budget positions, how many of these
Ah,
positions are
man,
not
it's
staffed,
Oliver.
IOD, or on military leave. Further request a report includes staffing numbers in all gateway cities in Massachusetts and the ratio of staff to each community's population. Further request a report detail the status of hiring new employees in both the police department and fire department in efforts to increase the number of applicants reflect the population of Worcester. Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is an incredibly important order to have done and done quickly. We are standing in place right now. We have two of the largest classes in the police department and some large classes in the fire department who are eligible to retire this year and next year, and certainly could well exceed the number of recruits that we have. I know we've got another class coming up for both departments, but we're already behind. I believe we're down possibly 45 on the police department. I'm not sure on the fire department yet, but I think it's
good.
really
Nature's
important
healing.
to handle on this.
The police is defunding
Find
itself.
ways. I know we talked about it in committee and voted to support raising the age to 40 for police. We need to take a look at the fire department as well. But having both departments come back in with all of this information will certainly assist us.
I saw a guy on TikTok
in
selling
trying
a
to
thin gay
identify,
lines
new ways. I
flag.
know that
That's
And it's just a
awesome.
rainbow
one
where the blue
time,
line is, and
used
it's
to have
wonderful.
That is awesome.
applying for both fire
Thin gay line.
The thin gay
now
line.
it's,
Yeah, that's one I can get
it's
behind.
in the hundreds.
Yeah, I love that.
So I think we really need to take a look at.
Should buy like a bunch of those bumper stickers to slap them on WPD
work
vehicles.
diligently.
See how long it
with
takes
what
them to notice.
departments have been working very hard, and that's
That's a
reflected
deadly game.
the last graduating.
That's a
class.
deadly dangerous game.
First,
You gotta be really committed to try to do that.
glad to see
No
that.
one try to do that, by the way. Don't try
Yeah.
to slap anything on a
Just concerned
patrol
about
car.
the number of
Bad
people,
idea.
that we have in the departments and how we were going to be able to maintain.
But you know, if somebody in a fictional video game setting were to like go through the Worcester Police Department parking lot at night and slap a bunch of thin gay line stickers on
pre
patrol cars.
population, more than
Someone
10
was to
years
look
ago.
at the coffee and donut
That's
shops
why I
around
asked
the police
about,
vicinity and
seeing,
wait for the cars to be parked there.
population, gateway cities in Massachusetts. Thank you.
Come down tomorrow,
Thank you,
Oliver. I
Council
feel like they
Bergman?
still had them when I was. Do they have the
Yes.
price figures
Council
anymore?
Gloria?
Bill?
Yes.
Council Gia?
I don't know. I haven't been there in a couple weeks.
Council Diane?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay. We
Oh,
have three
boo.
items, I think, on WPI.
If I get my hands on
This
one,
time around,
Oliver,
maybe
I'll
put them
save it
together,
for you.
if that's okay with everybody.
Oh boy, we're talking about
First one is
WPI now.
and provide City Council a report concerning how WPI is purchasing mezzanines.
I would
at
imagine
65
they'd make them
Courthouse Street,
again with
Courtyard
September
area,
coming up.
72 Grove Street for student housing will impact the city. For a request, city manager includes to report a history of the Gateway project, any agreements the city has with the hotels in this project, and the Gateway Park itself. And I know there's two other WPI orders on, one by Councilor Bergman. Request that the city manager, request city solicitor and chief development officer provide the council with a report concerning any Gateway Park agreements, including WPI, any power agreements with WPI, and any legal strategies, recourse that could minimize colleges, universities, and removing real property from the tax rolls. And there's one more at the end, 13K. Request the city manager provide the city council with a report detailing ramifications WPI taking 2 hotels off the tax rolls will have on the city's travel and tourism outfits. Further request that city include said report the conditions which would allow city to tax a college property. I got them all. You know, yeah, I'm going to talk about it.
I hope Christian just whispered, "It's getting late, Joe."
I hope so.
Mayor Petty, you're in your second 5 minutes. Just kidding. Mayor Petty.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyways, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, this transaction over the last week, which came out into the press, I know we found out maybe a couple of weeks ago, meeting with the president of WPI and talking about what their plans were for the hotels, purchasing both hotels. One would remain in the hotel until 2026, the other to 2030. And they have responded pretty much because I think they responded to 2026 and 2030 is because of the TIF agreement we have with on those properties. And I know in that meeting, my first response was, we probably shouldn't go forward with this. This isn't it's not a good plan for the city of Worcester. And I know Mr. Manager, and we've all put statements out, the city councils put statements out, I put statements out with the manager. And I'm just going, I remember this project, like Councilor Russell was saying, he wasn't around, but I was on some of these projects, and I was around on this project.
Joe sounds like Joe Biden right now.
Probably 20 years ago, if not a little bit longer.
Getting old.
20 years ago. And how important this was to the city of Worcester, this project. It was a collaborative effort between government, state, federal, city, and WPI, WBDC was involved heavily in this project. And also the former mayor, Tim Murray, was heavily involved in this project. And that's how far back it goes. And I remember Senator Kennedy coming here for the ribbon cutting, and how big a project this was. If you really think about it, we can name a number of projects being impetus of the city's success. You want to go back 20 years ago? This is one of those projects.
Oh, Robin Kennedy, Senator
for,
Kennedy, the one you lost.
Engineering, working with WPI, and making sure that we take that part of the city, we elevate it to a certain level, and making sure that it was for new business ventures such as the life science, bioengineering research, development companies, complementary retail uses, space for academic construction and research, which we have built. The WPI has built a building there, and which we allowed them to do. And so this was a collaborative effort for the city of Worcester. And really, when you're talking about these types of companies coming in here, city of Worcester was trying to, compete against Cambridge and Boston for years, right? And this was an important project for the city of Worcester. Mr. Manager, I know, and it was disappointing when we heard this. Our first reaction was it was pretty strong reaction.
Yeah, I'll keep banning
them. And Mr. Manager, I know since then, though, you have met with the WPI without giving any information out which you don't think you should. But just curious of how those meetings are going. Want to give us a quick.
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council, yes, we have met with WPI. We will continue to meet with WPI. We've had some conversations related to the matter. I'm trying to, for them to understand how important hotel industry is for the city, how important these two hotels are for our economic engine, our economic growth as a city, but also the history that it took to get these hotels in that particular area and the investment that has happened at the Gateway Park. They understand that. And so we've had those conversations. And I think since you and I have talked about this situation, we want to make sure that we do what we can to provide the information and then work with WPI in terms of a solution based on their pursuing the purchase of these two properties.
Mr. Mayor.
And I remember, Mr. Manager, too, back then, some of the tough votes this council had to take. They weren't easy votes, some of them. I remember the union, the labor coming in here with some of the people who were building those hotels, wanted to make sure labor was represented. And so there was some serious issues this council had to face in order to get this project.
It's like Florida films.
And so
Nikki
we just
made
can't
some
turn our back
bags
on the history
that I
of
made
this
some
project.
custom.
So I'm looking forward to your continuous efforts with WPI. And, I've always had a good relationship personally with WPI, and I expect going forward that we can work together and come up with a solution on this. And if we can't, well, we'll deal with it then. But I think, when my order says, I think the council has to know all our legal rights in this particular matter, how the TIF agreement works in this particular matter, and what type of protections we have as a city of Worcester. Because it is $1.6 million in revenue between the room occupancy tax and property tax, which is a lot of money here in the city of Worcester. And also just the competition for hotels. They're full. I had a group of people come in early July. I figured I had no problem. I'll get a hotel room for six rooms. And I called AC Marriott. He said, we only have 7 rooms left. And that was in July. And So I shocked him. He said, no, we're busy all year round. So these hotels are full, at least at 77% capacity. And also, the convention center uses these sell probably years in that, I would think years ahead. And so there's some serious issues that need to be addressed. I have complete faith and confidence in you. I have faith and confidence that WPI will do the right thing and work with you and come up with a solution, Mr. Manager.
Matt, that's way too advanced of a problem for the city council. They're just going to complain about their hotels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start off by saying I'm not sure why WPI made a decision not to engage with the city. This city has always had a partnership with WPI. We have
Here we
always
go.
been
Perpetually
with
fucking agreed.
I can tell you the several meetings on a regular basis with WPI in terms of what was happening in the neighborhood, what was happening in our community, and certainly over there at Gateway Park. This certainly was no partnership. For the city manager and for myself to find out about this last minute after they had already gone through the process, again, really speaks volumes to the partnership, as we have always prided ourselves on. As the mayor just talked about, 20 years ago when this project was a project that was coming into this city, it was a difficult project. It was difficult for the elected officials. It was difficult for our friends in organized labor. There were a lot of people at the table to make Gateway Park happen, which certainly was great for our city. We all know what that area looked like prior to Gateway Park. But again, I'm not sure what happened that all of a sudden an institution like this, someone who's had a relationship with this city, someone who's had a relationship with the elected officials, didn't think that we needed to know that they were about to take $1.6 million off of our tax rolls, which meant that that $1.6 million also takes the money out of our diff down there in that area, which means it's a big deal for certainly for Sandy Dunn and for us down there. I just
Sandy
don't
Dunn
get
being
it.
the DCU center?
I just don't understand how you think you can do something this big that has such an impact on our city. And we know we just went through the Democratic state convention here. And you know what? Most of our delegates had to stay outside of this city. They couldn't even stay inside the city because
They're
there
private
wasn't
fucking
enough
businesses,
hotels.
though.
And that was one of the smaller conventions. It wasn't even one of the larger conventions. So we know that we don't have enough of hotel rooms. So again, it is really frustrating that this is where we've come to with WPI, given the fact that we've had a history of a great partnership with them. And again, for them to put in the newspaper that they're going to keep that hotel until, 2026 and 2029, we didn't just fall off the pumpkin truck, as they say. The only
Who the
reason
fuck says
why
that?
that's there is because they have a legal obligation to that TIF. They have a legal obligation to make sure that they adhere to that TIF. So again, Mr. Manager, I'm glad that they are now meeting with you. I look forward to WPI working out a solution for us in partnership with WPI and the city. And again, looking forward to a partnership where the impact on this city isn't as severe as them all of a
Shut
sudden
up.
walking
Oh
through the
my
door and saying,
God.
you know, that we're buying 2 hotels and taking them off the tax rolls. And again, Mr. Manager,
Why were the
as you
hotels for
know,
sale?
and as the mayor knows, you know, the intent of that property
They were
down
bought
there,
by
and what that
Blackstone.
property's use was not for
Blackstone,
that
everybody.
was not what the intent of this property down there
Almost
at
as bad
Gateway
as BlackRock.
was for. And again, I've always supported WPI in their projects, their endeavors, because they've always been great partners. There was never anything that they did without informing myself or the neighborhood to let us know what they were doing down there. But I mean, I have to say this was really a blow to, in my opinion, a blow to the administration, a blow to all of the elected officials in this city who worked extremely hard to make Gateway Park what it is today. And
You didn't
again,
do
I
shit.
think we need to go back and look at the history of what brought us to Gateway Park, because that was not.
She's been
as the
talking for
mayor
like a half hour.
That was not an easy project for this city. And again, I just want to share my complete disappointment
up.
in the
Stop
way
talking.
that they've handled.
You've made your
this
point 7 times.
project. So I look forward to a much better outcome than what we've started with, and look forward to the manager sharing with us what
What do you
we
expect
will
him to
be
do?
doing going forward. But again, I also would like to know, and my order had asked, what is the ramifications to us as a city? And quite honestly, what is our legal ramifications for this particular move on behalf of WPI with the TIF? Because my understanding is what they're trying to say with one hotel versus the other hotel, that is not even the hotel that has the TIF on it, from what has been shared with me. So, Mr. Manager, would like to know also for you to report back to the council, what is it that we have for legal ramifications on this particular project with WPI? Thank you.
Thank you, Council Bergman.
You're not using the word ramifications right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know there's going to be a lot more information that needs to be forthcoming, but obviously from what we've heard thus far, there's
This
lots
fucking
of
guy.
particularly about the loss of
Boomer
potential,
alert.
the potential loss of revenue, the likely loss of revenue based on real estate and hotel taxes. There's a lot in my item that I'm asking for
Bill,
information
do you know who
about
this is?
that I hope gets back in a timely
one
fashion. I
second.
trust it will.
Kai
Some of my
Cenat.
colleagues have asked just now for very similar information.
I don't know
Yeah,
who
I
that
don't
is.
One of the things that kind
Trouble,
of
I don't know who that is.
boggles my mind is there was a golden opportunity with Becker College's closure for more dorm space, if in fact WPI needed that, to take some of those properties, that would have been a net zero as far as revenue loss, because those properties were off the tax roll to begin with. But that didn't happen, and as was previously stated by yourself, Mr. Mayor, and my colleagues, is now we've got properties that are paying taxes that are going to come off the tax
Oh,
roll.
that
So
was
obviously,
awesome
there's a lot of
freeze.
reason to be concerned.
I wish I would have grabbed the screenshot.
I don't know if any of the TIF agreements are going to be able to be used on our behalf as leverage. I'd like to get a report back on that. Also, there was a lot of work done on the brownfields, and there's a lot of expectations on what was going to be put there. And I don't know if WPI was a signatory to any of that, so that would be important information to get back to us as well. Gateway Park did have some agreements, and WPI was there involved at the time, so that would be important. Also, are there pilot agreements that are already in place that in any way prohibit WPI from doing what they're about to say they're about to do? I'd also say that over the years, myself and I know many of my colleagues have looked long and hard at this issue. I see on social media and elsewhere.
What work have you done?
Why did the council let this happen? The reality is, we can provide some political persuasion to ask large nonprofits to not do this. But at the end of the day, at the local level, our resources are limited on preventing this. The prevention really needs to happen at the state and federal level. To that end, I'd like to also mention that since I filed this order, I've become aware of an item pending before the Joint Committee on Revenue at the State House, which is asking that large nonprofits that have $15 million or more in real property value be required to pay 25% of real property tax on all their properties. And I think that's an important piece of legislation that I wish we had known about, but also going forward, I'd like to know more about.
You could, who's supposed to inform you on state legislation, Mo?
At the start of this program that said, well, why just pick on colleges and universities? Well, to me, first of all, the legislation that's pending involves larger nonprofits, which really are colleges, universities. There are large endowments in the colleges, universities, and I'm not going to say that WPI doesn't contribute to the city. It does, but it doesn't contribute, in my opinion, fairly.
Yeah, but Steve, you can see how close the timing is of the words
property that's
and the
being owned
video.
and no
The
real
sound and the
estate
audio are
taxes
spot
are
on
being
right now.
paid. So the last time I checked, there was over 30% of the properties in the city of Worcester that were off the tax roll. That means 70% of the taxpayers pay 100% of the taxes, and that's just not fair. And it's headed in a direction that I think all of us wish it wasn't headed in, which is more property being taken off the tax roll. And I would just say this, that I too, would like to think that WPI will do the right thing, but life's lessons.
You
have
called him
taught
whoopie
me
pie.
that when it comes to large amounts of money being involved, the expectation for people and organizations to do the right thing isn't always there. So I look forward to getting the
I feel
information
like
back. And
he's
lastly,
at a
let me
hotel
just say
jail.
that I don't know legally if eminent domain is a strategy we can employ. I know there would be a lot of money that would have to come off the table
Eminent
for us to buy
domain?
any of these properties, but perhaps we could, look at buying the parking lots of these properties as a way to prevent the ultimate purchase of these hotels. I'm sure the ultimate purchasers don't want properties. WPI doesn't want these properties without parking areas. So I don't know if that's part of our strategy, but certainly with that, whatever's legal.
Why would you say it out loud in public?
If for no other reason than just to send the message out that we're not going to continue to be taken advantage of without at least trying to legally fight back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor King, followed by Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to begin by saying that I think WPI has been a good partner. In my experience, I know this particular matter has been dropped upon us. Appreciate the leadership of Candy Carlson and others, and the mayor and the city manager in this regard. I know I have had communication with some of the stakeholders over there and being able to speak with them and relay some of the concerns. I do agree that, they have a right to do what they will. And, it is what it is as far as that goes. As it relates to Councilor Bergman's mentioning of pending legislation related to pilot, I brought forth an item some time ago the City Council unanimously supported, and we sent on to the State House and to the legislature. That particular item, we actually had Representative Erica Udahaven, I might have said that wrong, come to a subcommittee meeting, the last subcommittee meeting that I held when I was the outgoing chair of municipal operations in December of last year, and spoke about pilot and all the things there. And that particular legislation, so the public knows, does everything that Councilor Bergman mentioned, but what it most importantly does, it gives municipalities and towns the option of enforcing and having the ability to get more and for large nonprofits to do their fair share. That being said, I do know that one of the things mentioned by this Worcester Economic something committee council, not sure who they are. I saw some of the names, but one of the things they mentioned was Becker properties that we have. And my question to the chair, to the administration, was that in play here? Because I don't, is that our properties currently? Like what are they referencing? Are they speaking on behalf of the city? I'm a bit confused. And is this entity a city entity? Through the chair.
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair, you're referring to the EDCC, which is the Economic Development Coordinating Council. That council is not a city entity. It is simply a coordination of stakeholders in the city that had specific interests in terms of commercial development here in the community. And so they play a role in terms of not only business recruitment and also trying to get developers in the city, but also trying to help support some of these developers with some consultation, et cetera. So it's just another a body coalition of individuals who provide consultation or provide information to the administration.
Kind of sounds like the city council.
Specifically to Becker, when Becker closed.
Sounds a lot like the city council.
If only there was an organization that existed.
Right now, the biggest ownership.
It's the organization. All right. Stop asking questions. It's the organization.
Purchased. The city of Worcester purchased 2 properties. Other folks purchased additional properties, but there was a lump sum of properties that was offered to WPI at the time for the possibility of purchasing them and acquiring them for residential purposes. There was a decision at the time. They chose not to pursue that. And so I think that's what that's referring to.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration.
Mow down all your fraternity
My
houses.
understanding is that WPI has done as compared to other folks in the community, other colleges, have they done in comparison, if you could kind of rate their pilot payments? I know we have some schools, I think Holy Cross was making 80,000 or something a year.
Yeah, through the chair to the council, we had submitted a report probably a few months back. The CFO submitted a report and a table showing the contributions by each institution that currently has a pilot agreement. Many of the institutions in that report that
It's the basement of the Worcester Club. They get together. There's a sacrifice of some sort.
The agreement is still in effect until 2034.
A little bit of blood bathing, dripping it on a totem.
Their pilot agreement doesn't end until 2034,
Golden
I believe.
ticket, that whole spiel.
That they are the most. They provide the most resources or the most funding or pay the most taxes in comparison to any other institution in terms of their pilot agreement. And so
there's a few goat heads. There's a few stag antlers.
That's important to note.
Skulls.
I will state for the record, in my personal opinion, as one elected official, they should be doing more. I think they all should be doing more. And we've had those discussions, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, I'd like to state that, with regards to the need of bringing more students in, we know what that does.
One day,
for us
Gio, one day.
But I got to tell you, even the Becker College option, as they vacated, the school there, we're in a time where housing is an extreme challenge. Affordability, accessibility, the lack of vacancy here in the city of Worcester, and any sort of, I would disagree with the Worcester whatever committee with regards to Becker. I'd love to, I would never have been in support of them assuming that should be residential. We need the apartments. We need the places to live. It's evident. In addition to that, Mr. Chairman,
too late to talk to Christian.
I live over by Holy Cross. I've seen what a number of these institutions and large nonprofits and colleges are doing. They're buying up property. They're buying up residential.
Yeah, that was awesome. The Worcester whatever committee.
And I got to tell you,
is he playing dumb? How does he not know what this thing is?
Parameters are, or I know.
I hope he's playing dumb because it's pretty funny.
To what I'm about to say, but for me, colleges and universities building up rather than out into the community, for me, makes sense in this housing crisis, Mr. Chairman. I know we're talking about hotels, but we're also talking about these entities building out into our neighborhoods and into our communities. I was up at, like I mentioned, Holy Cross. You go to Clark, go wherever you want, and those continue to encroach on our neighborhoods, Mr. Chairman. And I certainly will be researching for next committee meeting. Some additional ways that we can hold folks accountable with regards to pilot. In addition, I'm going to look into what does it mean for a college to build up rather than out into the community. And I think that's the way that I would have liked to have seen them go. And I'd like to see other colleges and universities go.
I want them to see them build
but not out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, Council Toomey.
60 layers
Thank you,
below
Mr.
ground.
Chair. I too rise with
Men in Black
frustration
style elevator.
a little hurt and anger. This is not the WPI that I sat in the meetings with when we were first doing this project. This is not the same focus on community and good town-gown relationships, and I'm disappointed. I had two of my children attend WPI, so I've always held it very close to my heart. I've had some good relationships with folks. When I was on the education committee,
I never want to hear the term town gown
colleges and
relationship
open communication. And again, as I said, I mean, I sat in many meetings when we were.
I could see the argument being made that the colleges, we don't want them encroaching on the neighborhoods because a lot of these kids don't leave the college atmosphere. The permeation from the college kids into the neighborhoods is really low. So yes, they will be taking away businesses. But at the end of the fucking day, they're private entities. They can just do whatever the fuck they want. If they have the money, they've already done it.
Continuing in the conversation, I know I have filed orders before requesting.
This is a lot of hot air considering that there is nothing that these people can do about this.
Eminent domain on a parking lot? Like, come on.
Residential properties.
It should be more fucking embarrassing that you guys didn't know this was happening.
It's a long road.
That's on you, bro.
This happened.
We're seeing this.
That's on you.
Being taken off the tax rolls, and it's really hurting us. It's different.
Oh yeah, so it hurts so much when we take the properties off the tax rolls. Except for every single new property in the city is off the tax rolls for 30 fucking years as a default.
Repair this relationship and move forward to build a better Worcester. Thank you.
The hotels were sold recently to Blackstone. That was in Neil's story about that.
Everybody has covered their bases. I'd just like to have Councilor Nguyen and I asked to co-sign the letter that Councilor Carlson sent out. Seems like she might have forgotten us unintentionally, so.
Okay, thank you.
Fucking sick.
Okay.
David, did you give up and go home?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify because I don't.
We
want
saw
to
you down
sound
there
confused
recording through
based on
most of
some
this.
the commentary here. For me personally,
If you
in
did,
my
there's no
elected capacity as vice
shame on
chairman
that
and
game.
council
That's
at
fate.
large, I want to be clear. For me, looking at our
You're a
colleges
madman
and
for still being there.
universities and looking at nonprofit entities, just in general, are two separate things. Our nonprofit entities, they do work with challenged populations, folks that need housing, folks that need treatment, folks that have mental health challenges, families that need a place to be, kids that need to be kept safe, etc. And so while I know nonprofit is a larger, broader umbrella term, I want to be clear that my statements are specifically related to this. But with respect to the legislation, that's for large entities. And I currently am working with a statewide coalition on this, on the pilot matter, and looking forward to bringing something very soon to council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we'll take those three items, refer them to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Did we lose them? I think we lost them. Go ahead.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
We saw
Yes.
that guy,
Council
David. He
Russell?
was wearing a baseball
Council
hat.
Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, okay, we're on orders, part 2. We get most of them done, though. We got a lot done. Hey, so we'll get some help.
Can we
so.
hold these? Can we do a George Russell? Let's do the George Russell.
I talked to George earlier about that. He's not ready yet. Pretty soon.
Oh, okay. Because I know he has a threshold.
Let's get through
I
this.
think that's about 11:45.
Let's get through some of this stuff. We can do this. Request manager provide
We do
council
a
with an
George
update concerning
Russell.
previously adopted order from January.
No, do the George Russell.
Report on the list of properties purchased by College University from 19 to the present. Whether the College University kept the property on the tax roll, any signed community benefit agreements associated with new products in these properties, what changes, if any, were made to the power contributions. IGI.
I will literally take 2 minutes with this. 3 things that I've been asking for a year.
Only 'cause we love you,
to the
Attell.
city manager. Understanding the bigger picture here of how many properties colleges are purchasing. Councilor King referenced Holy Cross. I certainly have a similar property bought by Clark University, the former Diamond Chevrolet. Everybody here has talked about this. I think for me, this discussion beyond the WPI and Gateway Park is about understanding the bigger economic picture and impact that colleges and universities have on our neighborhoods. And I'm going to repeat that again. It is the impact that they're having on our neighborhoods, our residents, the lack of housing, the housing that are usurping. I don't have a quantifiable way to understand that particular impact in terms of both how many properties they're purchasing, whether they're commercial or residential, and what is the financial impact on our tax base. So that's what I'm asking about this order. I added the community benefit agreement in there because, as we learned from Polar Park, community benefit agreements are an extremely important economic development tool. I'm still unclear whether in negotiations, which I trust the city manager fully to have pilot negotiations if they need to be renegotiated. I'm unclear whether community benefit agreements actually factor into these negotiations. If I'm looking at particular the former
Polar Park
Diamond
never signed
Chevrolet,
those, though, right?
Parcel conversations I've had with
Not
Clark,
that it
I have
matters.
zero clarity whether
Right.
they intend to
They're not
develop
legally
it at
binding.
a reasonable timeline. What that means for the residents in my district is that there's a vacant property, there's no taxes that those folks are going to pay on it. And thank you, Mr. McGurty and Mr. Dunn, for educating me on the difference between mass law and the pilot agreements. And I frankly feel that that's not a reasonable it's not a reasonable thing to do in terms of our residents. So I bring this conversation up in the larger picture, but also bring this conversation up with regards particularly to District 5, the Diamond Chevrolet property. And I intend to have these conversations with the president, with the city manager. Again, I trust you to renegotiate these pilots if they need be. I have full confidence in you in doing that. I don't intend to interfere in those negotiations, but I do want to understand before you do that, what exactly are we telling our residents about the financial impact that usurping these properties has on our neighborhoods? Thank you.
Thank you. Send that to the manager. Roll call.
Let's sign on to that.
As
Councilor
amended.
Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Caloria.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor GA.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilor Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda.
Yes.
Councilor Pasolo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. I request the manager provide council with a report detailing the location of all fire hydrants in the city. Said report should include the condition of said fire hydrants as well as the timeline for repairing and replacing a fire hydrant in poor condition. Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just basically to update and make sure that we're staying on top of all of this and working collaboration also with the DPW, with the water lines.
This sounds like the order of a
we have
dog.
We have a very aging
Dog wants to
infrastructure,
know where all the
problem right
fire
now,
hydrants
and,
are.
We need to make sure that we're staying on top of it. And I know the chief is very much aware, but it's good to have.
I envy you,
everybody.
Oliver. Thanks for hanging.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Caloria.
Yes.
Councilor GA.
Yes.
Councilor King. Councilor Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda.
Yes.
Councilor Pasolo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. If you don't mind, let's do it from the chair real quickly. 13C, request the manager, request police chief provide council report detailing a strategic traffic enforcement and education plan to better ensure speeding traffic regulations are followed by the city. I know we all have items on traffic
Night,
safety.
Oliver.
We have so many tools in the toolbox. This would just be another tool, whether it be the 25 miles an hour, whether it be this. And I think we need enforcement. And we send a signal that the police are out there. I know we're down police officers, but I think there's some grant money that can be available to help us with the enforcement part of this. And also maybe the chief can think of an education plan where you hand out a ticket, you hand out a piece of literature. Instead, maybe it's saying, please watch how fast you're driving. Please don't go through the red lights. But I think enforcement is key in all of this. So
Give people bad boy warnings.
Roll call.
Council Bergman.
One of the dumbest ideas I've ever heard.
Council Florio.
Yes.
Council Agia.
I'm so glad these people aren't actually in charge.
Councilor Carlson. Council Mayen.
Yes.
Council Ada.
Yes.
Council Solo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, maybe we could use those green stickers from the trash bags.
Request manager
So
request city
funny.
solicitor establish pursuant to
Got
law
him,
regulation
George.
method documents child spectrum quality of service, including single quality response to consumer complaints and billing practice. Council Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I recall the discussion
For speeding and
around
stuff, Mom.
Charter
I don't know.
Spectrum a few months back, we had an expert who was on video who answered a number of our questions, and one of the issues that had come up was why we lack leverage to not renew our agreements with Charter Spectrum. And it was clear at that time, I think it was clear in ways that there were regulations that had to be followed and notice had to be given. If they were unable to follow those regulations.
Unreal.
they were
Insane
involved,
Zoom behavior.
And then they had to be given Charter Spectrum an opportunity to correct those
Like
problems.
we all weren't locked
We're
down
back,
in our
I'm
houses for
back,
3
and
years,
My colleagues are too, to hearing, to
having
continue to hear
communications.
concerns
Like I
and
recognize
complaints
I have
from
way too much
consumers
headroom.
and customers
My computer's
of Charter,
overheating and I'm
Spectrum.
exhausted.
And I think it would behoove us
not up here like
to
this.
not fall into the pattern.
What's he
that
looking
we
at?
have Of not properly
A
following
wall.
rules and regulations. So in the event that we want to challenge
Good night,
the
Matt.
contract,
Thanks for
Good
hanging
night,
out.
Matt.
during the contract term, or at
I
the
know. I
end,
gotta be up at 6.
at least set ourselves.
I'm
up
starting to think
do-
about
to be legally
when my time
in
limit
the
is.
right. And it doesn't come, I don't believe, at complaints going at the state level. There has to be documented at the local level, and I'll let the city solicitor weigh in when the report comes back on how we do that properly and how we document that. But I'm sure there's no shortage of customers in the Worcester area.
Yeah, he
that
can't
once
take
they
his
know
eyes
how
off
to
whatever he's
report
looking at.
the problems with Charter Spectrum, that those will be reported, I'm sure, in large volumes. So I'm asking the city solicitor to get back to us on how we do that the right way, the proper way, so that we have some leverage in the future going forward with Charter Spectrum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to,
Council Pasola wants to sign on too.
sure, I certainly would like to sign on to this. I can't even know where it is at this point, but I also would like to perhaps amend that to include an update pertaining to Spectrum on an item I filed back in May. That particular item was for the manager to work with the solicitor to explore feasibility of litigation against Charter Spectrum to create an impetus for the company to ensure our eligible seniors are reimbursed on monies withheld from them relative to the service that was to be provided. So just hoping that the filer will allow that as an amendment and update on that particular matter. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think everybody wants to sign on. So as amended, to the manager,
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can I say one thing?
Council Pasola.
Yes. Since we're checking on our motions with charter, I would love an update on mine to reimburse the seniors and disabled community. And I just want to thank Councilor Bergman for putting this on. I get complaints all the time about charter, constantly about their internet service, customer service, anything you can imagine. So I really would appreciate any help with this. Thank you.
Thank you. I remember a few years back that Charter didn't provide service. It was supposed to give a credit to elder customers. I can't remember exactly. Maybe in form of motion, try to find out that credit was ever given
That's
back
what this,
to the.
that's what my item was.
Oh, is that what you
referenced
said?
to. Yes.
Instructing? Okay. So, okay. So those in favor? Opposed? Ordered.
Council
Imagine
Bergman,
that's why she's not there.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell, Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. F, request the manager requests Commissioner of Public Works and Parks by the council to report as to the time of installing speed humps during this.
Humps and bumps.
As well as any explanations. for any delays.
Bumps.
Councilor Bergman?
I can't hear about
I'll try to be
speed
sincerely-
humps any longer.
I could be wrong, and I don't know if there's anybody there to respond to this, but it's my understanding that a number of the speed humps that were supposed to be seasonally placed sometime around May, June, and removed in November. These
I
are
wish
the
I was a
temporary
paid actor. I'm an unpaid
have not
actor
yet
on this
been
program.
installed, and we're approaching September, and if that's accurate, and I think it is, I'm going to shake my head in dismay, disbelief, whatever words you want to use. Here we are talking about safety issues. We all
It's all
talked
Bryan.
earlier about
Bryan
the
takes
struggles
their
we
money.
had in getting this program going. We also talked about how good the program is working and how it needs to be expanded, and we can't even get them in.
Bryan
seasonally
takes
when
all
they're
the
supposed
money.
to go in. We're going to put them in for a
He
month.
hoards it
for
like a
2 months,
dragon.
just seeing,
When you
like
go
we're
here and
defeating
you
the
buy
purpose of
T-shirts,
putting them in to begin
Bryan
with.
just
So
sits on our.
Bryan takes it.
if I'm wrong, I'll stand
Adds to his
corrected. But
pile.
if I'm not wrong, why is this?
That's why he's not
September
here.
1st
He had to
when
go
some of
count his
these
money.
speed humps have
He
not
thinks
been
somebody
put in?
stole a
That's the
dime.
ask.
Okay. Send that to the manager as amended. Roll call.
Me and
let us-
Travis.
Council
Me and
Bergman,
Travis negotiate from now on as a unit.
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Ryan and Timothy.
Yes.
The
That's right. Oh, good callback.
RT,
Yes.
the RTU, Local
Yes.
69.
Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
We demand
9A.
$1 and our
Okay.
union dues are
We are on
$1.
13J. G, request the manager provide council report concerning the feasibility of creating a civic academy in the city. It would expose residents to the
5
city's
hours,
various
people.
departments
5
and
hours.
educate them in the services they provide. Councilor
All right.
Patillo.
I am
Thank you,
personally
Mr.
calling it
Chair.
at
So,
11:30.
We had a small working
I-
group this
I'm with you.
morning, and this is
I'm
something
not
I'm
going
really
past
excited about.
11:30.
I think it's important that residents.
I love to be a
understand what
completionist, but
government does, what municipal government does, and this is a great way to make the administration and the city council more
Look at my-
transparent, accessible. So I'm just really looking forward to having the opportunity to put the work in, and I think it will be.
How do you
great
record
just for
video?
the department heads
Oh,
throughout the administration to share what they do and, how it impacts the city and residents. Thank you so much.
oh, I missed it.
Yeah, so
Thank
this
you,
is something
Jenny,
we've been working on,
brief.
Council Patillo, and we have a group, the mayor's work of the clerk has done this in the past. We got away from it a little bit. And so we're going to start working together. Council Pasillo was trying to generate this, so I appreciate it. And we're going to move this forward. I think this is important, as she has mentioned. So, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like some clarification. I know I've attended and participated in the Mayor's Civic Academy. Is this a new one, Mr. Chairman, through the chair? Is this going to be a new one in addition to the Mayor's Civic Academy? Is it new?
This is the Mayor Civic Academy. Yeah.
That's not what it says.
Oh, my dear
It
God.
says creating a civic academy. We have one.
Well, that's what she meant
I
by it.
participated in it.
The fuck, Christian?
Yeah. So I'm going to run it again this year.
Oh,
We'll work on it now.
I'd love to continue to participate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, you want to participate? You're more than welcome.
Sure.
Jesus fuck.
We'll
Anybody's
have
more-
two. Is this the
anybody's
city
more-
council? Is this the city
any- I-
council
I
one
say
now, or is
city-
this the mayor's? I'm confused.
This is the Mayor's Civic
Okay.
Academy.
All right, cool.
And
We
anybody
can
who wants
amend
to
it.
participate, let Nico let me know, and you're more than welcome.
Can we
And,
participate, Nico?
Yeah. I think Joe O'Brien started this as the former mayor, and
There
he
you go,
kept
Steve. You're getting it.
a little bit, and so
That was
okay.
one of the most passive aggressive exchanges I've ever
Yeah.
seen.
Yeah.
So okay. to the city manager. Roll call.
Oh, I hate all of these fucks.
Yes.
Council Gloria,
Yes.
Council Ajay,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Moore Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, we're going to, Council Basilio is going to hold the road and action plan to the next meeting under privilege.
Oh, thank
Christ.
fucking Christ, dude. Oh my God.
Thank you, Jenny.
So next is request city manager, request assistant commissioner of public works and parks provide the council an update and timetable for restoration of the Elm Park, including its water tables and removal of weeds as previously requested. Council Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there are at least 7.
What happened to your
projects,
camera?
on this, and there's a sense of frustration on my end, and that's why I asked the number of times I've asked for these to list it, because it just doesn't seem to get
You just
done.
wipe
There should be
boogers
no
on your camera.
surprise. One of the oldest, most historic parks in the country. We just had the opening of Doherty High School adjacent to it, and it just doesn't.
You wiped his boogers on the camera.
And going back now almost 4 years, and I don't know when it's going to get restored. And I know there's probably a greater conversation that needs to be had.
I hope
about whether the
Mo
Parks
doesn't have a
Department and
toddler.
DPW should be looked at
Yeah.
as separate entities as it was in the past, because it just doesn't seem like things that need to get done are getting done. So
This is
I'm
like
just asking
Celebrity
for, I
Jeopardy.
guess,
Come
another
back to Mo
report.
and Mo's podium.
My expectation at some point is going to be that there'll be some dates on it with reasonable timetables, but all I've been getting is, and I'm not faulting anybody in particular. I'm just saying, seems to me that we should be able to get certain things done without taking years to do it. And this is one of those things that isn't getting done.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Not
Okay,
a toddler
roll
cough.
call.
He, in fact, did a toddler cough.
Council
Thank you for clarifying.
Ojeda.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I agree. It's I'm looking back on these dates, and I can understand Mo's frustration on this, Councilor Bergen's frustration on this. It is in my district. It's a park that I would go by all the time, drive by all the time. Just got a message from my brother and saying what the, what is going on with the park over there. It's looking pretty bad at Elm Park. And I just question that.
What looks
the word
bad about it?
I don't know what restorations mean if you just got to cut down some of the weeds and stuff around the water area. It's pretty bad. It's pretty overgrown. Again, it's a park I used to walk through when I went to Doherty. I used to walk up the hill to there and you'd see it. It was a really nice park growing up, and now it's just seems in that area just very neglected, especially around the water. The park area, the playground area, that seems to be okay, but just when you're driving by, it's not appealing. It doesn't look very nice, and I don't think it should take much to actually stop cutting down around there. I think anyone that works in parks or whatever drive by, I'm hoping they look at it and understand that, yeah, that doesn't look good, especially with
Winter's
the
coming. It's all gonna die anyway. Leave it alone.
park. So I guess through the chair to the city manager,
Is Elm Park in D4?
give us an update on why the park is looking like that.
To the chair, to the council. So there's been a lot of efforts with Elm Park. One of the challenges with Elm Park is that the water, because is not at the levels that it should be, because again, that is natural water that if we were to do something to that, we would either truck loads of water and dump it into that body of water there, or two, there we would have to do a multi-million-dollar effort to dredge the pond and create a better system to put water back into that on a natural occurrence. That is a lot of work, but I think there's been a lot of investment in terms of in the past and in terms of the retaining wall to try to restore the retaining wall. There is some work that needs to happen around some of the edges, especially on the southern or northern side of the pond there. We've received a grant. We received the earmark from the state to be able to do some of that effort. So the Parks Department is going to be providing some efforts to do that. And also the Sustainability Office with the Lakes and Ponds has been looking at some of the growth that's been in the area and some of the contamination within that area as well. So there's multiple efforts that are happening. It's just not as easy as just going in, cut the weeds, and that's it. It's more involved. But we are committed to Elm Park. We are committed to making sure that it's restored and it's beautified as well, because there's a bunch of areas that we need to improve. Not only the playground needs to be improved, the other bridge needs to be improved. There's a lot of elements in Elm Park that need to be improved. So it's little by little trying to address them based on the resources that we have available.
All right, thank you. Another just quick question. So is there, well, probably two questions. Is there a timeline? And then some of the stuff that probably can be taken care of, does it have to be part of the earmark or whatever it may be? Because again, just driving by and just knowing,
Are
know,
you
what it
willing to
is
take your
going
weed
on,
whacker
the
out there,
weeds and
buddy?
stuff like that, because that's something that we can
That's
just
what I'm
do on
hearing.
our own as far as
Just get out there and get weed eating.
that stuff, and then the other things that you mentioned that are
Bill's gonna be out at 6 o'clock.
probably contaminated.
I'm
You
gonna
can
be out
join
there
him.
weed eating 6:45. I'll be weed eating.
I guess what I'm getting at, there could be some work done, I guess, through the parks that has nothing to do with.
I'll just do it. Send him an invoice.
What's going on in the pond right next.
Make a
to it.
TikTok
It's
about it. Those
really
guys
like
are
an
making
overgrowth,
lots of
not
money.
just probably like on the
What,
outside.
landscaper TikToks?
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. There's guys that SB
To the
mowing.
chief,
He
that's
goes
something
and
I'll
mows
discuss
derelict
with the commissioner,
lawns for
assistant commissioner
free
tonight to
and
see
gets
what
millions
areas,
and millions
what
of
things
views.
we can do in the short term, understanding
That's
that
sick.
we have a long-term plan for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All set. We'll send that to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio, Council Agia,
Yes.
Yeah.
King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
What
Council Ian,
What was that whisper
Yes.
about?
Council Ada,
He's
Yes.
being weird, dude.
Solo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. That the council in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 90, Section 18, does hereby vote to rescind the posted 35 miles per hour special speed limit regulation for Belmont Street and return the public way to the statutory speed limit under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 90, Section 17. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. What I'm asking for is that the council vote tonight to support the rescission of the special speed regulation, and in doing so, requesting the manager to submit the necessary ordinance to accomplish that. Mr. Chairman, the speed limit on Belmont Street, which is certainly one of the worst for pedestrians as well as vehicles. The posted speed there is 35. So what we're looking to do is reduce that speed to the 30. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll send that to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ada,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, 14A is held. 15A is Councilor Nguyen has held under privilege. 15A. 16A is motions to place on file. And 16B to 16D refer to traffic and parking. We take those collectively on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council
Oh,
King,
we're cooking.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
Yeah.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ada,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. We. Okay, we are.
Somebody pull a George Russell.
17A and 17B, the motion to accept and adopt on the roll call. 18A and 18B is motions to accept. 19A through 19E, motions to accept. And 20A is to advertise the proposed ordinance. We take those collectively on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ada,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 21 A through Z minus, was it S? No, wasn't S. What was the one we're holding?
Mr. Mayor, I think it was 22.
Oh, that's 22, okay. 21A through 21Z, ordained on the roll call. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman?
Wait, 21C, you said? 23A through C?
Z.
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 Christian, come on.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Calorio?
Yes.
Counselor Haji?
Yes.
Counselor King?
Yes.
Counselor Merrill Carlson? Counselor Nguyen?
Wait,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Counselor Oida?
You can't wait. You already said yes,
Counselor
bro.
Hayden.
Yes.
Counselor Pasillo?
Yes.
Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, 22A through 22Z minus 22S, ordained on the roll call.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Calorio?
Yes.
Counselor Haji?
Yes.
Counselor King?
Yes.
Counselor Merrill Carlson? Counselor Nguyen?
Yes.
Counselor Haida?
Yes.
Counselor Pasillo?
Yes.
Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Toomey? And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, table under privilege, communication, senior manager recommend adoption of proposed amendments to the city ordinance related to the appointment of constables. Anybody, we can take a roll. Council Nguyen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to speak because the Worcester Anti-Foreclosure Team have been on the front lines to doing this work and has shared with us multiple times. And today we received an email from them which states they have been collecting information about someone who is a non-constable who is operating without bond and criminally illegal and attempted evictions in our city 14 times after they have shared that with the police on August 5th and 6th of 2023. And I'm sure most of us got this email as well. And so there's, as I mentioned in the past term, there are so many constable agencies, such as all state constables, that gives people the coverage to do illegal evictions of our residents. The particular individual that the Worcester Anti-Foreclosure Team mentioned that they were utilizing one of our Worcester constables as their employer as cover. And I don't take this lightly, and I hope none of us do on council, as this really harms our residents, and that this is a system that doesn't seem to regulate outside constables from coming into our community and evicting our residents illegally and sometimes even violently. Therefore, I would like for us to send this back to the city manager to meet with the Worcester Anti-Foreclosure Team to really get through their concerns, as they're the ones doing the work on the ground before sending it to the subcommittee. I know they mentioned that they would like the city manager to include his signature on there, and that digitalizing this would possibly lead to fraud. And so I just really want the city manager to have the opportunity to meet with them, as well as file a motion to request the city manager to create an accessible and transparent complaint process that would allow our city to rescind any license of constables who violate the statutory. Thank you.
We're going to send it to municipal operations for a hearing, and we can make the amendments there. That, Mr. Manager, is that fine with you, or do you want to go back? No.
Say that again?
Okay.
What happened?
So the motion is to send it to the, we're not going to vote it tonight, but we'll send it to committee for a hearing, and people can come in and go over it and make the edits that they want. Councilor Bergman would think would be willing to do that.
Is
So-
there a motion?
Yeah,
So
motion.
there's two motions,
The motion is to send it to committee.
and there was another motion to send it to the manager, right?
Yeah, he doesn't.
Yes.
How does that work procedurally? Point of order?
Point of order, Mr. Clerk. Read the motion is to send to committee versus, I don't have it in front of me.
So actually, it's number 7 on the rules. So
What's that, committee?
yeah.
Okay, so the first motion is send it to committee. If that fails, we can send it back to the manager. If that fails, we can take an up or down vote.
I'd just like to speak on it really quickly.
Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that prior to this going to committee, that, I am not in support of, changing the requirement of the city manager on this particular matter, nor am I in support of decreasing the oversight and accountability. As mentioned, we've had a number of issues as relates to constables and the safety of folks. There's been a number of families and folks who are elderly who've been reaching out to us. And I think it's a mistake at this point in time to reduce oversight and accountability here. And I understand certainly, some of the reasons for this, but I won't be voting to send it to committee. I just don't think this is a way that we should be moving at this time, given the current landscape that's before us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Through the chair, I think there's misinformation, and I want to clarify the situation related to this particular item. For many, many years, and I guess the practice of the city was the city manager will sign off on the appointment of the constables. According to the ordinance, it requires a city manager currently right now, the bond, not the application, but the bond, for the city manager to sign the bond. That I don't spend the based on my entire schedule and everything, there's impossible for me to review every single bond that the city right now is signing, whether it's bonds of contractors doing construction projects, bonds of, many different projects that are happening in the city. We wanted to procedurally continue with that process. The oversight of review of the application for the constables does not happen in the city manager's office. It happens in the police department. And so now, what we're proposing here is to remove the signature of the city manager, just like I don't sign any other bond, and give that assignment of responsibility to oversee and review and do the background checks like it currently does to the police department. And then it's my job as a city manager to oversee the police department and oversee the law department in making sure that they have done their job and due diligence to review the application process, etc. Same thing happens with licenses, applications that happen in the city. Same thing happens with business applications and etc. I'm not signing off on any of that. Departments sign off, and it's my responsibility as the city manager to have the oversight of my staff to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do. That is what we're following suit here, and it's my responsibility to manage the chief of police to make sure that he is, and with his department, overseeing the applications and the background checks of the constables. And then it's my job then to take that application through the departments and submit it to the council, as we always have, so that the council can then approve the appointment of the constables. That's how the process has been. That's what we're trying to, it's not removing any sense of oversight. There's no removing of oversight here. It's simply removing the idea of the city manager having to sign when at the end of the day, it's simply a paper coming to me, I sign it, and then I move it forward. There's no change of oversight here. The oversight continues the same, which is under the police department to do the background checks and review the applications.
Mr. Chairman, to the administration, so it sounds like that responsibility, background checks, et cetera, is currently conducted by the police department. So whether there's a signature or not, that happens. So my question to the chair, to the administration, what's the total amount of signatures that are necessary? Like, how many constables are we talking about here? Like, what is the workload we're talking about that we're looking to alleviate?
Ready whenever you are, Bill.
Yeah, let's call it.
Check to the council.
I gotta get to bed. I gotta be up early. I can't do this anymore.
You all are awesome. You can
We
on Facebook.
We'll follow up on the last whatever half hour of that meeting later. Yep. Worcester Sucks is great. Follow us there too.
Candy.
Yeah.
You guys all are awesome. Come hang out at Cordella's tomorrow for No Jerks. Good night, y'all.
No Jerks tomorrow. Cool.